All right. Hopefully everything is working. I spent way too long getting this set up. And at this point I just kind of want to get this going because I've been struggling to get this set up for hours. Pretty much since like 4 in the morning, actually. And initially, for people watching on YouTube, as actual viewers trickle in, right? So mostly at this point, I'm talking to people in the future watching this on like the YouTube VOD. But I initially planned on doing 2 speedruns in one stream. And I talked about that on my community post, partially because I was unable to stream on Saturday because I've been really sick. And I'm like better now, but still, you might notice my voice isn't 100% there. But I was initially planning on doing 2 speedruns. Okay, that has to be wrong. That was a large spike right at the start. But yeah, so initially planning on doing 2 speedruns in one stream. I got another one mostly set up. So I have a druid here. Hello, Dylan. Good to see you. So initially what I was planning on doing is I was going to do Windwalker / Brewmaster Monk speedrun, and then I was going to pivot to Guardian Druid. And I have the Druid mostly set up, but it's still level 40, which, obviously can't do a level 60 to 70 speedrun. And 40 to 60 does not take a very long time, right? Like I could do that very fast, and that's what I was hoping to do before I got started. But I began prep for all this stuff at like 4 in the morning, and I finished the Windwalker Monk prep, and I got it up to 60. And then I'm at a point where it's 10 a.m. I'm supposed to start the stream in an hour, and I still have the Druid at 40, and I haven't done any like the actual stream setup things, like, making the thumbnail and whatnot. So I just said, fuck it. We're just going to do the Monk run for today. There's something I have planned for later on in the stream because I don't want to do just like 160 to 70 run. That's like very fast. So we'll see when we get like later on to the stream. But I don't want to like promise anything yet because worst case scenario, I know if I need to end early. Hello, Leap Year Kurt. Good to see you. But what I will do is because I do have this Druid run like mostly set up, I just got to get it up to 60. I will use this in a video. So the current plan for that is I'm going to kind of try to use this Druid to, at some point during the week, simulate like what I did on my Kultiran Druid, except it's going to be with without the 50% buff. So the entire point of the testing that we're doing here is we need to find out what the fastest route is from 60 to 70. And while I obviously have a general idea on that, it's a little bit different without the 50% buff and then with the dungeon changes, right? So I'm trying to find a middle ground in between the changes that I made for the recent speedrun and accounting for, needing 50% more experience and accounting for the fact that dungeon leveling is now much better than it was before. So we have a few things to test. I'll probably do at one point a pure questing run, which is what I will during the week use this Druid for. And then obviously today we're going to be doing just a standard 60 to 70 run. We're going to do all the normal things, right? So dungeons, etc. People can try to snipe me in dungeons if they want, right? That's one of the nice things about doing this on stream. And then next weekend, assuming I don't get sick again, I plan on streaming again Saturday, Sunday, which was the plan, as mentioned this weekend. Just unfortunate how stuff worked out. Also had a few other issues in terms of like kind of getting screwed over by people that set me back a little bit in terms of like I had to reorganize my schedule. It delayed a bunch of stuff. It's been a pretty fucking chaotic, busy week for me. And my schedule has suffered as a result. Hello, Phoebe. Michael K said, good morning, good luck with the run. Thank you. Good to see you. Okay, and then on that note, so I've already explained generally, like, what the initial plans were, how that's changed. So what I'm going to be doing for this speedrun is obviously, as the title implies, and as I've already said, it's going to be a 60 to 70 run. We're going to be doing a mix of questing and dungeons, but one of the other different things that I've done with this particular run, which I think should make it more interesting, is I've talked in the past about how one of the issues with 60 to 70 runs, or rather runs that don't start with a fresh character, is it's hard to really get like a baseline, right? It's hard to make everything accurate and comparable with each other because, people will tell me, oh, did you see that so-and-so already did a run in X time? And then the character will be a character from Shadowlands that has like full mythic fated gear and has like 2 levels of rested experience built up. And at that point, there's no real way to compare a character that gets 2 levels for free and has basically full best in slot everywhere to a character that is effectively coming fresh out of Chromie time, right? It's not equivalent. So what I've tried to do here is, and one of the reasons this took so long to set up, is I have these old characters, right? So I have this level 40 druid, which I don't remember where I used this for. I used it for testing at some point, like a year ago, probably before Dragonflight, like during the beta or something. And I had it just sitting around level 40. So I was planning on getting this one up as the second run, but I also had a monk that I definitely remember using this for testing at some point in the Dragonflight beta. And I got this one up to like 45. And then in the hours before the stream, I basically sent over all of the stuff to this character as I would for a normal 10 to 70 or 10 to 60 speedrun, right? I leveled this character up to 60 with, draft of 10 lands rolling and stuff like that as if it was a normal speedrun. And then the moment I hit level 60, I logged out. I basically did what I would normally do. I teleported to Orgrimmar, and then I logged out of my character. So right now, whenever I log back into this character, whenever we start the 60 to 70 run, it'll be effectively snapshotted at exactly where the 10 to 60 run ended. And the reason I don't do this a lot is because, admittedly, it is very time consuming. There's a reason that I started prepping for this stream at like 3, 4 in the morning. It is currently almost noon, and I did not even manage to get everything done. This takes a lot of fucking work compared to just sending things over to a level 60 character and getting it going. I basically have to do a mini speedrun before the actual speedrun even starts. The nice thing about this, though, is, like I said, it does make it more accurate. I'm able to then directly compare the results of this speedrun with some of my other testing runs. So, it's good for, data collection and stuff like that. Cridery said, how are you? Hope I'm doing well. I'm doing good. Still slightly recovering from being sick, but otherwise I'm doing good. Thank you for tuning into the stream. What else? Yeah, so the other runs that I'll be doing, I don't really know exactly how many testing runs I'll have to do before I have my guide out, because initially my plan was to have my alt catch-up guide out last week, and then I was going to do my testing runs this weekend, and then have my updated leveling guide out this coming Tuesday. That is not going to happen at this point, because like I said, my schedule basically got set back by effectively an entire week. So alt catch-up video I'm working on, it'll probably be Monday or Tuesday, like the day after the stream is live. And I'm doing this speed run. Like I said, I'll do the Druid run during the week. And then I have streams on, next weekend, Saturday, Sunday. And I'll do at least one more speed run on those, possibly another. If I feel like I've gotten all the testing that I need to get done by Sunday, then I may just do something else on that day. But I at least want to leave it open on the off chance that I feel like I need to do a 4th speedrun. Hello, Preggy Nee. Preggy Nee said, hi, Goblock. I don't know. Am I Goblock? If so, hello to you as well. But I don't think I'm Goblock. You just watched my 10 to 70 video. Awesome. I hope you enjoyed it. Hello, Testifiable. I'm feeling all right. Yeah, definitely better than I have been recently. Good to see you. But yeah, with a lot of this this leveling testing stuff, it's kind of hard to know for sure exactly how the route will end up. Dragonflight, at least at this point, you know, I'm not making any major changes to my 10 to 60 stuff. I've already tested that. You know, the little changes that I can make based on the riding training stuff, that's not really worth its own video. That's probably going to get like a mini riding guide update and then maybe a footnote or a pinned comment or something in my main 10 to 60 guide about like, oh, now you don't need to train riding. The main changes are to Dragonflight itself, and it's more so I haven't actually made not Chromie time, an adventure mode Dragonflight guide yet. Because my original Dragonflight leveling video was campaign leveling. And it's just because the reality of something like adventure mode is it is kind of impossible in just the beta to test every single possible combination of leveling zones. And I think overall, the starting route that I was using, like when Dragonflight launched, was fairly close to what I've been using recently. There's some changes, right? Like I think, actually, I kind of changed it and went back, right? Like I initially dropped Waking Shores for a bit, and now Waking Shores is back into the route. Like the way that profession leveling has been integrated into it has definitely changed a lot. That's like the biggest new routing, shakeup, I suppose, as of late, aside from the dungeon stuff, which obviously is due to patch changes. That is not really a change. It's more, or it's not a change to the route. It's like a change to the game that has then in turn caused me to update my route. And then questing hubs, whatchamacallit, questing hubs. I think most of the good ones that were found in Dragonflight beta are still the fastest, but obviously, it takes a lot of different testing runs to really nail that down. I've mostly gotten it at this point. The main thing I'm curious about is just whether there's any surprises with the dungeons. I don't really think there are. I feel like if I get reasonably good dungeon RNG, I can cut out most of the inefficient questing bits. And I say inefficient loosely. Even within my recent 10 to 70 run, I think something's happening outside my door. But yeah, sorry, I got distracted by that for a second. But yeah, in my recent run, most of the quest hubs I did were relatively efficient, and I may be able to cut out like one or two of them with the addition of dungeons. Dick Cheney, hey lub, said, "Don't be sick," shaking my fucking head. Yeah, I know. How dare I, right? Can't wait for the alt gearing video, even though your main is 384 at the moment. Well, I can show you, I can give you a little preview of the alt gearing video. So I'll log into the druid that I'm using, because the way that I like to do my alt gearing videos is I like to basically, what the fuck is that? Okay, I think somebody's moving something around. But yeah, the way that I like to do my alt gearing videos, and I'm in Valdrakken, so there's a chance that I hit a memory leak. If it happens, it happens, and I need to restart. I'm going to try to get out of Valdrakken as quickly as possible to avoid that, but it is what it is. The memory leak, for the record, is not gone. I know I was saying I think it might be because I wasn't encountering it on the PTR, but yeah, it is very much still here. So this is the druid that I've been kind of using as the framework for my alt catch it video. I got this guy caught up to, you'll see here, I'm 425, right? But there's some other stuff, like I did the mega dungeon after getting all the footage I needed for that video. But the video will basically show you how to get a fresh character all the way up to roughly 415 item level with no Mythic Plus, no raids, no like buying gear or anything like that. Literally just doing stuff solo or solo with an asterisk, right? Like, there's a lot of people, the definition of what people consider solo play in World of Warcraft is just varies wildly. Like, I've seen some people who genuinely think that they should be able to get, like, heroic raid gear without interacting with a single other player in the game, even if they don't need to speak to them. It's like, they consider LFR to be group content, and they're like, oh no, if I'm forced to do LFR, and I'm not able to get, like, the best gear in the game, this game's trash, Blizzard hates solo players, blah, 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 blah. Honestly, I think for most reasonable people, the definition of solo content extends to things like LFR. It's basically anything that you don't need to use this thing here, pre-made groups, for. So if you don't need to use pre-made groups, congratulations, right? Or you don't need to like actually form a group with other people, like with friends and stuff like that. That is solo content, in my opinion. Going to Raid Finder, clicking Find Group, and then like just steamrolling LFR Sarkareth, that is solo content, in my opinion, right? That is not hard. That's something that literally anybody can do if they rub like a few brain cells together. So that is kind of what that guide will cover. Time Rifts and Random Dungeon Finder Weekly should give 415 without issues. Yeah, exactly. There's a few other things, right, that I think some people don't know about. Like one little cool thing that I know Chori in my Discord pointed out is, and I actually initially hadn't done this to level up, and it doesn't actually work for Guardian Druids, but there's like a few cool things you can do. Like there is a rare mob over here. Hopefully it's up. It is up. Zulkir the Chosen, right? This is part of one of the new quest lines in Aeon's Fringe in Thaldraszus. So I can kill him really quickly. And it's like a relatively unassuming rare mob. Like you might think, oh, is this actually going to be worth your time to go out and get this? But if I kill him, you'll notice 415 weapon. And it drops, it's not on a reward track, so you can't upgrade it. But it has a two-handed axe, a one-handed, or two-handed strength axe, one-handed agi sword, and two-handed intellect staff. So there's like 415 weapons available from that rare, once per day, mind you, and you're not always guaranteed to get the one that you want, right? Like I can't use the sword, but I got the sword anyway. But this is a pretty nice way to get like an early weapon, for instance, to replace your starting thing. There's a lot of other ways, like, doing Researchers Under Fire. I managed on this druid to get a 415 weapon out of the Researchers Under Fire bag, which, is lucky, right? But there's a lot of different things you can do for gear. You can see here, I even killed a rare mob in Zerla Cavern to get a necklace, because generally speaking, jewelry like rings and necks are the harder items to get because you can't get them from Time Rifts. But yeah, Time Rifts are a very good way to just get generic armor up to at least 404, and then you can usually upgrade it pretty efficiently. So yeah, there's a lot of ways to get gear on a fresh character, basically doing very little. And I would say within like 24 hours of playtime, just doing basic activities that can be done solo or like queued up with like, LFR and stuff, you can pretty easily get 415 item level on a fresh character. And then obviously like the Mega Dungeon, once you get 415, maybe don't pug the Mega Dungeon, because like I did it, but it's definitely not going to be easy to get into a pug at 415 item level. But, if you have friends or if you want to form your own group, it is very much doable at 415. And I got a bunch of good stuff from that. So I went all the way from like 415 up to 420 by doing crafting things. I made these things with the decay patch, and then I made Toxic Thorn foot wraps. And then I did the Mega Dungeon, and I got 2 pieces that I was able to turn into tier, and I also got this trinket. And I did a few plus 20 keys with my friends. But admittedly, the scope of my guide will not be like, do keys with friends. It's basically just going to be, hey, this is what you can do to get to 415, and then I plan on having a follow-up video about crafting. Basically, how to use your sparks efficiently, because you get all these sparks of Shadow Flame, but what do you use them on, right? You could use them to just fill in low item level slots, but that's kind of bait, because realistically you want to get your embellishments, right? Like I used mine on Toxic Thorn foot wraps because I will actually use this. And then the best thing to use your next few sparks on is jewelry. So necklace, rings, etc. And that is what I will have a follow-up video covering. And then, I mean, from then, realistically, it is just, if you want to get more gear, you have to raid, right? It's like, once you get to like 420, low, maybe close to 425, you either have to do the Mega Dungeon, you have to do normal or higher raids, or you have to do Mythic Plus. That is kind of where the gear rewards cap out. If you farm like world content every single week to get like veteran, or what is it, like, what's the crest that Drake's Shadowflame crest? If you farm 1 million of these and upgrade all of your Time Rift gear to 424, I think like 424, 425-ish is the maximum you can get without setting foot into a Mythic Plus or a raid. But at that point, you're kind of just wasting your time. Doing like even a plus 10 will be much more impactful. So what I'll probably do is like ask viewers what they want to see in terms of like catch-up guides past the point where I cover crafting. Because at that point, it's like, what do I say? Like, Mythic Plus tips, right? Because obviously saying go queue up for Mythic Plus isn't exactly earth-shattering information, but maybe some tips on how to get into Mythic Plus early on as a new player or something like that. Maybe, I don't know, like I said, from that point on, I'll probably ask viewers what they would prefer to see as far as like catch up or new player videos go. Let me catch up in chat a little bit. First time you're able to catch me live will be fun to see how it goes. Glad to have you here, Extro IM. And yeah, I'm hoping it goes well. Done a decent amount of setup. Get a ton of Ruby life pools or Brackenhide maybe. For catch up, I assume you mean. I mean, you can, right, spam dungeons, but like that's one of those where, yeah, like I kind of said, it's a little bit outside the realm of whatchamacallit, like just guide material. Telling somebody go spam Mythic Plus, well, it is a good way to get caught up, isn't really for everybody. Speaking of which, I threw up a work order for this necklace. Oh, fuck yeah. I did a public order for this thing. It just YOLO'd it, and it actually got crafted at 447. Well, that works out well, I suppose. Don't need to go fish in the services channel to find that. So that is, yeah, once again, a massive upgrade, right? And that is pretty much the next thing that you want to get crafted after your 2 embellished pieces. It's jewelry items. I replaced a 411 with a 447, so pretty good. Time riffs and random... Oh yeah, I read that. What has this game become? Holy shit, I don't recognize it at all. I mean, yeah. A lot of people say that. It's like, yes, newsflash, games evolve over time. Obviously, you're not going to recognize World of Warcraft in, you know, what for a second I forgot what year it was. 2023, compared to like 2005, right? And I mean, as a general observation, it's kind of like, yeah, duh. I mean, it's like saying, looking at somebody playing like Doom Eternal and being like, wow, what has the Doom franchise become? I remember when it was all like 2D textures, and it's like, yes, literally any game changes over time. Anything changes over time. I guess it kind of depends on your opinion of that, right? Like, obviously, a lot of people expand upon that into, oh, the game is like, it's just not even worth playing anymore. I don't know how anybody can play this, which I get a surprisingly large amount of those comments of people clicking on my video just to say, oh, I don't know why anybody would enjoy this game anymore. All of the soul is gone from it. It's like, then why the fuck are you watching videos of retail WoW? Like, I don't get it. It's like, I don't go around like looking for videos on games that I have no interest in playing just to leave comments about, wow, I really have no interest in playing this game. It's like, okay, cool, great. I don't know. It's fucking weird, man. It's really cool. Alt catch-up is so fast these days. Old X-Packs have left me traumatized. I mean, you got to think about it like this, right? Alt catch-up is really good right now. Yeah. In terms of item level, alt catch-up has always been roughly this fast. The only thing is, a lot of times, the point at which you would be forced to jump into raids or Mythic Plus happened earlier. So a lot of times, like, World Gear would be shit, and then you would have to jump into M+, way, way, way before the point we're at now, where you can reasonably get to 415 item level, which 415 is equivalent to normal raids. So you can effectively get all the way up to, what does Kazara drop? Yeah, 415, just by doing world content. That has not always been the case. But if you think about it, in terms of just item level, like even some of the most hated systems, right, like Benthic Gear, from an item level perspective, was amazing catch-up. Benthic Gear back in Nashitar had really good item level. It was almost as good as like Heroic Gear, and also, if you were interested in raiding, half the time it was better than Heroic Gear because of the procs. The problem with catch-up historically hasn't been the item level itself. It has been like the systems on top of it, because a lot of those are time-gated. Because even if you got really high item level in BFA, well, have you grinded out your Azurite necklace? Have you gotten all of your best-in-slot artifact traits, which a lot of them you just needed to kind of RNG into the right Azurite piece, right? So even if you got a high item level Azurite piece, if it has dog shit effects, well, it's basically worthless. And then, oh, well, you need to go get your tier 3 essences, and then you need to upgrade the Heart of Azeroth to be able to use multiple essences, which is like the vast majority of your DPS. So the main change to alt catch-up nowadays is really just that there's no extra layer of bullshit. Item level is all you need now. So, like I said before, I got 415, like, generic dogshit world quest gear, and I hopped into the new mega dungeon, and I did perfectly fine. The only thing that I didn't have was, at the time, I didn't have my 4-piece, and that's about it. Right? Tier bonuses are effectively the only borrowed power left in the game, and with the creation catalyst, it has never been easier to get your tier bonus. But the fact that I don't need to additionally grind a million different tertiary systems, yeah, that is the main reason alt catch-up is so much faster now. You can get an alt ready for Mythic Raid in like a week. It's crazy. Chat disconnected? What in the world? I've never seen... There's like a little server message on YouTube that I specifically got disconnected from the chat servers. Can people type so I know if it's working or not? Because I've never seen this error message pop up. And now I'm like, oh god. What has happened? Let me, on that note, okay, owner said test. I can see that. Perfect. Awesome. Tell you what to make for an ice cream special? I don't know. Dude, you come up with some crazy ice cream flavor names. I could not think of anything that creative. But I don't know. If people in chat want to give Dick Cheney ice cream flavor suggestions, he's like... is there like a special name for somebody who makes ice cream? I don't know. Or is it just like, you know, ice cream maker? Is that like your job description? But yeah, that's what Dick Cheney does. Just came back to the game and used your guide to level my mage to 70 in just 2 days. It's your first level 70. Love your content. Awesome. Glad to hear it. Yeah, 2 days up to level 70 is definitely solid. I know a lot of people have told me it takes them like a week to level their first character up to 70, which, you know, everybody has their own speed when they're going through the quests and stuff. Should have stayed on 420. Now you need to aim for 469 next patch. Yeah, for sure. Definitely. Hello, owner. Love the streams on weekends, especially Sundays. Helps your work days fly by. Oh, you have to work on Sundays? That sucks. I do not envy that. I mean, I guess technically speaking, I am also working on Sundays, but admittedly, streaming is much easier work than, like, you know, usual stuff, right? What classes other than Monk would I recommend for speed running? Well, my world record right now is with Druid, so Druid. Monk is good, but it is no longer the fastest. Monk and Druid have always been like pretty neck and neck, though. It's very close between the two. But other ones, like Paladin's very good, Hunter's solid. There's a lot of good ones. Icons and UI have changed a lot since Dragonflight launch, yeah. You don't like what the most is the new things they added. It's hard to catch up with tier items. Yeah, but like tier items are really easy now. So if you're unfamiliar with how to get tier pieces, the only thing that I think Blizzard does need to improve on a little is there are a lot of arbitrary restrictions with which pieces can become tier and which can't. That is a little bit annoying, and half the time really doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense. But you can go to the Creation Catalyst. It's right here. It's a Central Thaldraszus. And you just pop right in here. You walk up to the little Creation Catalyst thing over here. And the main change they did this season is you don't need to do any quests. You don't need to build it up. Everybody universally gets progress on this. And you get charges, right? So if I want to craft something, right? I have a maximum of 8... What the fuck is this thing called? Renascent Shadow Flame. I'm probably butchering that pronunciation. But you can stack up to 8 of these. You get 1 per week. And it does accumulate. You don't need to do anything active. So when I first started playing this Druid, for instance, I had 5 of these. And I've spent 4 on making my tier pieces. And all you do is you take an item, you chuck it in here, and the tier piece pops out. Obviously for a tier eligible slot. So when I got items out of the Mega Dungeon, I took these 437 items, chucked them into the Catalyst, bam, I got a 437 tier piece. There are some weird things, though, like you can see here. I have, for instance, here, Sunless Cowl. This is, I believe, from Zerala Cavern, but if I drop this in here, it's not eligible for whatever reason. That, I will say, is an annoying aspect of the Creation Catalyst system. I don't really know why arbitrarily some stuff works, and I can't really show it, I don't think, but there are some, oh yeah, here we go. This thing, Tincture of Discontinuity. This is from Time Rifts, I believe. This is catalyst viable, so I guess Time Rift gear you can catalyze, but you can't catalyze Fire Wreck Assault gear and Zaralek Caverns gear because reasons. I don't know. It is definitely a little bit weird and arbitrary in that sense. Just tuned in talking about Azerite PTSD engaged. Yeah. Look, you gotta think back on how bad the old days were to remember how good you have it now. So, I think it's important to think back to that every now and then. Raphael Urquieta said, I arrived early. Yes. I generally speaking like to at least spend a little bit of time before the actual run starts and gives people time to get in here. Chocolate and mint is the goat, pistachio butter and jelly, potato peels and sawdust. Potato peels and sawdust wins. I hate my customers. Amazing. You have a 4-day work week, so it's not terrible. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not too bad. Do I like wrath leveling? Yes, kind of. I mean, wrath leveling is long, right? So I enjoy wrath leveling from like a casual perspective. I haven't tried speedrunning it yet, so it's possible that I'll try speedrunning wrath leveling and absolutely hate it and then never do a speedrun, but I am working on trying to get like stuff prepared for wrath speedruns. We'll see. But generally I like it more so because I like wrath leveling because it's not retail leveling. So wrath leveling is kind of like, you know, a vacation for me from traditional speed leveling. I get to just take my time and watch Hulu or Netflix or something. Milek 18V cordless driver lithium ion drill ice cream. That is a mouthful. I really dislike both druids and monks. You've been leveling them for 3 weeks already from 60 to 65. Is MSQ worth doing? Kinda. MSQ is worth doing up until the point where you like reach Thaldraszus and like talk to Alexstrasza. You need to do part of the MSQ to unlock world quests. So as a new player, doing it once to get that done is like borderline mandatory. I mean, you technically don't need world quests, but you also kind of do. But after that, like, for instance, what is it? The Gift of Silver quest line, which I think I have here. This is optional, this whole thing. You don't need to do any of the renown quest lines. You can if you want, they give rep, but not really that important. Catalyst is the reason you, for the first time in your WoW life, have a full raid set. Awesome. Someone give you a race class combo to level. Nelf Warlock. High Mountain Tarn Warlock is on your list. That's a cool combo. You can catalyze Fire Arc Assault gear, but just the veteran pieces. Really? That is a very strange restriction then, huh? You've just leveled a Warlock. You're not doing that again? Yeah. When to start leveling? Soon. So always like to give people a little bit of time. We've gotten, you know, most people here, and, you know, it's past 100 people. So I think generally a good time. One of the other reasons is this particular run, we're going to be jumping right in. So there's no like start point where I have to get things set up and I can still kind of read chat. It's like, if you missed earlier in the stream when I discussed it, I did a speed run up to level 60 before starting the stream, and I basically just logged out the moment I hit 60. So the idea of this particular 60 to 70 run is it's simulating the like exact jumping off point for a full 10 to 70 run, because you want to make sure that there's a baseline, right? So for instance, I still have the latter half of Draft of 10 Lands rolling because I used that at level 49. I didn't forget, of course, because I was doing it for testing purposes, right? And I've just exited Chromie time. I took like the little portal, it dropped me off in Orgrimmar, and we're just about to get like the actual setup stuff done. So on this monk in particular. So I'll quickly catch up on the last few messages in chat, and then we'll jump in here. And at a certain point, like about 10 minutes into the run, things should slow down a little bit. And just to repeat, I will be doing dungeons, right? I think I put that. So if you do, whenever I queue up for dungeons, I will be tanking, right? But if you want to queue up as a DPS or a healer and try to get into my group, I know a lot of people like to do that. You know, you're welcome to do so. Obviously, I can't stop you. But I will obviously be solo queuing because that is kind of the entire point. World quests are nice to grab for some early gear if you don't have a crafter for that class. Yeah, no, there's a lot of different methods. I'll cover all of them, though. Hello, Foreheader. Good to see you. You hate Lone Niffin rep, even with your main, you have rank 20, getting rep for alt still sucks. Discuss. Okay. You hate getting Lone Niffin rep. Real quick, let me counterpoint that for you, right? Counterpoint for why getting Lone Niffin rep, especially if your main already has rank 20, is not that bad. So let's check what my playtime is on this character. /played. It's going to be inflated because I leave it logged out. So total time played at level 70 on this druid, 1 day, 2 hours. And I would say about 6 hours of that, I was probably AFK, doing other stuff, tabbed out or whatever. And yeah, Renown 20 with the Lone Niffin on this brand new druid. Honestly, it's really not that bad. Especially if you have Renown 20 on your main already. Really, really, really not hard. And this is with 0 rep tokens and stuff like that. Because you get like Renown 14 or 15 just by doing the quest line. Maybe more. You get a lot because of the 200% buff. So really, really not that hard, actually. Got back into WoW during 50% bonus XP. Now trying without it is slow. Yeah, I feel that. You managed to level a monk 10 to 60 in around 10 to 11 hours, and you're kind of proud. Thanks. No problem. That is a solid as fuck time. Let's start. Let the show begin. Almost. You're not the only one having several paladins. Yeah. I have a lot of paladins. I have more, for the record. So I have right now 4 level 70 paladins. And I have, 2 druids, or this one's not max level. I have another druid on a different server, right? But I have at the very least 2 monks. I'll be getting a 3rd monk at the end of the speedrun, so yeah. The worm crest you get from Renown 20 is kind of useless. I don't really think the worm crest you get from Renown 20 is useless. It's not crucial, but for catch-up, it's actually pretty good, right? Like, obviously, for Mythic Raiders early on, it wasn't important, because when you are capped on your sparks, or on your crests and sparks of Shadowflame, right? So early on, yes, it was useless, because back then, you could only make a single spark of Shadowflame regardless, and obviously, you were going to want to use that with an aspect crest. But right now, you get 1 worm crest by killing Sarkareth, you get another worm crest from Renown 20 Lone Niffin, and then you get basically 2 437, I believe, pieces extremely easily without having to farm any Mythic Plus whatsoever. I wouldn't call that useless. You can always upgrade it later if you want, which I plan on doing, but that is a very, very big power spike early on. Is leveling still fast without the enchants? Yes. Yeah, the enchants are very minor. Let's go. Okay, please don't rush me, right? Chill for a little bit. I'm going to respond to chat. I'm going to take my time, right? Don't like that. I get wanting to see the speedrun, but if you want to see the speedrun and you don't want to wait 2 minutes for me to continue responding to messages, tab out, do something else, and come back. It must be something you're missing. Does the campaign quest give Lone Niffin rep? Yes. Yeah, you get tokens that give like 2,500 rep. And then with the 200% modifier, you get like 7,500 per token early on. So like 3 entire renown ranks just for completing 1 chapter of the campaign. It's very, very, very big. Let's see, what are my thoughts on leveling on Blood Mist? Blood Mist isn't bad, but it's just, it's not the most efficient thing. There's a lot of like okay zones, but Blood Mist is very disconnected. Like, and also there's no flying, right? So no matter what you do with Blood Mist, you're gonna have to do it on ground mount. It's just not really that fast. It's not bad. Like, I would say for BC era zones, it's maybe one of the faster zones from that time frame, but it is not amazing. Is 60 tunes max per account? Something like that. Yeah, it's around there. You got 60 to 70 with 50% XP and WAD bonus in 3 hours. That's very good. I don't know why your shit got so delayed. Your title is Ice Cream Chef. Oh, yeah. That was like 10 minutes ago at this point. Watch it on YouTube later. Yeah, true. First time since your Frosty K speedrun that you've been able to watch live. Can't wait. Frosty. When was that? that recent? No, because I haven't done a DK speedrun in a while. The Frost DK speedrun was like Dragonflight beta, right? So good to have you back, Lucas. That it's been a while then. Because that was the Nightborn run. Yeah, the Nightborn Frost DK run back in like November or something like that. Definitely was a while ago. Yeah. All right, my coffee has been finished. That was the main thing I was trying to get done before starting the run. Last thing I'll read before I start. Are there any negatives anymore to having Horde and Alliance tunes on the same realm? Not really. It's so nice to see a streamer actually interact with chat. That is, what I like doing on my streams. So Horde and Alliance in the same realm. At this point, you can basically do everything together. The only... I would say there are disadvantages to being Alliance on a Horde-populated server. Very minor ones, mind you. Mostly involving, like, trade. So, for instance, I don't think do work orders work cross-faction? I'm not entirely sure if public work orders work cross-faction, because I haven't done anything on my Alliance characters. But I've heard that it is difficult to get stuff crafted if you're on, like, an Alliance character on Area 52, for instance. They do work? Okay. So in that case, I think what people were telling me about was that finding a specific crafter, like within trade chat, you basically have to go onto your Horde character, ask around in trade, and be like, hey, can somebody craft X thing for me? And then say, oh, I'm sending it on my Alliance character, let me log over. So I think that is what my friends were telling me about. It's mildly annoying, which that is, mind you, a very small inconvenience, and that is like the most inconvenient thing that I've heard about cross-server stuff. Everything else is easy. Raids work perfectly fine. Mythic Plus works. There's some small annoyances, like you can't whisper an Alliance group leader if you're Horde, which is just kind of weird. But that has nothing to do with like your question about Horde and Alliance on the same server. There's really no actual disadvantage, right? If I'm raiding as Horde on this server, I can just as easily have Alliance characters in the same guild, and it really doesn't impact me whatsoever. Let's see. When you're leveling, do you pick the talents yourself, or it depends? So, obviously, this is the last question I'll answer right now. I'll catch up in chat later on, so, feel free to keep messaging, and I will just get around to your message. But before starting the run, this is the last thing I will respond to, just because I do think it's an interesting, relevant question. It depends. Obviously, right, if I am leveling a character for a speedrun, right, I'm not going in blind. And I don't necessarily think that the Wowhead/Icy Veins guides are perfect when it comes to recommending stuff for speed leveling. Like, if you watch the priest run that I did a little while ago, there were some suggestions that I mentioned the priest guide made that just really didn't make sense. And it was very clear that they put like no thought into the leveling section of the guide. And I think that's the case for most of them. A lot of people just don't really give a shit about leveling. They're an endgame raider who is tasked with writing a good endgame raider guide. And then Wowhead will say, we need you to include a section about leveling. And they don't know fuck all about leveling. So they're like, yeah, take some healing talents or take something that boosts your move speed, because they're like, yeah, that's probably, what would help. And, they're not actually viewing it from a speedrun perspective. So there are certain things that I will look at and I will see the recommendations and I'll be like, I don't know about that. And I'll change up a few things. The main thing that you want to go to Wowhead and Icy Veins for is finding out which talents are like core damaging abilities. Like, you cannot do damage as this spec if you don't take XYZ. And those things you'll probably want to take in leveling, raiding, dungeons, whatever. And then after that, once you've gotten your core talent points down, then you can start looking at it from a perspective of like, okay, what actually helps me while leveling? So maybe there's this ability that applies a damage over time effect that lasts for 30 seconds, and it does so much damage, but it takes 30 seconds to do that damage. Well, that might be really good in raids, but you can maybe look at that and say, yeah, I mean, things don't really live longer than 5 seconds in leveling. Maybe I just skip this talent and put a point into something else. It's also one of the reasons why dot classes tend to not be amazing for leveling, because a lot of their damage is like over a longer period of time, whereas stuff like Windwalker or Guardian, which just does big chunks of damage right up front, that's where you're going to get like your most of your leveling efficiency. So to kind of answer your question now with that background, when I'm doing world record runs, I have my entire talent build set up, and it usually happens to be things that I actually play, right? Like, I've played Guardian a lot at max level, so I'm familiar with all of the talents. I've played Windwalker and Brewmaster a lot at max level, so I know exactly what all of their talents do, and I can actually, like, look at that, and without even looking at a guide, say, okay, this is what I want for leveling, this is the stuff that I can, live without. When I'm doing testing runs, like, for instance, the Shaman run last weekend, you can actually, if you go to that speedrun, you can see my thought process. I actually spent a good 30 to 45 minutes before the run started, basically looking over talents, discussing my thought process on which things I would want to prioritize, which things seemed good, which things seemed like they just wouldn't be super useful in the leveling setting. And Shaman, in that case, was something that I've played Shaman before, but I haven't played it in Dragonflight before that speedrun. And it's also one of my least played classes, so it's something I'm not super familiar with. So in that case, I was kind of looking at guides, trying to figure out, okay, what do I need? What can I like switch around for utility stuff, like for movement speed or whatever while leveling? And maybe that will give you a better idea on what it is that I consider when picking talent points. Did half of Dawn of the Infinite yesterday and seems cooler than Aberrus. I think they're both cool. I mean, one's a raid, one's a dungeon, right? I like Aberrus as a raid. Dawn of the Infinite's a fun dungeon. Am I going to do a video about the new Time Rift trinkets? Kind of. I'm going to do a catch-up video, which will be out in a few days, and I will mention Time Rift trinkets on them. Time Rift trinkets are not broken, right? They are not like Drogbar rocks. They are honestly, I would say all of the new Time Rift trinkets at max item level are weaker than a 411 Drogbar rocks, to give you an idea of just how overpowered those 411 trinkets are. These things are not worth their own video covering, but they will be a subsection of the alt catch-up video, because they are at least decent for low-level gearing up alts. Okay, last thing before I start the run, and then I will catch up and chat after. Would I consider leveling as Feral, or is Guardian always better? Guardian is always better. For leveling, Feral offers literally 0 advantages. Everything that Feral can do, Guardian can do better. Like, once again, for leveling specifically. All right. So, going to enter world here. And as I mentioned at the start of the stream, we are jumping right into the end of a level 10 to 60 run, right? So this is kind of simulating exactly what it would be like if I was going into the 60 to 70 portion of a full run. Start our timer here. All right. So you can see here, I still have 20 minutes left on Draft of 10 lands, and I want to immediately, first things first, go straight to Abyssian over here. We're going to start this quest line. And then while I go, I can switch out some of my consumables. So I got all this stuff. Throw my flask on there. I have fried bonefish. Take my healing potion, put it over there. Talk to Abyssian. And pick up these quests. And once again, I will just say, there is, of course, a chance always that we will hit a memory leak. Usually it doesn't happen outside of Valdrakken, but I have seen it happen outside of Valdrakken. So if the stream starts lagging really badly and my audio cuts out, then it's because there's a memory leak. You can yell at me in chat and you can say, the stream's fucked. Just know that I will notice it. It might take me like 30 seconds or something, but I will notice it, and then whenever I get to like a nice stopping point, I will restart the game, and then all of the issues will be fixed. It is something that I have looked into. It's either I don't do any streamed 60 to 70 runs, or we just accept the fact that memory leaks are a thing that can happen, and there is no permanent solution for them, unfortunately. Keep up the great content. Have a nice stream. Thank you, Ragura. Good to see you. All right, so head in here. Nice. It didn't dismount me. Perfect. And oh my god, I'm stuck in the wall. Oh, tragic. Okay. Now, do we get good RNG with the Zeppelin? Worst case scenario, if I get bad Zeppelin RNG, I can always portal to Valdrakken. But doing that means I am risking a memory leak, and it's technically a time loss because I'll probably have to restart the game. which is never fun. Okay, throw Veiled Augment Rune down there. All right. That's not like perfect RNG, but that is good RNG. Oh, fucking hell. All right, buddy. Very funny. I probably I don't know if this guy is specifically here to camp me. I actually, you know what? I kind of hope that that guy is just here to camp me, because the alternative to that is that there is an actual human being that just sits around the Zeppelin Tower in war mode waiting to gank people. And that is how they spend their day. And that is just a much more depressing thought than if, you know, it's somebody trying to gank a streamer. You know, ganking a streamer, shitty, but acceptable. But just chilling at a Zeppelin Tower doing that. And you know what? Unfortunately, I think it may actually be the latter, because look at all the skeletons here. I think that Druid genuinely does just spend his days sitting here ganking low-level characters in war mode. Like, I think maybe probably not really a hot take, but, you know, if you do that, you are just actually a fucking loser. Maybe reconsider your life choices, because what the fuck? That is just really fucking stupid. But one of the nice things about this Zeppelin RNG is that it's good, but because it's not perfect, it actually gives me time to clear up my bags, which I like, because by giving me time to clear up my bags, I can justify this, right? Because I have to wait here anyways. I'll keep all my gray items so I can use it for appearances. But I like having a clean inventory. So let's get rid of all of that. This off my bars. Okay, I'm not high enough level to use those consumables yet. Throw Buzzing Rune on there. I think that covers all the consumes. I need drums. Right. Move drums there. Yeah, all the other stuff is like lower level things. Alright. So we're gonna take our dragon riding talents here. Just quickly spend all these points. It's only like a slight time save to dragon ride to shore, so I'm honestly not even too concerned about, oh, do I click these talents super fast, because I need to actually add my dragon riding mount to my bars. Would be good if I did that. And just gonna go down here, and then we're gonna fly to shore and just rearrange my stuff in the right order. And as I said before, it's going to take me a little bit to get to a point where I can reasonably read chat without getting distracted. There's a lot of like mini things that I need to get right here to not lose time. And if I take a moment to look at chat, even if it's just like 1 second, it could end up screwing me over. It could end up losing time. So we're just going to wait on that. Did I get a memory leak? No memory leak so far. I've gotten like a small hit to my frame rate, which usually means that a memory leak is coming. So at some point, I will probably just restart my game real quick, just because. And you'll notice I'm not queuing for dungeons just yet, even though I could, if I wanted to. I could queue for random Dragonflight dungeons. I'm not going to, specifically because at level 60, my scaling is still really bad. I'm not able to use any of my upgraded earlooms. All of that stuff kicks in at level 61. And unfortunately, one of the changes that was advertised for patch 10.1.5, literally in the patch notes, is Chromie time now goes up to level 61. Guess what? No, it doesn't. I did multiple testing runs on the PTR, and it wasn't working. I submitted bug reports for every single one of them, and it's still bugged on live servers, which, I mean, I don't know. Like, I can't say I'm terribly surprised, but I do think it's like, I don't really understand how you put something like that in your patch notes as one of the changes, and it literally has just never worked. It's like in the early design stages for 10.1.5, they decided they were going to make that change. They wrote it down on like their planned list of changes and then put it out on like the planned patch notes, and then they just like never actually did it, but they still have been claiming that it's happening. I don't know. I just think it's weird to like advertise a change and then literally at no point ever make one step towards making that happen. The only thing they've actually updated is now the map will show level 61. So the map lies to you and says that your zone is scaling, and it is in fact not scaling. So I don't know. It's weird, and it's a little bit unfortunate because it also means that I can't like fully accurately test this, because whenever they do fix that, presumably I would imagine they still do plan on making that change at some point. And that does kind of change up the routing for 60 to 70. It's not enough to make me like not do testing runs. Like I could just say, well, I guess I'm not able to do any testing runs until Blizzard fixes this, but it's like it's still mostly the same route. You're just going to be doing slightly less stuff within Dragonflight when you do it that way. It'll be very nice for quality of life, and it'll be slightly faster, but I don't know. I'm still going to be doing my testing runs right now anyway. I fucking hit a tree branch, man. But yeah, unfortunately, because that change has not actually happened, it means that I am unable to queue for dungeons immediately. I have to wait. Oh my god, I could not click that to save my life. Alright, we're going to go over here, do unlearn, Control C, and then I'm going to over here to skinning, train me, yep, skinning, and then professions, skinning, learn. Now I need to go over here. I'm going to talk to you, complete the Sendrax quest. Then I need to go, I believe, yeah, this is where I click on the map. So pick Waking Shores. Oh, the map bug is back. Unfortunate. See, this bug was gone for a while, and now it is returned. There is no way to get this off your screen except reloading. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm just going to restart my game here, because that should basically give me time until the next memory leak really rears its head, even though it hasn't fully kicked in yet. And I have to reload anyway, and the RP should be playing in the background. Let me... Not Volpera for Epic Hearthstone Trickery. I mean, I could be Volpera. This isn't like a world record attempt, right? This is just, I had a High Mountain Tarn monk sitting around, and I'm using it for testing. Also, Volpera doesn't really help that much anymore. It definitely doesn't really help for 60 to 70. There is basically nothing in the 60 to 70 route where having make camp would really save any significant amount of time. Volpera Racial is primarily useful for low-level stuff. And it also, mostly before, was useful for doing riding training, and that is no longer really a thing. Mostly just because with the changes to riding training, you don't actually need to go back to learn it, so you don't need to... Oh, 1 second. UI is kind of like fucking me over here a little bit. We can make this, and then... Yeah, basically, it's nowhere near as important now as it was in the past. We're going to learn mining. I might need to pick up this quest. No, okay. We're on a different one. Right. I see. So this is the one... I did not actually start the RP. It's not a big deal. Talk to Ambassador, whatever. Yeah, we're fine. Click this. Then I'm going to go over here. I'm going to pick up this quest, use this, use one of these, and then... Oh, that took a little while. Okay, did I abandon mining? I did abandon mining, so I can go over here, take enchanting. Learn this quest. Turn this in. Turn this stuff in. Then I have to go do this anyway. All right. Why don't I stop timer? I'm not going to stop timer. That's not how this works. When the timer starts, the timer doesn't stop until the run is over. I'm not going to pause it just for 30 seconds, right? You know, it's a real-time speedrun. That includes technical difficulties. That includes anything, right? You don't just start and stop the timer when you feel like it. Okay, blacksmithing stuff. So this is where I need to do this. You love my content. Thank you. Dragon Isles. I will catch up on the rest of chat in a little bit. I'm seeing bits and pieces as I go. But all right. I want to sort by first craft bonus. Did that not? Didn't click. Okay. All right. Almost at level 61. So while the Sendrax RP is going on, we're just getting all of our first craft experience out of the way. And this will get me to level 61 very easily. There we go, level 61. All right, train me. Right, there's a little bit of additional RP that I can start here. So I need to make sure I don't auto-attack that guy. Need to be very careful. His mount is trying to, like, dash in front of my cursor there. That is almost disastrous. Now, have I gotten all my first craft XP? I don't think I have. No, still a few more. So right now I'm watching my bar. You can see I'm getting less and less. So I think I got none from that last one. I'm going to do one more just to be sure. Do I get anything off this? I do not. All right, we've gotten all of the available first craft experience. Can't get any more. So hop on here. I'm going to do this. And I think, yeah, now I just need to wait. And then I talk to Sendrax. And then starts the last little bit of RP. And then I can go start doing these quests over here. I can also, at this point, just gonna kill this guy real quick. Once my cooldowns have faded, I can... Oh, you know what? I just realized something. Are WAD rares worth it? No. Let me fix something real quick. I'm gonna go into OBS, adjust advanced audio properties. All right. I just realized I forgot to make it so you can actually hear my game sound, so I think only my audio has been playing now. But yes, WAD rares are not worth it. Okay, so now that I'm 61, what I can quickly do is equip my gear. So that would be this thing, Shadebound, gloves, chest, bracers, boots, upgraded heirlooms. Take that ring there. Do that. Do that. And I replace my neck, pants. Frozen Devotion replaces this one. And yeah, that is everything for right now. I can also use my consumables. I can't spend too long doing this, though, because we are still on a tight timer for my XP pot. In fact, because of that... okay, Buzzing Rune, I need to apply one more. Because of the XP pot, I'm going to continue doing quests here for 5 more minutes, just because I want to make the most of that 10% experience. And then once that expires, that is when I will be queuing for dungeons. And then at that point, I can like look at chat because I will be on less of like an extremely tight timer. But right now, I really want to make sure I'm making the most of that buff. Alright. I think I've gotten all of the elementals I need. Now I need to get these volcanic geodes. I need 2 more. So there's 1 there. There's 1 over here. And then I need to go into the cave and kill an elemental. So don't hit a rock. I hit a rock. Ah, there is, Sorry. But you gotta do certain things when you're in a speedrun setting. Man, I feel like an asshole, but you know what? I'm not gonna sit there and wait an entire, like, minute for that mob to respawn when I could just take it. So, sometimes you gotta be the one ganking people. But, my heart goes out to that shaman because I would probably have broken my keyboard if that were me. So, you know. Is what it is, I guess. PvP happened on a PvP server? Yes, it fucking did. Man. That is, He's gonna probably try to kill me, for the record. I would if I were him, right? Like, if I were that shaman, I would fucking hunt down my entire family after that shit. That is, like... That is fucking brutal. Okay, talk to Sendrax, and... How close am I to... Oh, I have to fucking lay siege to Dragonbane Keep? Yeah, fucking... Ugh, yuck, yuck, yuck. Alright, so now... What do I need to do? I think all my other stuff is in order. I forgot to equip my blacksmithing tool... Or no, I did, right? No, I never equipped my blacksmithing tool. Shit. Whatever. I can clear up my bags a little bit. Just get rid of this then. Don't need it. Toss that. Toss, toss. I have to keep my heirlooms. Actually, do I? It's honestly too much effort to even vendor them. I think that's it. Yeah, I'm going to keep that because I want the appearances later, because this isn't on the PTR, it is on live servers. And while Sendrax talks, I also need to set up my talents. Let's go with Empowered Tiger Lightning, transfer the power, and I need 1 more point here. I guess I'll start heading down to Fort Brew. Shit, there we go. Actually, do I even want Tiger Statue? I don't really think I do. I would rather have Fort Brew. On Windwalker Monk, this really doesn't do much. Fort Brew lets me do larger pulls, though, so... throw that over on T, I guess. Don't really have any other better place to put it. And now I'm going to queue for dungeons. So now I'm queuing for a random Dragonflight dungeon as a tank. If you want to try to queue snipe me now is your chance. And I will have to set up my Brewmaster talents as I go. That was fast, actually. Shit. Never mind. Okay, it should automatically swap me into Brewmaster spec. But I did prep my bars ahead of time, because in theory my bars would be somewhat put together. If this was a 10 to 60 speedrun, because I would have done dungeons in TBC earlier on, so I would have some Brewmaster stuff set up. So I cleaned that up just so I'm not going in blind. This healer is taking a very long time to accept it, but I can just do quests while I wait. Alright, Algathar Academy. So let's see if the change is actually working properly. Do we get the dungeon quest? Oh, my frames are hideous. Hold on. Is it interface, I think? Class colors? There we go. Alright, then over here. Crit buff. Alright. And I have most of my stuff. I don't have every single one of my talents spent at this level, but I have more than enough that I should be able to, you know, tank this dungeon perfectly fine. Yeah, it should be good. And then I can spend my talent points when I get a chance. No dungeon quests? I might have auto-accepted it. You are right, though. Where is the dungeon quest? That would be bad. If they forgot to implement that, too, that is, that's really bad, Blizzard. Yeah, where's the dungeon quest? Okay. I may just end up doing 0 dungeons, if that's how it is. Or at least only do the ones, like Ultimon, that I have the quest for. Algathar definitely has a dungeon quest. Or it's supposed to. It's supposed to scale down. But one of the nice things... Okay, I'm going to double check. There is no Algathar dungeon quest? Alright. There's supposed to be an entrance... An NPC at the entrance? I don't really think there was one. I looked around. Algathar has one from the Valdrakken Tower. Yeah, I think maybe if it's flagged as level 70. Alright, well, either way. So once again, if you missed some of the earlier speedruns for TBC stuff, you kill the first boss so you don't get put on the 30-minute timer. You still have to wait 12 minutes, but if it doesn't have a dungeon quest, it's not efficient. Luckily, that dungeon is very fast to get to the first boss and just immediately move on. But that might make Alcathar the only dungeon that doesn't have an eligible dungeon quest, because I know a lot of people are saying Kalikos offers one. That is what I thought as well, and that is, I think, what should be happening. What I think is going on is that they accidentally flagged the Kalikos quest as a level 70 quest, and as a result, it's not being offered in dungeons, because even though it technically can be picked up by leveling characters, I don't know. That's my best guess. You don't get that from zoning in, aside from Ultimon. None of the dungeons do. Okay. Well, I didn't see an NPC at the entrance, so unless I completely missed it, somebody can let me know. Maybe if somebody can queue for Algathar Academy and tell me if I just happened to miss it, or if it is not working properly, that would be useful information. But at that point, I'm just going to assume that Blizzard didn't implement it properly and move on. Don't need to change anything else. At some point, I need to use my fried bonefish. I can do that right now. Or I should have been able to do that right now, and then I somehow got in combat with the Phoenix, which is really unfortunate. Because this is where I would be using my food buff. Oh well. They don't work in any dungeon for you? Okay, well that would be useful information. If somebody's able to test it, let me know if there are dungeon quests, because I saw owners said there was an NPC at the entrance to Ruby White Pools, like that. So according to owner, at least one is working for Ruby Life Pools. I am fairly sure it's working for Neltharis though, because I did when I did I did a Neltharis Mythic Plus the other night, and I saw someone offering a quest. Admittedly, I didn't click on it to check it out. I was like, oh, that's probably the dungeon NPC. So I think that one is working at least. So I'm pretty sure that means that some of them are working correctly. I'm more curious if Algathar had one and I just completely missed it. Neltharis had one, but besides that, you don't see any. Okay. I hate GTFO. Like, you touch the lava with your pinky toe and it starts freaking out. Dungeon quests do not auto-pop in any Dragonflight dungeons. No, you're, So, yes, they are supposed to. That is a recent change. I know what you're saying, Rexall. That is, not correct. Or at least it's not supposed to be correct. It has been correct up until right now. What they have changed in patch 10.1.5 is they have made it so the dungeon quests are within the dungeons. Specifically because, you know, a lot of other dungeons worked like that, where, you know, you would get it within the dungeon. So that is a new change, or it is at least supposed to be. But I don't think the change is working correctly. At least not for Algathar Academy specifically. You thought it was sound in your game? Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, let me... Now that we're in between dungeons, I will try to catch up on chat. You did a few Dragonflight dungeons, you did Halls of Infusion in Neltharis, and they had quests. Okay. It might just be Algathar Academy because of the level 70 thing. That is at least my theory right now. So, we'll see. The dungeons without quests are super bad. Yeah, I guess for all of the dungeons to not work properly, Algathar is probably the best one to not work. A little bit unfortunate that I got it as my very first one, but at least it's really easy to just kill the boss and get out of there. So, you know, there is that. It could have been a lot worse. Could have been like Neltharis, where you have to clear like a shit ton of trash before you can even get to the boss. You didn't get it in halls? Maybe it's depending on level? I would hope not. That would be really bad. Considering halls is, what, level 69 or something? At that point, it would be kind of redundant, considering you can actually pick up the Halls of Infusion quest at a low level. So, I don't know. You're checking Algathar Academy? Awesome, thank you. That'll be useful. You know, this is annoying me now, especially with the amount of lava in this zone, and Skyreach takes me straight into a lava puddle. Going to just go in here, find GTFO, and turn it off. And then let me scroll up. What are the best leveling enchants? Go check out my shopping list. Linked in my Discord. It's also been linked in multiple speedruns. I have a shopping list for all of like the enchants that I use. It's a Google Doc. I will eventually make it like a polished website page. Right now it's just a Google Doc. It's written mostly in shorthand, but it will give you all of the information that you need. Finally get to catch a stream live. Good luck in the test run. Thank you, Garrett M, if you're still here. Finally got around to your message. It's most likely what they're doing. You don't understand PvP Zerk brains? Yeah, definitely. I wouldn't be surprised if that guy was trying to gank the Zeppelin. We're gonna head over to Syndrax. Playing since Kata and discovered about item recovery yesterday. So useful and quick. Yeah, the item recovery process is very, very nice. Really useful. Alright, what else? What am I aiming for? Sub 3 hours? Yeah, probably sub 3 hours. Sub 3 hours is like my standard time, I suppose. It's not like a world record attempt, right? I've gotten most of my prep work done, so if I'm slightly over 3 hours, I will not be disappointed. But I think, yeah, sub 3 hours is pretty much what I'm aiming for. If I manage to do that, it means that my route is, like, pretty much solid, and I don't really need to change much. But, yeah, I would say that is, like, a reasonable estimate. You manifested the memory leak in your client? I am sorry. I think the quest to get the Fremount in Zandalar bugs out the city and all NPCs disappear. Ah, that is unfortunate. You're trying to level your warrior, your level 60 warrior, same as me. Is there a main expansion people still level in? I mean, I don't know if I would say there is an expansion that is considered the main one, but if you're looking for the fastest zones, I have a leveling guide, which, you know, I'm pretty sure it's linked in the description. Last boss of the expansion will be a dragon riding boss, and it'll be a tree branch. Yeah, that would be something. Nice. I love the recast Touch of Death thing. Alright, and why am I in combat? Oh, I hate the random stuck in combat things. I think it's a Storm, Earth, and Fire problem. Like, maybe when Storm, Earth, and Fire is active, you can't drop combat. Because there, I was literally not in combat with anything, and I'm just sitting there and I can't attack. Or can't mount up, I mean. Then we have to go into the furnace, grab this book. Then there's one more on the top floor up here. And I'll just... Fury, grab you. Log in, wait 30 seconds, and log back in if you have the requirements to do the dungeon, but it's blanked out. Oh, is that a bug people are encountering? I haven't run into that personally. Oh, Sendrax is... Come on. I think Sendrax pathed through mobs, and that caused her pathfinding to get fucked up. Then when she got in combat, she just slowed down. Right. Get Sendrax over here, and then... Oh my god, Sendrax, come on. There we go. And... There we go. Let's see. It's fair, that's the interaction of World PvP, yeah. You should let me remote access your computer. I can 100% help with tech issues. Very legitimate and very real. Yeah, I'm sure. Let's see. I want to at least focus on this, because this quest, if I fuck up the gun shoes, I can lose a bit of time. So I'm not going to catch up on chat while I'm doing this, but this is a straightaway. I think they only mentioned they're implementing them from Shadowlands and BFA. No, it's definitely for Dragonflight. Definitely, absolutely, it is for Dragonflight. I can assure you that. Let's see. You no longer have to do the prereqs to the dungeon quests. You shouldn't have to. Yes, when it's working correctly. You can read the patch notes yourself. They specifically say that that is the intent, right? Whether it's working or not, that is up for debate, right? Just like, as mentioned before, the intent, as clearly stated by the patch notes, is that Chromie time will scale up to level 61. That is not currently working. That does not mean that's not what they intended, or that it doesn't mean that they intended for it not to work like that. In the patch notes, word for word, it says that that's a change. So I would not be terribly surprised if they didn't fully implement this, because they clearly didn't put a lot of effort into testing the questing stuff, which, whatever. There's quests, but you're 70. Yeah. I wonder. Yeah, I guess, Owner, can you check on a non-level 70 character? Because if my theory's correct, right, and it is scaling for level 70s, then, yeah, it wouldn't really change anything. I guess it's good to know that at least the quest is supposed to show up for Algathar. I did not see it. It is entirely possible that I am blind. I would not put it past myself to miss that. Alright, so now I need to pick up the tailoring quest. It's the last one, so we'll just do unlearn or enchanting. Then I will talk to you, train me in tailoring. This, pick up this quest. And I can do a big turn in. What's my timer at? 1 minute left until I can queue. And I have to, unfortunately, manually click all these. Or some of them will autocomplete, I guess. Alright. Well, you find a non-level 70 character? Awesome, I appreciate it. Egg delivery, yeah. Very curious to see how this turns out. Yeah. Almost forgot. We're gonna quickly kill these rares just because it's efficient. Blazik the Ascended and whatever this guy is over here. Terralod the Devout. Yeah. So just gonna blast these. I don't need to worry about that. Talent points, I'm going to take Fortifying Brew CD. Stuck in a tree branch. Hopefully the time is good. Oh no. No! Oh, wait, that wasn't the rare mob. I totally did not need to do that. That was... Look... I saw him killing a mob, I just assumed it was the rare mob, and I may have gotten a little carried away there. Either way, he killed my rare mob, so you know what? It's revenge for it's revenge for making me wait 30 seconds for this rare mob to respawn. PvP for speed leveling, yeah. Look, if war mode didn't give an XP buff, I wouldn't have it on. I don't like having to do this, right? But you know, it is what it is. Alright, and let's get the fuck out of here before he comes back. I don't want to be staying here when that shaman resurrects and blows all his cooldowns on me. Also, I wasn't paying attention, but was that the same shaman? I don't think it was, because I think the other guy's probably, like, way farther behind. But it was a shaman both times, so... I mean, if that was the same dude 2 times, I would feel really fucking bad about that. But I think at the very least it was a different person. Murders everyone he meets, then says, I don't want to do this, guys. Look, yeah, Blizzard's making me do it, alright? I have been effectively coerced into murder because Blizzard put an experience buff behind it. Like, you know, it's a speedrun, right? You gotta go fast. That means I need to kill a few people? Well, such is life. Okay, turn this in and then I'll accept the queue. Let me scroll up. I missed a few messages. I don't even know where to pick up quests for the Waking Shores campaign. You're so dumb. No, I mean, it comes with practice. You're not dumb just because it's your first time. Okay, the Neltharis quest is working. So that's good to know. At least it's not all broken. I think it was specifically Algathar Academy. Wasn't working properly. I don't really want to stop and pick up my talents right now, so what I'm going to do is we're going to do this pull, and then when I'm running from Magma Tusk over to the next set of trash, so after the first boss, that is when I will pick my talents, because there's like a little bit of walking and stuff. And all my buffs are still rolling. I need to actually loot the mobs because of this. It's also, like, a normal dungeon, so I'm doing, like, the pulls that I normally do for M+, right? But I could probably just kind of hold W and go, and it really won't matter. It's not like any of this can actually kill you. Especially as a Brewmaster monk. So, this is, at this point, really fucking safe. What do I think about Dragonflight being the standard for new players? So, somebody actually brought that up in my Discord the other day. So we had a conversation about that. I think, depending on what they mean by Dragonflight being the new standard for players, that's fine. So right now, BFA, if you don't have Chromie Time turned on, as many people already know, BFA is like the baseline, right? It's what players get funneled into. And that is obviously very bad. Now, the fact that now all fresh accounts, everybody has access to Chromie Time, they finally changed that in 10.1.5, that's really good. That's a great change. So, what I hope is that when they say Dragonflight is the default experience for new players, after, you know, the expansion ends, what I hope they just mean is that within the base game experience, if you don't have Chromie Time selected, that is what new players will get funneled towards. Just like how for Dragonflight, right, or for leveling right now, you will get breadcrumb quests for BFA no matter what you do. The game will push you towards taking that. Chart Passions, Elusive Footwork. Yep. Touch of Death cooldown, Resonant Fist, Summon White Tiger Statue, Diffuse, Generous Pour. I want to make sure I almost walked off the edge there, but we're good. I think I got most of my talents. I think I have all of them. Yeah, we're good. Gonna grab the chain. I want to make sure I hit all of the mobs with this. There we go. Did that actually do damage? I think that went off. I don't know if the chain is scaling properly. but I think that worked correctly. I don't know. Either way, doesn't fucking matter. Let's see. Come on. Just gonna keep running. Throw my white tiger statue there. I'm not going to pull the boss because it will get people locked out, but I am going to LOS around the corner over here. And we're just going to spinning crane kick them down. And there we go. Alright, nice. Everybody's keeping up. Beautiful. And I hope that I can turn in the quest at the end of the dungeon. So, as long as they made it so that is a thing that you can do, you can just, like, teleport out of dungeon, teleport back in, just like you do with TBC dungeons, then that would be perfect. And then you can just easily slot in Dragonflight dungeons to the leveling process without really changing much of anything else. Chargath, and just, yeah, Touch of Death him. Easy peasy. Are time rifts worth it for leveling? No, time rifts are abysmal for leveling. If you want to do them while leveling so that when you hit max level, you have the tokens, I mean, it may not be a bad idea. You won't get, like, any meaningful experience, but it's like, it can technically be worth it to do time rifts early so that you start stockpiling on XP, because you can only do it, like, once per hour, right? So, just means that you'll get your hour cooldowns done ahead of time. Right, but in terms of actual, like, are time rifts good for leveling? No, they give, like, literally no XP whatsoever. It's kind of weird. I don't even know why you're allowed to participate in it while leveling, because it clearly was not meant to be a leveling feature. So yeah. Don't really fully know what was their decision-making with that one. We all say we don't want it, yet we all do it. Yeah. Imagine it's the same guy, poor shaman. Yeah, let's just pretend that it was the same shaman both times. Well, you know. He died for speed. It was worth it. Who are we killing? I can help hide the body. Oh, thank you. Wow, my chat is so helpful and wholesome. You know, they're just trying to contribute to making the run better. I appreciate you all. Is there an XP boost from a 70 that can be given at the moment? I'm not sure what you mean by XP boost from a 70. Like, can you get boosted by a level 70? If that's your question, yes. Right? Boosting has always been a thing. There have been times where boosting is, like, arguably not as efficient as questing. Oh, fuck. Keep hitting the wrong button. Right now, I would say boosting is maybe slightly faster than solo questing if you have, like, a team of 70s really helping you out. But personally, and once again, my personal thoughts, so your mileage may vary, I don't really think it's that much faster than just leveling yourself. So, a lot of people tell me that they get infinitely faster times doing or getting boosted than they do if they try to solo level. And, like, I guess if you're not familiar with the questing route, and you haven't done it, like, 20 times like I have, I guess I can understand how maybe it would be slower than just, like, literally paying somebody to do it. But for me, nah, I don't know. Like, even without all my fancy speed leveling stuff, I could probably just slap on some basic heirlooms, grab, like, a few rank 2 Glacial Furies that I have left over or something like that, and I think that would be more than enough for me to level faster than if I were to get boosted. But once again, what you don't really see with that is all of the practice that goes into it. Like, obviously, I've done a million runs. I have all of this down, you know, muscle memory, so it's obviously going to be faster for me to do that than the average player. But I think the more important thing for boosting is really, like, is it worth it for you? Like, I actually I bought one boost, Brackenhide Hollow boosting at the start of 10.1 because I needed to, I was working on a guide and I needed to get enough reputation to reach Renown 10 on one of my characters, and to do that I needed one more level 70, and I needed to do the Myrit digs and that level 70 to mail over the rep token. But I literally had no time to level. It was like the last day of Darkmoon Fair. I was in the process of working on 2 different video scripts that I needed to have out within 24 hours. So I literally just paid somebody gold to do that. And it took like 3 hours or something, 3.5 or whatever, which for 60 to 70, not the worst, right? But I literally only did that because I had physically no time and I needed the character leveled that very day. You know, if I have free time, I always think it's better to just go ahead and level it while I'm watching Hulu or something, right? It's, you know, I've been watching The Americans on Hulu. My dad recommended it, and it's a very good show. And it's like, if I'm gonna sit in bed or like on the couch or whatever and watch something on my phone, or level a character up while I watch it on my computer on my second monitor, well, it's a no-brainer. In one case, I'm getting something done while also watching a show. In the other case, I'm just sitting there doing nothing. Right. So, that's at least my personal take on it, right? And I think, yeah, the research tome is off Warlord Saga. So I believe I would have to teleport out and teleport back in to get this turn in. And where are the gold piles? Is the gold shield not a mechanic on normal Nelthars? I guess not. Either way. Alright, so let's see. Teleport out of dungeon. Oh, fuck, we're in combat. I teleport out of dungeon. Teleport to dungeon. Yeah, alright. And it's, you just turn it in at the entrance. Sure, I guess this group was pretty good. I'll queue up. Yeah, as long as the healer's queuing up. I only ever re-queue if the healer is doing it as well. Otherwise, I don't consider it, you know, really efficient. Tanking is this easy? I mean, tanking is easy when you have ridiculously overpowered gear, right? So, I forgot to put my dragon riding. I didn't really think about actually needing to do that. I guess. Oh no! You're kidding me, man! Okay, is it here this time? Did I miss it? Let's look. Where is the Algathar dungeon quest? I don't see an NPC anywhere here. Is it... at right pillar. So I assume you mean like over there? Because it's definitely not in here. Man. Is this just going to be, you can't miss it? Okay, then it's definitely not there. Alright. Because I looked! Yeah. Alright, so everybody's saying that, you know, it's not up. Man, is this just going to be a stream where I get like 1,000,000 Algathar Academies back to back, and it's the only dungeon that Blizzard didn't get to work properly? It would be kind of unfortunate, because that would mean I would probably need to do yet another speedrun, which, I mean, I know everybody else is probably like, hooray, more speedruns, which, like, you know, I know people like watching it. But for me, it's like, the sooner I get done doing this testing, the more I could do fun speedruns that aren't just, like, doing the same route over and over for, you know, guide writing stuff. But the unfortunate thing is, if it's like, if I get extremely bad RNG, then that's not really average, right? I can't really use that as a baseline. And getting Algathar Academy 2 times within the first 3 dungeons, and it's the only one that's not working, is really, really bad. Yeah, I know there's a quest in Valdrakken from Kalec, but the entire point of the changes, the reason why the changes are good, is the fact that you don't need to go get the quest, right? That's the main appeal to these dungeon changes. It's the fact that you can just do quests nonstop, and then just queue for dungeons on the side, and then you will just get the quests when you walk in. So it saves you a lot of routing time. So if I need to go and get the quest from Kalec, like, at that point it becomes inefficient, unfortunately. And I also hate this because it means I have to fucking leave the group, because I can't realistically do a dungeon where I'm getting, like, a fraction of the experience. So the quest is, like, roughly... I don't think it's double XP for... Dragonflight dungeons, the quests are roughly almost the entire XP value of TBC. It's less so here, but it is still one of those where it's like, if you can choose between losing a shit ton of XP or just queuing again later, you choose queuing again later. Unfortunate. Yeah, I just saw somebody commented on the YouTube emotes. There's some bug with YouTube emotes at the moment, a few people have commented, where if you use an emote in your message, it like erases the rest of your message and only sends the emote. I don't know what's causing it, but yeah, it's something a lot of people have run into. So, I don't know if there's a way to fix it. I'm not super familiar with YouTube emotes, unfortunately, but it is a known issue. A lot of people have mentioned it. Let me swap back to Windwalker. Alright, let me try to scroll up and catch up on chat a little bit. They should change to Legion or Dragonflight as the default expansion. Yeah. So, all that to say, because I guess I got sidetracked from that topic. If Dragonflight is just replacing BFA only as, like, the default, right? Where if you have no chromie time selected, that is what it sends you on. That's great. That's a universally good change. Nobody can complain about that. What I will be very pissed off with is if by saying that Dragonflight will be the experience for new players, if they force new players into Dragonflight. Because sure, Dragonflight as an experience is infinitely better than BFA, right? So the new player experience, pre-chromie time for everybody, where, you know, everybody was forced into BFA, yes, that is infinitely worse than if everybody was forced into Dragonflight. However, why not give people more options? They've already made it so everyone has access to chromie time. I feel like at this point, if they go back on that, and they just randomly say at the end of Dragonflight, yeah, actually now new players no longer have access to chromie time, they're forced to go through Dragonflight on their first, like, playthrough. I don't know. I think that's lame. Because, who knows, Dragonflight may end up being really good, but I don't really see any reason why restricting variety is something that should be encouraged. So, hopefully, Blizzard doesn't do that. Generally, I would hope that they are smart enough to not go back on good changes, but they have made some mistakes like that before. Like, you know, fucking Azerite stuff. It's my favorite example to cite. They were doing so well at the start of BFA, making changes, and then they just kind of doubled back on it. But Dragonflight so far, the theme of the expansion has been listening to players. And they've been pretty good about that, so hopefully, if enough people say that at the very least chromie time should remain for all accounts, which I think is a pretty universally well-received change, then Blizzard will keep that. And as long as they do that, I don't really care what else they do. You know, Dragonflight being the default expansion is good, but Dragonflight is also kind of a hard one to evaluate, because I think a lot of people have already asked me, do I think Dragonflight will be good for chromie time leveling once it is part of chromie time? Kind of like, you know, how Shadowlands is now part of chromie time, but nobody does it. And it's a tricky question to answer, because I think one of the main things is it's always very difficult to say, you know, is Dragonflight going to be faster? The slowest parts of Dragonflight are slow, right? It may seem like an oxymoron or a stupid thing to say, right? But Dragonflight has some bits of it that are very efficient. Say, profession leveling. But you can never really fully replace the chromie time leveling experience right now with Dragonflight without it being slower, because there are too many points, like, in the middle where it just slows down a lot. And you need to do some, like, you know, dungeon leveling stuff, or you need to have, like, XP modifiers, I don't know, like War Mode or something like that to really make it efficient. And I feel like they probably won't let profession leveling live past Dragonflight, which will also severely hinder its efficiency. So it's really hard to say. Another big one for how Dragonflight will play out in chromie time, like in a chromie time setting, is how dragon riding actually works. Because Dragonflight is designed, you know, with flying in mind, with dragon riding in mind. So it's like, even in some ways, in terms of like on-foot travel time, Dragonflight is almost worse to navigate on foot than a lot of other expansions, because Blizzard is assuming that you have dragon riding, because you get it right at the start. So if they make it so, like, for instance, you know, in BFA, you don't actually unlock the Heart of Azeroth while leveling. There's a lot of expansions like that where you don't actually get the main expansion feature until you hit max level. And it kind of makes the whole Chromie time process feel a little bit hollow. And if they do that with Dragonflight, 100% it will be extremely slow. It might even be slower than Shadowlands in that case. Because Shadowlands was designed without any flying in mind, and it's still slow. BFA was designed with dragon riding in mind, and when you have dragon riding, it is decently fast. It is one of the faster leveling expansions that they've added in recent years. But if you take dragon riding out of the equation, holy shit, would this be so slow. Imagine, like, trying to auto-run between all the stuff in Waking Shores, or, like, running on a slow mount or something like that. It would be terrible. It would be absolutely awful. So, the flip side of that is what happens if dragon riding is enabled in, Dragonflight Chromie time? Well, suddenly that causes the reverse issue, where you're doing Dragonflight with ultra fast flying, whereas every other expansion you have like a 20% or 60% move speed increase. So now it's kind of the reverse thing, right? Where one expansion has really fast travel and the others have really slow travel. And in that case, Dragonflight might actually be really overpowered. But then think about the other alternative. What if starting Dragonflight enables dragon riding, and then it is usable everywhere? Because presumably by the time Dragonflight is over, we will have dragon riding enabled in Old World zones. That is something they have clearly said they are working on. So imagine if, like the dollar on Hearthstone, you enter Dragonflight Chromie time, you unlock dragon riding, and then you use it for Hillsbred Foothills and Silverpine Forest. Well, in that case, Hillsbred Foothills and Silverpine Forest, from a like questing efficiency perspective, are obviously going to be better than Dragonflight, if you now can do them with dragon riding starting at level 10. So it's really impossible to evaluate how fast Dragonflight will actually be for for Chromie time, because we have no idea how dragon riding is going to work. And dragon riding is so integral to the speed of Dragonflight questing that until they make it clear what they plan on doing with that, who fucking knows? It has the potential to be really, really, really good, really, 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 really bad, or included in the route in the way that Dollar on Hearthstone is. I would say it is probably one of those. Admittedly, that kind of covers everything. Saying that it's either good or bad really doesn't leave much wiggle room, right? But I guess the one thing that I don't think Dragonflight will be is I don't think it'll be like a mediocre leveling expansion. I don't really think there's any way where it goes into Chromie time and it's just okay, right? Because its speed really lives or dies on the dragon riding issue. So it's either extremely inefficient or it's extremely efficient, or it is, like I said, the dollar on Hearthstone thing where you just pop in, unlock the dragon riding, and then nope out. How long do I have? 4 minutes until I can do the dungeon again. Anyways, it took a long time to answer that question, or, well, rather, I read a question slightly related to that and then kind of spiraled off to something else. Just quickly touch of death that guy. Sometimes you'd log in, immediately get the Shadowlands breadcrumbs, and would scream with rage. Yeah. Fuck, I forgot to retrieve the spear. That's what happens when I look at chat. Academy quest, you need to go back to the entrance again to turn in. Gotcha. It seems like that's just how all the quests work then. You just teleport out and teleport back in. That's, like, totally fine, though. That's, like, standard practice for dungeon stuff. Time refs are basic world content required for the weekly. Lobies would have access to them by default. I guess, yeah, that makes sense. Giving them access just so they could complete their Aiding the Accord quest. Unfortunately, here's a good spot for Radnax while I'm waiting on my Dragon Riding Vigor to come back. Yeah, unfortunately, I got Dragonbane Keep, right? Which there's no fucking shot in hell I'm doing that. You didn't see the patch notes at all. Read the Dragon Quest changes. You were wrong. Yeah, no, it's an understandable thing to be confused about. Don't worry at all. Because, yeah, it used to work the way you described, right? So, you were correct in a sense. But yeah, this is a recent change. That is the main thing that I'm testing here. All right, we can go back here and in this quest. And all right, got barely my last point of vigor. And then I don't know if I'll get enough. Okay, I got 1 vigor. I think, I'm just going to use Radnax to get down there because I want to conserve my Dragon Riding vigor. And Radnax is pretty good, right? It's not as fast as Dragon Riding, but it is still ludicrously fast for going on the ground. Will it be mainly dungeons all the way to 70? No. It'll be a mix. That's kind of the idea here. Pure questing will always be faster than pure dungeons. That is something that I'm not even going to bother testing again because it hasn't really changed. Pure questing historically has always been faster than the pure dungeons. The main thing that has sometimes been up for debate is whether pure questing is faster than a mix. I would say usually weaving in dungeons at specific points is faster, but you need to find the right points to weave in dungeons, and you need to find out when it's best to kind of just bail on dungeons and just do quests the rest of the way. You can be AFK while you're being boosted. Oh yeah, the whole... I mean, sure, but... Yeah, I think I already touched upon that subject earlier. I'm not really going to go into, like, more detail than I already did there. Come on. There we go, Touch of Death. I'll refresh my buffs before I forget. Let me scroll up. Ian answered during a community council that they plan on changing the heirloom system in the future. The current setup is too costly. Yeah. I didn't read the details. All I saw is that there's going to be an heirloom rework. I definitely agree that their solution for many years of just, you know, make it a gold sink, I think is terrible. Because, I don't know, back in the day, right, when leveling was, like, you know, supposed to be the main part of the game, I can understand the whole original implementation of heirlooms are supposed to be hard to get, and it's supposed to be something you have to work for at max level to, you know, earn the ability to level slightly faster. But honestly, I would actually say that even during the days of Wrath of the Lich King, when leveling is supposedly at its hardest, right? When heirlooms exist, right? Obviously, leveling was harder in vanilla, but heirlooms didn't exist, right? So outside the bounds of this conversation. But leveling in Wrath is kind of the hardest point ever when heirlooms have realistically existed, right? And I already have an entire full set of heirlooms in Wrath Classic for plate. And I'm most of the way done with the full druid set, or full, like, a leather set, which I plan on using for my druid. So, even back in the day, when leveling was supposed to be hard and earning all that stuff was supposed to take effort, I've already gotten so many heirlooms in Wrath Classic. And right now in retail, when leveling is supposed to be easy and something that you just kind of blitz through, and they've already made an effort to devalue heirlooms, it really hasn't made sense for a while that heirlooms are this gigantic gold sink that you're supposed to sink a shit ton of money into. It just doesn't make sense. Because heirlooms are meant to be this thing to just speed up the leveling process, to make it slightly easier, more convenient. And for veteran players, like most people I know don't give a shit, right? A lot of people, you know, I know have never upgraded their heirlooms because it's like, if you're going to spend gold on upgrading all of your heirlooms to max, at that point, honestly, I hate to say it, but you might as well just buy a boost. Now, I still think that if you plan on leveling a lot of characters, it is more cost-effective to upgrade certain heirlooms, right? Like, let's say, get your Minari Training Amulet up, get your rings up, because you can use those on all of your characters, stuff like that. But it definitely is really, 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 really expensive. And certain heirlooms that are, like, really not that important, right? Like, I have a two-hand Agi Staff fully upgraded and Brawler's Razor Claws upgraded. Some are slightly better for others, but is that something that the vast majority of players are going to do? No. I only really did it because I'm speed leveling, and that kind of difference matters. But the main target audience for heirlooms are people who are just trying to get, like, more alts up, or new players who are trying to get a bunch of characters and play around with the different classes. And it is really a harder system for them to get into than anyone, new players, that is, because it is so costly. So I'm glad they're doing some sort of rework with it. I hope that it's not just an upgrade rework. Like, that would be good, as I've said. But there are a few other things with heirlooms that I think just kind of need to be touched upon. Like, honestly, I think... I would hope that we can all agree that the new version of heirlooms that they did back in Shadowlands, like, this is a flop, man. Like, what the fuck is this? The whole set bonus thing, I don't think has ever really been interesting. Like, I've seen so many people confused about how it works. Like, wait, heirlooms don't give bonus experience now? And then a lot of people think that just because heirlooms don't get bonus experience, they're not worth using. And they're definitely less valuable now, but they are still technically worth using because the set bonuses are good, but the set bonuses are, like, kind of hard to evaluate, and they're going to be better for people like me who are leveling fast in a vacuum than, you know, little Timmy who's not really making the most out of, like, you know, the 40% agility or something like that. I just think flat experience is better. I don't really see where the problem with that is. And it's like, you know, if their argument is that, oh, well, it would force them to balance leveling around it or something like that, who cares? Just make it so at most you can get like 30% experience. And anything past that is purely for, like, you know, just the quality of life power scaling. But I don't really see why heirlooms shouldn't just give you the old experience buff like they always had before. So I kind of hope they go back to that while they're reworking it. I don't know if that's something Ian said they were looking into. I didn't read the full community council interview. I don't really care that much. Because frankly, right, I'm glad he promised it, but the amount of times Ian promises something, or Blizzard in general promises something, and then takes like fucking ages to do it, it's kind of like the whole I'll believe it when I see it. Like, am I glad that they at least acknowledge it's a problem and say they're looking into it? Yes. Do I think it's going to get fixed anytime this year? Probably not. If we're lucky in the Void Lord expansion, maybe they'll touch upon heirlooms, but they've been better about that in Dragonflight, but it's still a little bit slow in terms of them fixing things. Right. I should re-queue for dungeons now. Should be up. And I can go over here. I can start the RP. Alright, let me catch up and chat a little bit. You said you've enjoyed my speedruns. Awesome. Glad to hear it. They made the menu on Chromie clearly for players who don't know the game. Yeah. I mean, it would absolutely be weird for Blizzard to revert the Chromie time changes, but there are a lot of weird decisions that Blizzard has made over the years. I would hope that they have learned their lessons now, but you never fucking know. It's always just, you know, a mystery what Blizzard's actually going to do in the end. New player experience is not good for Dragonflight at all. You only have 3 vigors. Yeah. I would agree with that. I mean, I don't know if I would say it's not good at all. I think... Oh, fuck. I took my regular flying mounts off my bars, which makes things like this difficult, navigating regular cities. Yeah, I don't know if I would say the new player experience in Dragonflight isn't good at all. I definitely think your first playthrough of Dragonflight is going to be a bit rough because of the vigor stuff. I would agree with that. But it's not the end of the world. Really not that bad. Ultimon. Alright, Ultimon is... We know this one works. This one you automatically got the quest even before the changes. So, that's a relief. Fuck, I hit Weapons of Order. I thought I used my keg smashes, but I guess not. I must have clicked it while I was walking through a mob and it didn't go off. Alright. None of this is going to do, like, any damage, so I'm just going to kind of run through and drag this all. Just tag. And we're going to LOS in the corner over here. Just going to High Mountain Racial. This is at least a somewhat sketchy pull, so I kind of need to focus, but yeah. Only really difficult because they were still catching up. This. I don't have my exploding keg macros set up, unfortunately. Try to group these guys up. Can I use this pillar as line of sight? I can't remember. Pick this, drag him in, and then... Alright, just Olaf left now. Man, I wish Brewmaster had Fatal Flying Guillotine, but that's probably asking for a little bit too much. Brewmaster already has so many goodies. It doesn't really need anything else. Let me see. I missed a handful of messages. Please be patient while I catch up in chat. It's going to take me a moment to get there. Usually does, but especially right now. It's always difficult to read chat when I'm doing dungeons. I try my best, but at the end of the day, I do kind of need to focus for these more so than the usual questing experience. Pretty sure Thaldraszus is totally impossible to get around without dragon riding, but I'd imagine they'd lock dragon riding until level 30. Yeah, see, my concern, and I'm not entirely sure though, because I guess they would probably need to lock dragon riding, but also, in that case, they would probably also need to make it so the zones need to be followed in the campaign order. And if they do what they did with Shadowlands, which I honestly think is what they will probably do, and make it so you have to do the entire campaign and you can't do adventure mode, then Dragonflight leveling is dead. And unfortunately, they did that with Shadowlands too, except they like straight up removed Threads of Fate from the game. I don't really know how they would keep adventure mode, but they did say they recognized that it was a problem and that the reason they were forced to remove Threads of Fate was because it was not built with like long-term stuff in mind. I forgot to put Shocking Disclosure on my bars, so let me do that. So I haven't been using that, and it actually would have been very helpful, because Shocking Disclosure does gigadam. Right, and then... Oh, nice. Even before the animation plays, you can still... I think Talondros doesn't close the door here. So honestly, I'm just going to pull Talondros and fucking resend. Oh, this guy ripped threat. Oh no. Alright, I'm not even going to bother dragging Talondros into any of the orbs. We're just gonna get her low. And Touch of Death. Touch of Death is such a fucking stupid ability, man. I love it so much. Trying to focus a little bit on getting this done, so I won't be talking for a moment, just while I make sure I don't fuck this up. The moment I'm out of this, I will try to catch up on chat a little bit. Right, I'm gonna pop Dampen Harm here, because I'm LOS from the healer for a little bit. I thought about using Diffuse Magic there, but I kind of want to save Diffuse for the boss, because there's a lot of fire damage. So I can be like really greedy on the next boss if I hold on to Diffuse for it. Just do this. Got in here. As long as they're all inside. Yeah, there we go, we can pull. Wait, they updated the Emberon visuals? No way! I didn't see this in the patch notes. When did this happen? Oh, that is so good. You can actually see the fucking fire things now. Oh my god, that's... I mean, not even for leveling, just that is a massive, massive life-saving change. The amount of times that, like, those little fucking fire orbs would just sneak up on you and just one-shot you when you weren't paying attention in M+. God, I hated that mechanic so much. That is the first time I've actually seen that visual. I'm guessing it's a 10.1.5 change, because I haven't done any Oldemon runs recently, so... If they did update it, like, earlier this week, I haven't noticed. I'm also going to just do this pull. And Exploding Keg. Ox. There's a few mobs back here. Kind of hit that guy with Ring of Peace. Alright. And then double pull this. And when they're almost dead, I can start the RP. LOS around this pillar too, just to get them all nice and grouped up. Ooh, I'm stunned. Okay, it does like no damage, never mind. And start the RP. Now I can read like 2 messages in chat while the RP's going. Wrath Zones with Dragon Riding will be really cool, yeah. It still wouldn't be fast, but I agree it would definitely be fun. New here, I've been watching a few of my speedruns. Awesome content. Do I have a main that I actively progress raiding or PvPing? Yes. Yeah, speaking of raiding PvPing, I got... Where is it? I got Cutting Edge Sakura just a few days ago. So, finally done with the raid tier. I currently am maining my Vengeance TH, but I also play Brewmaster a lot. I've been gearing up my Guardian right now, but yes, I definitely do raid. I do not do speed leveling as my primary form of content, no. Speed leveling has always been like a fun, or initially it was like a fun little challenge. Now I do it, you know, for YouTube videos. I have my leveling guide and stuff like that. So it's kind of expanded beyond like a little fun side hobby. But I've mentioned before, the first time I did speed leveling was during the gap between Nyalotha, or the end of Nyalotha and Shadowlands, when I was really bored, and then they announced Chromie Time was coming out, and I decided to test Chromie Time to see how fast I could level with the new changes. And that was the first time I did it. It was just a fun little side thing, and then people started enjoying watching my speedruns, and the rest is history. But yeah, no, the main thing I do in this game is raiding. I like raiding. I've always been, you know, a big fan of Mythic raiding. It's like the reason I play World of Warcraft. Like, speedrunning is fun, but I'm gonna be honest, if raiding stopped being good, I would just stop playing this game full stop, and I would play something else, like, I don't know, Final Fantasy, Guild Wars 2. But that is, like, what I play WoW for, and then in my free time, I do other things in the game that I also find fun. There we go. Grab something, I don't know. Alright, that was pretty good experience. How much does a full set of plate heirlooms cost? In retail or Wrath? Unfortunately, it took me a while to get around to that question, so I no longer remember the context of when I was talking about it. I know I, at one point, was talking about, like, the, whatchamacallit, Wrath versus retail heirlooms. Wrath heirlooms are really easy to get, kind of. Like, the moment you get to max level and you're able to reliably farm badges, Wrath heirlooms are super easy. Retail heirlooms, fully maxed out plate set, very expensive. Also, we are heading into Valdrakken, so warning. I'm probably going to get a memory leak. It pretty consistently happens. Not a whole lot I can do about it, and also because of that, I'm not going to be picking up any quests, or turning in, words. I'm not going to be starting any dungeon queues right now. Also, the Algathar Academy quest is not available from Calicos, so that is good to know. The Azure Span. Such most dire. And yeah, unfortunately, you need to do these quests in Valdrakken to really progress the Thaldraszus campaign. And it is effective, like it's efficient, right? So I kind of need to do it. Also means I kind of need to queue for dungeons if I'm going to be here for a little while. So I'll just hope that I don't really get a memory leak, but it's pretty consistent, unfortunately. So any second now, my audio should cut out. The stream will start lagging.
Greetings, brother. Any news?
A delay, unfortunately. They are still looking for it at Southhold Gate.
Still? Should they not have found it by now?
I doubt the Primalists come to Faithfuls to discuss their plans, but we may still overhear something useful. Acts like you are inspecting one of the
Apologies. There is nothing here awaiting you.
What do you mean? Commander Aranog said it would be here.
I have not seen him.
The Isles have awakened. Aspects watch over you.
Okay. Okay. Wait a second, and okay, we're good. Yeah, so unfortunately is what it is. I absolutely hate that memory leak. It is it's just still there. It's the main reason that I don't like doing these runs, because it does force restarts. So that's the only reliable way to fix it. There's a lot of generic questions about heirlooms, and like, I'm not going to go over the entire heirloom system, right? I think I gave like a little bit of an overview. If you want more information on heirlooms, I mean, there's like a decent amount of generic information on, like, you know, how the gold costs work. Shouldn't be too hard to find info about that, I would hope. But that's not the kind of thing I want to sit here and explain, sorry. Not that it's like a bad question, right? But that is like, you know, especially since I'm already having trouble like responding to everybody, I'm going to kind of try to skip over that a little bit, because that is like a you can technically Google it question. So, how does the Halls of Infusion quest work? Is it just kill the final boss? It's just kill the final boss. Okay, so don't need to worry about looting any mobs or something like that. Right. I'm still nervous that, like, oh, is there, like, a lingering memory leak? It seems like it's fine, so I can close my OBS, or at least minimize it, I mean, and focus more on the stream. Yeah, one of the unfortunate things is, inherently, anytime there's a memory leak, you lose, like, a pretty hefty chunk of viewers. It's understandable, right? But it still sucks, though. It makes it stressful for me, right? Because it's like, I don't want to delay the speedrun by constantly restarting the second I get a memory leak. So I kind of need to just power through and just get that section over with. But the unfortunate reality of having an issue like that is whenever you run into performance issues like that, you're going to have a lot of people dropping off because either they think they're having connection issues because they missed the part about like, oh, there's a memory leak, or they're just like, yeah, this is no longer interesting to me because there's like minutes of extended silence, and then they leave, which, yeah, it sucks. It sucks. 2-minute primary buff from heirlooms usually ticks when you're delivering quests, so you'll lose a chunk of that at almost every level. Yeah, I mean, at low levels, a lot of times you get pretty high uptime on it, so it's not too bad. But yeah, it definitely is not the most efficient thing in the world. Voidlord expansion? I always call the next expansion the Voidlord expansion. So if you ever hear me say, "Ooh, look at that! Fucking touch of death!" right before the shield went up. Alright, that was actually kind of sick. But yeah, if you ever hear me say, oh, in the Voidlord expansion, that's just, I always use that as a generic reference to whenever the next expansion comes out. It's probably going to be the Voidlord expansion, but who fucking knows, really. Let me make sure. I don't really think the Primalist Shock Troopers are deadly. I think we did this in an earlier stream and tested it, and like the cast does negative damage at this level. But yeah, I still want to kick it just in case. Oh fuck. Shit. Let me scroll up. I missed a lot of messages. Ooh. Blizz should consolidate upgrading tokens. Every time you try to upgrade 39 to 45, it's like Chinese algebra. Yeah, I agree. It's definitely very confusing. There's the stealth guys. Alright. Hello, Shalestorm. Glad to see you stream today. Been having a rough one. Food poisoning. Ah, that is brutal. I'm sorry to hear that. Is any consolation? I have also been extremely sick most of the week, so I've been having a pretty miserable few days as well. So I feel your pain there. It's rough at first. You had a ton of fun hunting down the dragon riding sigils. Yeah. That's why I don't really think it's the worst thing in the world, but I can understand why, you know, new players would find it frustrating having to hunt it all down. And I personally didn't really like it that much. I don't know. Admittedly, I didn't go and find them all. I just followed a guide for where the dragon riding sigils are because, you know, when I could either have really efficient travel or really slow travel, to me, it's not like a fun scavenger hunt. It's just like, okay, I need to do this, right? So, but I understand why people liked it. You don't really want a Void expansion just for the fact that if we kill Void, it gets too ridiculous even for your disbelief. Look, the WoW story no longer has any meaning whatsoever, let's be honest. There is absolutely no stakes, no realistic power scaling in this story whatsoever. I just want fun boss fights. I don't really give a shit if it's Void or not. I just think at this point, they've been... Ah, no. The frog spawned outside the room. Unlucky. Yeah, I don't really care what it is, but the story in WoW at this point is who fucking cares. See. Yeah, I know how the explosive keg thing works. I have it on my main, right? It's just, I think it's like one of my character-specific macros, and I'm not going to go and literally type out a macro. Yeah, okay, I have my macro there. Okay. Yeah, I couldn't remember if I had it already saved in the general macros section. But if I didn't, I wasn't about to go and type out the macro just for the purposes of the speedrun. That's like... Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Let's see. You have a friend that bought Dragonflight but has been playing daily since BFA. Felt kind of jealous when he finally bought it because his leveling was made super easy at early levels due to having some really damn good gear. Yeah, it's definitely easier than it was before. Especially with the crafted gear stuff. I think that's good. Trust me, I tried leveling in Dragonflight with an evoker that was fresh out of the starting zone at one point, like around Dragonflight beta, and it was one of the most miserable experiences ever. It just was not fun at all. At least to me, you know, maybe somebody's gonna say, I leveled a fresh evoker with no gear and I had the time of my life. And it's like, yeah, you know, it's not for everybody. Personally, I don't like when it takes me, like, ages to kill a single mob and I have to kite just to stay alive, you know. If I want to do that, I'll play, like, classic hardcore. I'm not going to play retail and kite as a devastation evoker because my Dragon Rage burst window can't kill 5 mobs because I have, like, no gear. That's just not fun for me. The Infinite Dragons are going to be the end bosses? No, they're not.
3,
Right.
2.
If the Infinite Dragons are the end bosses at this point, that's going to be really lame. The end boss is going to be Galakrond. Like, it's clearly what they're setting up for. If it's not Galakrond, I'm going to be kind of confused. But it's... So, the way that the Dragonflight story is shaping up, if you haven't been following it, next patch is going to be Emerald Dream, and the raid is going to be whatever the new, World Tree is, or whatever. I don't know the lore behind that. Right. I've just read snippets. But yeah, it's going to be the World Tree and the Emerald Dream, probably based on speculation. And most likely Fyrak is going to be the end boss, which would kind of make sense. It would kind of mirror Firelands, right? Where you have, like, fire-related stuff attacking Emerald Dream-related stuff. So that is most likely what the patch is going to be. Emerald Dream raid with Fyrak as the final boss. And then I think Iridikron is either going to be a generic raid boss or he's going to die in a cutscene. I think Viranoth is going to be our ally. And personally, I think Iridikron is going to sacrifice himself to summon Galakrond, and Galakrond is going to be the final boss of the expansion. Which, based on everything they're doing with the story so far, I would probably be willing to put money down that most of my predictions there were correct. I think if you come back to this stream in, like, you know, a year or something, I'm probably pretty fucking close. But generally speaking, based on, like, all the speculation I've seen and just historically how Blizzard, you know, handles their villains and stuff, assuming there's no major cuts like Shadowlands, that kind of tracks with what they've been doing. Chat catch up any %? Yeah, that's like every single stream. Grats, I assume people are saying grats for Cutting Edge, so thank you. What was the change that made leveling faster? There's been a few minor changes. I made a video like a few months ago going over all the stuff that they changed. Nothing like huge. It's a lot of little things that have just like shaved off a little bit of time. So they haven't really made leveling that much amazingly faster. It's just like, yeah, nice quality of life stuff that saves, like, you know, 10 minutes here, 5 minutes there, that kind of stuff. That's kind of how all the changes are in this patch. Which is good. I'm perfectly fine with that. I like nice little quality of life changes. Alright, so now I teleport out, and then the turn-in is at the entrance. Did I enjoy the new Mega Dungeon? Yes. Yeah, it's good. It's not like, oh no, Valdrakken, shit. What? No way! Are you fucking kidding me? I never had that happen before. Everyone left within like 2 seconds, and I wasn't able to teleport back. Wait, I can turn it in, though. That's actually... I'm already in Valdrakken, so I can hand in the quest in, like, to Koronos. Okay, we're saved. That would have been disastrous in any other situation, but... Okay, we're fine. Also, memory leak, like, any second now, just heads up. So, stream's gonna lag. Is it already... Okay, no, we're good so far. But any second now, you cannot stay in Valdrakken for more than, like... I don't know, fucking 30 seconds without this thing having a memory leak. It is literally on cue. And this time, I'm going to wait until I'm out of Valdrakken to queue again. I'm also... Fuck, I'm still in Brewmaster spec. Yeah, because I left the dungeon and went back in. So, because we're almost done with the Valdrakken questline, so I need to do this book, and then I turn this in, and then I...
A drake tells me that the Trueborn are on the move. Something important is about to happen. I do not know the details, but he is close to finding it. Soon he will have the power.
Valdrakken is under my protection.
And, okay. There we go. Yeah, you know. At least we're done with Valdrakken. That is the last time I think I'll need to actually go there during the speedrun, so we're good. Honestly, my favorite part about your guides is you do seem to genuinely care about it and have fun, not just squeezing out a piece of content. Also, the podcast-esque chatting makes it great. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, you know, kind of to toot my own horn, but, like, I do think it is genuine. I actually do care about the integrity of the information in my guides. Like, the amount of, like, leveling guides out there that just regurgitate the same generic info that do literally zero research, it's ridiculous, right? And it's like, you know, I'm making an alt catch-up guide, and I could literally, within like 30 minutes, throw together a script for an alt catch-up guide where I basically say generic stuff about do world quests, do time rifts, etc. Right? But as I showed at the start of the stream, when I'm making an alt catch-up guide, obviously I want to put all of that information into practice and make sure it works. So I literally got my Guardian Druid up all the way to 415, following the same tips that I'll be using in my guide. I think somebody's talking outside my door. But yeah, so I have all of the same stuff. Basically, you know, I practice what I preach, right? And I make sure it actually works before I recommend it in a guide. And like, kind of to toot my own horn right there, because I think, you know, it's good that I do that, right? It's something I pride myself on. You know, it takes a lot of time, right? The end result is that my leveling guides tend to take me a while to actually put out because I spend, or not even just leveling guides, my guides in general take a lot of time to put out because I actually do research for it, and I don't just, like, regurgitate info for the sake of, like, making videos that clickbait and get views. And, you know, a lot of times my friends will tell me, oh, everybody's making a video on this, why don't you make a video on that? And it's like, well, the entire reason I'm not is because, like you said, everyone's making a video on this. And it's like, for instance, the classic reading patch notes, right? Like, when I do a video that is reading patch notes, right? It's, look at, like, what I did about a month ago with, or 2 months ago at this point, with my Chromie time changes video. In that case, I talked about the patch notes, but I went ahead and tested every single line of the leveling patch notes on the PTR, and I showed footage accompanying every single one of those changes. So I'm like, this is something they're changing, and you can see footage of me actually doing it in the background. Like, I made sure it worked. I showed how it is to gather information, right? And then they would have a line in there about, like, I think the way they described Chromie time being available to all players is loosened Chromie time restrictions or something. So I actually went onto the PTR and figured out what the fuck that actually meant, right? So, yeah, all that to say, I care about that shit. I never do the whole, like, let me just open up Wowhead and press record and read the patch notes to the viewer. Like, you know, you're all big boys and girls, right? I trust that if you want to find out what WoW is adding in the next patch, you can open up Wowhead and read it yourself, right? The entire reason why somebody would want to watch a video on stuff like this is for the added context. It's to figure out what the fuck lines like loosened Chromie time restrictions actually mean. Or let's say you want to see exactly how the free mount awarded to new players works. Well, I went ahead and got footage for that. Stuff like that. That's the entire reason to watch a video on it in the first place. So yes, I appreciate that, Shellstorm. I do enjoy making these guides, but I also, yeah, I like going the extra mile and making sure that it's actually, like, up to date. And you know, if you look at a lot of my older videos, like something a lot of people will ask me about is why I unlist my videos. And that's another thing, right? A lot of people will just keep their videos up there that are months old, that are no longer relevant whatsoever, and that's not really helpful to anybody, because let's say a video from Shadowlands of like the fastest way to level in Shadowlands shows up in your recommended, and you click on it. Well, now none of that is relevant anymore, right? So let's say I still had my Shadowlands leveling guide. What did I call it? Like the fastest 50 to 60 route. Well, none of that information matters anymore. It's literally, I talk about fucking, what was it called? Threads of Fate in that guide, and it doesn't exist. Now, some people will argue, right? Well, it's like a time capsule. You know, someone can go back and find it. And to that, I always say, if somebody wants to go back through my videos and view it as a time capsule and stuff like that, all of my videos are unlisted in playlists. So if you ever want to find one of my old videos, it's somewhere in there. You know, it's buried in a playlist, right? So it is at least still visible on YouTube. But the main reason to unlist it is so that it doesn't appear in recommendations, so nobody's going to see a recommended video about the fastest leveling route that is 2 years out of date and doesn't actually contain any relevant information, because that is helping nobody. Also, they forgot to implement the Brackenhide Hollow quest. They forgot to implement the Brackenhide Hollow quest. Alright. I'm not doing this. I'm gonna just eat the 30-minute queue. That's unfortunate. Alright, so Brackenhide Hollow and Algathar Academy are not working properly. That is good to know. I'm gonna wait to do more dungeon runs. I'll still probably try dungeons later in this run when my Deserter debuff falls off, but I'm not gonna do any more full dungeon runs until they fix this, because I'm honestly now starting to get a little bit annoyed, because I'm getting tired of seeing things in patch notes like the Chromie time change, like the dungeon thing, and then just literally 0 Blizzard employees actually tested it to make sure all of the dungeons were working. Like, really not that hard. It's just walk into a dungeon on a level 60 character. Is the quest working? Yes. Is the stated feature in our patch notes actually working correctly? Jesus fucking Christ. That's, yeah, that is mildly tilting. Like, if it's just Algathar Academy, okay. But 2 dungeons? I am a little bit annoyed at that. Anyways. I'll stop ranting about the other stuff and catch up on chats. Multi-billion-dollar company, yeah. Great. I'm going to try to untilt, because obviously getting tilted is never fun, but that is one of the unfortunate realities of streaming. You have to... No, I don't want to, like, fully ramble and get mad about situations completely outside of my control, so I'm just going to read chat. Let me catch up a little bit. Rain or Shine, Memory Leak, we're here, yeah. Just started playing Brewmaster. Do I ever use Crackling Jade Lightning? No. So you'll see me use Crackling Jade Lightning for pulling in mobs while leveling. Crackling Jade Lightning really only is used to drag mobs in. It's like, it lets you tag things from a distance. It has no rotational purpose. So there's never a point where you actually want to press Crackling Jade Lightning when questing. I need to swap to Windwalker now that I'm just doing questing. Jade Lightning isn't used anything for minor range DPS. You don't even want to use it for range DPS. Like, you know, if you're attacking mobs from a distance, it is always going to be a bigger damage gain to just walk up to the mobs and start attacking them in melee. Like, it is never, ever, ever going to be more efficient to hit a mob from a distance with Crackling Jade Lightning. Just to be absolutely clear about that. It does literally nothing. Like, what is this, 446 damage compared to 27,000 damage on Fists of Fury? Like, yeah. Obviously, this is Windwalker, but the same discrepancy is for Brewmaster. It does literally, like, 1/20th the damage of your other abilities. It is not worth it, other than getting, like, a mob pulled in to a larger pull if it's, like, far away. Just coming in, what level are we at? I mean, you can always see that in the top left of the screen, right? Kobold expansion. Honestly, Kobold expansion with, like, you know, King Togwaggle and stuff, that'd be kind of sick. I would be down for a Kobold expansion, 100%. Alright, let's do the Javelin quest here. Oh, come on. Fucking ate my shot there with its dead body. You want cool void armor? The story just needs to be okay? Yeah. I mean, the story will not be okay. There is no way in which Steve Denuser knows how to write a good story. There is no version of World of Warcraft that has a good story right now. There is no multiverse where World of Warcraft actually has an amazing story. At least if Steve Denuser is still on the payroll. Like, he does not know how to tell an interesting story. His idea of good storytelling is fundamentally just not good. So, it's not going to happen, right? No matter what setting, no matter what bad guy, villain, etc., it just ain't happening with that dude. So should have just used Touch of Death. That died really quickly. Grab this thing. Did this give experience? It does not. Okay, it's not actually worth getting that. And then now it sends me back to Valdrakken, so we're not going to go back to Valdrakken. And I'm instead going to head to Azurspan. And hopefully, I mean, there's enough stuff in Azurspan, I think, to, even if it was just questing, get me like 4 levels, probably. Maybe. But ideally, we'll have like 1 or 2 dungeons once the Deserter debuff falls off. You like to do the same thing as Blizz when you think about lore in this game? Retcon anything that doesn't make sense? Yeah. For sure. Really wish they would add more incentives for races to populate their respective major cities. Not enough to make you always be there, but some stuff like discounts. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of hard, right? Like, even in games like Final Fantasy that are more roleplay focused, like, everyone just goes to Limsa. Unless the story gets you to go somewhere else. Like, you know, people either go to the Quicksand or they just chill around in Limsa. And, I mean, I guess there's some people in Gridania, but not a lot. And, like, Ishgard is a ghost town 99% of the time, so, you know. It's difficult. Like, people are just going to go where they want to go. Obviously, more incentives, even if it wouldn't necessarily make people go there, I understand could be nice. Also, I need to equip my level 66 gear now. There we go. And these quests. The macro UI needs to rework. Finding a specific macro is tedious. Yeah. I would agree with that, definitely. Okay. These quests, I'm trying to focus on this one because I always end up clicking the wrong thing and wasting like 30 seconds. So, just making sure I get through this part, and then, alright, now we wait for the RP a little bit. Mechanome expansion, nothing but Mechanome dungeons and raids. That sounds awful. Places like Thunderbluff, Undercity, and Ironforge are always so dead. Yeah. I mean, in Classic, there's a little bit more diversity, but definitely... I mean, in Retail WoW, it's also kind of hard, right? Because, think about it this way, the inverse problem there is, imagine if you had to go to a million different major cities to get all of the stuff, right? And you had to go to Thunderbluff to upgrade your gear, or you had to go to Undercity to, I don't know, like, submit crafting work orders. Obviously, canonically, Undercity is destroyed, right? I guess, maybe they're rebuilding it? I don't fucking know. But I would actually argue that from a gameplay mechanical perspective, it would be way more annoying to have all that. So the problem is, if they try to incentivize players to go to all of these little cities in ways that actually makes you feel like you need to do that, honestly, I think that's worse. So I really think it's like, you know, if you want to go to Silvermoon City, like, just play in Wormrest Accord. Because there's a lot of people chilling around in Silvermoon City on Wormrest Accord still. Obviously, because it's a roleplay server, but that's like kind of the point of roleplay servers. And even when I played on Wormrest Accord before, one of the things I liked about it was that whenever I happened to be in a random city like that, I would still see people just sitting around doing stuff. Even if I wasn't actively roleplaying, it made the world feel more alive. And that was cool. So I really think, the answer to your question is, quite frankly, like roleplay servers, which I know maybe isn't the best answer in the world, but it is kind of the solution, right? Just unfortunately, like, I don't really think I would like it if Blizzard forced you, or I say forced, right? But it's just like right now, you're technically not forced to spend all of your time in Valdrakken, but like crafting orders, every single time I want to get a piece of gear crafted, I already know I'm going to need to restart my game because I need to go to Valdrakken, which I don't like. I wish that there were like work order stations in other major cities, but there isn't. So a lot of times, despite the fact that because of the memory leak issue, I want to spend as little time in Valdrakken as possible, I am forced to go there to do certain activities. And that doesn't necessarily feel good. So if I was also forced to go to a bunch of other smaller cities, at least I wouldn't have to deal with the memory leak. So like, right now I would probably prefer that. But long run, I don't think that's a great sustainable solution. It's not an add-on. So I'm catching up in chat. It's the memory leak is not caused by an add-on. I have gotten the memory leak on the PTR with 0 add-ons installed. It is absolutely not the add-on. It is a base game thing. It is a core issue with World of Warcraft that causes a memory leak. And I know some people are going to tell me, oh, you're wrong because I haven't encountered the memory leak, blah, 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 blah. If you haven't encountered the memory leak, consider yourself lucky. Ooh, barely got the tag. Yeah, if you have not encountered the memory leak, you're just lucky. Because I can assure you, it is not add-on related. I have unfortunately encountered it a few times now. It is what it is. Yeah, some other people are saying haven't had it myself. Yep. No, definitely doesn't occur for everybody. I don't know why. It is consistent for me. It has nothing to do with add-ons. It is. It is a problem. It's not streaming related, to be clear. It affects the stream because it slows down my entire computer, right? So OBS is trying to stream my game to YouTube. When my entire game is chugging along really, really slowly, it slows down everything on my computer, and as a result, it slows down the stream. So the core issue is a memory leak within WoW, slowing down my computer, which slows down OBS, which slows down the stream to YouTube. That is what causes it. But it's not a streaming thing. This happens to me when I'm playing, not streaming, not recording, not anything. It still happens. All right. You love the old Prot Warrior for speed tanking with jumps and charges. Old Prot Warrior is in like Wrath Classic Prot Warrior. Wrath Classic Prot Warrior is good for, I mean, speed tanking. Yeah. Wrath Classic Prot Warrior is good for that. I mean, honestly, I like do really fast dungeons just as Prot Pally, but that's just because Wrath Classic Prot Pally can just kind of do everything. I guess you said jumps, right? So you're probably not talking about Wrath Classic because they don't have Heroic Leap. Stuff like Do Wad, now donate, tip me. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, so haven't really said this, but I used to talk about how I really liked Bellular's videos, or I don't think I ever said I really liked it, but I said out of like a lot of the WoW YouTubers, I respected Bellular more than others. Bellular lost a lot of my respect when he at the start of Dragonflight, basically completely ripped my guide, right? But he did it in such a poor way. And the main thing that pissed me off about the way Bellular did it is he said in his video something to the effect of, there are people saying that doing catazones is faster, but I don't think it's faster. I think it's easier and faster to just do WAD. And it's like, based on fucking what? Right? Like, it's one thing to basically say, I tested it and WAD is faster. But he mentioned catazones, which is obviously referring to my guide, and then just said, yeah, but like, effectively, I don't really feel like actually testing that and figuring it out. I know that WAD is fast, so I'm just going to say that, WAD is the fastest because it's simple, and it's something I know. And that really pissed me off, because not only is that blatant misinformation, like, you're just getting it wrong, it's not faster, but also deliberately, like, mentioning my route without mentioning my name, mind you, which is also, like, a little bit annoying, right? But specifically mentioning the route that I popularized and saying you don't think it's faster by what fucking metric? Like, oh, you did your own speedruns? You did your own testing to figure out that my route is not faster? Really? Please, by all means, share that. But obviously, he didn't. And that really pissed me off, because it was literally the most clickbait garbage leveling guide you can get, saying literally what you said, do WAD, now, donate to my Patreon or whatever the fuck. And that pisses me off, because it's one thing to make a low-effort patch notes video, right? Like, I get it. Some people just want to read patch notes, and, there are people who will watch that. But when you are literally spreading misinformation by recommending a slower leveling route and saying things like, I don't think it's faster based on literally zero fucking research, that one really pissed me off. And that, quite frankly, made me lose any respect that I had for Bellular as a content creator. Now, and I mentioned this at one point, and somebody was like, oh, well, he probably didn't write that. It was probably just someone on his team who was like, we need to put out a leveling guide, and, he just did the narration. But at the same time, right, if you're going to expand your channel into, like, a larger, I don't know, business thing where you cover multiple topics, you open yourself up to criticism for being fucking lazy, right? There is a reason why I'm content to have a slower upload schedule and not do, like, daily garbage uploads. And it's because I want to make sure that all my videos are done entirely by me, right? And that they all have the same seals of approval, that I did all of the research, writing, editing, etc. And, like, to this day, the most help that I have ever received for stuff on my channel is, like, I will send a thumbnail or something to one of my friends and be like, give me your thoughts on this. Or, so, on that note, the other day I was trying to think of, like, what I'm going to title my alt catch-up video. And I'll probably end up going something with, like, the fastest way to get geared in Dragonflight's patch 10.1.5 or something like that. Something, like, catchy, but not, like, overly clickbaity and, gets the point across. But I asked my friend Rice what I should use for, like, the title, and I told him something like that, and he was like, nah, that's not clickbaity enough. You need to do the... And then he paused and said, what's that thing that they do on porn sites? And he followed it up by saying the whole, doctors don't want you to know this one fancy trick. But the way he worded it, saying, what's the thing they do on porn sites, and then stopping his sentence there, was just perfect fucking phrasing. So, yeah. I could do stuff like that, right? Make, like, super clickbaity, poorly researched things, and get, like, 1 million videos out and lower my standard, right? But I don't want to. And I think that, well, I can at least acknowledge that in the past, Bellular has made videos that I respected, that I thought were well-researched. It is pretty clear that there is no bar or quality standard on his channel anymore, which, quite frankly, has made me stop watching all of it, right? So it is entirely possible that now he still makes 1 or 2 really well-researched videos, but I'm not going to be watching them because I just can't really be bothered to dig through the crap to find the ones that actually are well put together, right? If you're gonna upload a bunch of garbage filler clickbait videos just to get views, I'm not going to stick around just to see if some of them are actually worth watching. Which is why I'm never going to kind of mix that in, right? I want to keep my videos at a standard, quality, right? Anyways. let me keep catching up. Literally half of WoW content on YouTube are gold scammers who do stuff like bake gold cap in a week but never reveal their own gameplay. Yeah. Said this before, gold guides in general are a scam. Maybe not even a scam, but like an oxymoron. If you have to watch a video on somebody telling you this is the best way to make gold, it is no longer the best way to make gold. Because the reality of gold making in this game is, unless it is a raw gold farm, which generally speaking is not going to be like super effective, it is not going to be a good way to make money. Because by the time you're finding out about it, most likely... Hemet Nesting Ray quest. That's actually quite good. Can I... Shadow in the Ice is that one. Yeah, by the time you're finding out about a gold making method from some YouTuber, it's already most likely not worth doing. Like I said, the one exception kind of is raw gold methods, but yeah, I don't know. Usually raw gold methods will get nerfed because of that, because Blizzard doesn't want people making a shit ton of money off it. Something like garrisons, like mission boards, etc. That type of thing. This run is slow. I mean, no. I've gotten really unlucky, which has made it slow because of RNG, but even then, really not. Overall, this is fine. This is like standard speed, right? We're still sub 3 hours. So I'm almost level 67, still sub 3 hours. Azure Span. Oh, sorry. Mind you, I've had a sore throat for like 4 days now, so my throat is going to hold up way worse today than in past streams. Speaking of which, more water. But, yeah, I mean, Azure Span has the most efficient quests in the game, or in Dragonflight, right? So, 3 levels, 1 hour, most efficient quest lines yet to be done. I don't really think this is slow. I think this is pretty standard speed. Missing the 50% XP buff yet? Yes, though. Oh man, now I think my voice has gotten to the point where it is just fucked. I was doing so well, and now it's just... I can feel my throat, like, dying. But yes, I do definitely miss the 50% XP buff. Do you guys know about Cataclysm? Early talk, what they were going to have is... You're confusing Cataclysm and WoD. Yes, the early concept, not of Cataclysm, but of Warlords of Draenor, was the Mongrel Horde, I believe, which was, yeah, what you're saying, Knolls, Quilboar, etc. Yeah, different expansion, but yeah, you are correct that was the original, like, early, and we're talking, like, concept art thing. It never actually made it into development. But it is an interesting concept, for sure. This guy has a fucking lot of health, man. Holy shit. I should also pick my talents here. I haven't grabbed... Did I take Windwalking, I guess? That's just the one. Is Chromie time scaling up to 61? It's supposed to be, but it's not working correctly, unfortunately. Where... Yeah, I have, like, I don't know what's causing these little things to appear on my map, but it's really annoying. I'll have to figure out how to disable that. Do I do random dungeon queue or queue for the specific ones? Random dungeon queue. Random dungeon queue is always faster. It gives you, like, double the experience. Because, sorry. Unfortunately, the reality is I'm probably going to be coughing a lot from here on out. I will try my best not to. But, like, you can see here, what is it? I have 300k, give or take, to level up. And the bonus experience, it's hard to see, but it's around 60k. 60k is around as much as you're going to get from like actually doing the dungeon, right? So it is almost always more efficient to just do a random dungeon queue and hope you get the one you need. And I mean, in theory, right, like you get perfect RNG and you get all the dungeons you need, but you know, the reason why it's not the end of the world if you do hit like a deserter debuff is you still want to do some quests, right? Like doing all 8 dungeon quests wouldn't necessarily be the fastest way to level. The entire point of doing the dungeon quests is by doing these, I'm able to cut out some of the less efficient quests. So the whole goal here is I do the best quests, and then before I'm forced to resort to like anything that's inefficient, I hit max level. And the way I accomplish that is by, you know, getting a few dungeons in the middle that make up that missing experience from all like the inefficient quests that I would have to do otherwise. That is like the main goal here. That is where dungeon leveling helps. So technically speaking, right, like these quests are not the best ones in the world. I didn't do this in my world record run, but honestly, that is more of a 50% XP buff type thing. The main reason why these quests aren't really that bad is if you have to level for longer anyway, and you're forced to do a larger number of quests, these are efficient because they're not terrible, and they are also required to get to Iskara. And Iskara is a very, very, very efficient subzone. It is like the best subzone in Azurspan. Unfortunately, this questline is a prereq for that, and it's not the fastest. So if you don't actually need that much experience, it's better to just skip the questline and Iskara entirely, but since we don't have the 50% XP buff, we will need bonus XP from somewhere, so doing this quest chain is the better way to get that. Also, looks like somebody just came through here and killed a bunch of mobs, but I can go up here. There's a bunch in this area. You're turning to bed early. Good night and good luck with the rest of the run. Thank you, owner. I'd imagine you're probably going to be watching this in the future, so unfortunately I just only got around to your message now, but you'll see this whenever you replay it, I'm sure. Okay, so now I need 13 more gnolls. I can get some of those on the way out, and then I also still need to kill the quest mob gnoll down here. Blizz needs to revamp old world content so leveling can be more fun. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't know, it's a lot of work. It's one of those things where I think the problem with what Blizzard's done is they've kind of shot themselves in the foot, where Guild Wars has all of that stuff, but they also built their game with that in mind from the start. So Guild Wars hasn't had to spend like a significant amount of resources retooling their old content to work for like leveling and stuff like that. It has always worked like that, and now as a result, as the game gets older and older, they keep getting better and better because they just have a massive library of content for like almost 10 years now that was designed from the ground up with the intention of being replayable later on. World of Warcraft would have to sink a significant amount of developer time getting all of that working. So, unfortunately, it's like, would it be a good idea? Maybe. Do I think it would be cool? Yeah, but it's a tough sell, spending all of that time just to get old content working slightly better again. Let's see. No Brawlers Guild and BFA time locking announcement? Yeah. Stuff like Brawlers Guild, like they've said they remembered Brawlers Guild and they're thinking about it for a while. And we still haven't seen anything on it, so, you know. That's why I'll always say, right, like, I'll believe it when I see it, when they announce stuff like the heirloom changes. The amount of times they'll say, we're looking into something, and then it takes them forever to get it. Or they say something is coming on this patch, and then it ends up being like 2 patches later, because they forgot, right? At least a lot of the things that they kind of fucked up with in Dragonflight, and they were like, oh, we're going to do this by X patch, and then they just didn't. When people kind of called them out on it and were like, hey, Blizzard, you kind of said that this would come out by this patch, they were like, whoops, we forgot, we'll do it next patch. And they've at least so far been mostly good about keeping up with that. Like, the gray item transmog, they were kind of a little bit late on that, but they got it done. Things like that. How big of a deal is it to change my main at this point? Oh, shit, that person just killed the mob. Well, that sucks. Guess I just wait for it to respawn. But unfortunately, I'm now, like, directly behind somebody, which is why I've been, like, missing out on all these quest respawns, at least dungeon queue in 75 seconds. How big of a deal is it to change your main? It's not really that big of a deal, right? I change my main pretty regularly, at least with every single tier, I'll change my main. So I was Brewmaster in Vault, Vengeance DH in Aberrus, really not that time-consuming to change now. Helps if you're keeping them active, right? But even, like, my Vengeance DH, like, I only just started gearing it up when, 10.0.7 came out. Forbidden Reach or whatever that was. I think it was 10.0.7. Because that's when they added, like, all the alt catch-up stuff. So I didn't even touch my Demon Hunter, like, at the start of Dragonflight launch. But, I was still able to get it geared up relatively quickly, and I swapped to it in Aberrus. So, really not that bad, honestly. It's better this expansion than it has been in the past, I'd say. Glad to see someone passionate about WoW. Been playing since you were 9, now 25, even though some of the bad expansions you've stuck around. Yeah, I have also been playing, well, I'm 25 now, but I've been playing since I was 5 years old. So, yeah. Said it before, but WoW has been pretty much my entire childhood. What is the memory leak? Sorry for being a noob. I'm not going to explain the memory leak. Unfortunately, I get that a lot of people join and they're like, I don't understand what a memory leak is. And, the unfortunate reality is every single time that I get to this part in the run, there's like a million people asking what a memory leak is. Yeah, I think I already gave the TLDR, which is like performance issues. If you want to know what a memory leak is, honestly, just Google it. And, I hate to sound like an asshole, but keep in mind that literally every time I do 60 to 70 stuff, I talk about the memory leak. People ask me to explain the memory leak, and I have to explain it every stream, and it's just, like, kind of tiring. The TLDR is that it's just performance issues. But yeah, I honestly, I probably wouldn't be able to give you as good of an explanation as Google could. Like, I know what it is. I know that what is happening is called a memory leak, but I could not give you, like, the technical background definition on this is exactly what it is, and this is exactly what's causing it. I don't fully understand it. I just know it happens. Let's see. Since 10.1, you've been crashing in Valdrakken because of lack of memory 80% of the time you go there? Yeah. Valdrakken is really poorly optimized. I really don't understand how this, at this point in the expansion, still, it is as bad as it is. I run into really no performance issues anywhere else. Like, I raid just fine. I do Mythic Plus just fine. All other world content, perfectly fine. It is just Valdrakken that causes issues for me at this point, which is a little bit annoying. So, hopefully Blizzard gets around to fixing it. But with their track record, who fucking knows, man? Who fucking knows when it comes to Blizzard? Alright, queue for dungeon, before I forget. Just do a big pull here. And I'm gonna grab a bunch of this stuff. Boop. Wrapper, treants. Alright, 98% on the fucking bonus objective? Alright. So close, but no cigar. Glad you're so vocal about the memory leak. You've had it for a while now, and people say your net is trash. Yeah. I at this point, I am just so over, like, armchair computer experts who tell me that, like, no, trust me, it's your computer, and it's like... Look, I I am not like an expert when it comes to like technical issues, right? But I'm not a fucking moron. Like, I've done enough testing and research to know that it is 100% an issue, both on the game's end and that other people have encountered, right? Like, I don't know why it only happens to some people, you know? I can't explain that. It's, maybe certain systems aren't affected. I don't fucking know. I can't really give you an answer for that one. But I have seen more than enough people saying they're experiencing the exact same issue as I am. I've done a shit ton of testing in multiple areas, both of this game and other games, and it only happens in World of Warcraft, and it only happens with fucking Valdrakken, right? So it pisses me off to no end when people try to tell me that, like, no, actually, you're wrong. And it's like, no, actually, I fucking know that this is how it is. Me. This one also? Man? Come on, Blizzard. How many quests are just not fucking working? Wow. I mean, at least Knockout Offensive has a really fast clear to first boss. But this is, yeah, this is fucking tilting, man. This is 3 dungeons so far that just, the quest is not fucking working. Alright. I need to spend talent points on Brewmaster, but... I kind of just want to get to Granite and just get out of here. Yeah, I don't know. It, like, I'm gonna temporarily scroll down to the bottom of chat to see, like, am I missing something? Because... Whew. I feel like I must be. Because I think it's absolutely wild that one of the main features of this patch that they advertised, the dungeon quests, are just so blatantly untested. This is just the type of shit where you would think that they would just walk into the dungeon on a low-level character. That's the entire point. Like, my only guess is that they only tested this on level 70 characters. Because if it's working on level 70 characters according to Owner earlier, then they probably did that. But it's like, basic, like, testing should be, if you're making a feature for leveling characters, test it on a leveling character. That's a little bit annoying, man, not gonna lie. But, like, I've been told Ruby Life Pools work, so at least there's one other dungeon I know for sure that could be good. Azure Vault, I would guess, works? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why this is, Here, let me scroll down to the bottom. What realm am I on? I'm on Area 52. Yeah. I mean, it's a populated server. There's a good chance that you saw me if you're on A52. Seems not even set up. Yeah, I don't know. This bugs me a little bit, right? Like, the level 61 thing irks me, especially because I literally showed that on video and submitted a bug report. So it's like, if you ever wanted proof that Blizzard literally does not read feedback at all, that one is pretty clear-cut. Admittedly, this one I didn't test myself, because you can't really test dungeons in the PTR. Or at least you can't test random dungeons in the PTR without a pre-made group, right? So I didn't test this one. But I didn't think I needed to test to see, hey, did they actually add the thing to the dungeon that they said they added? But yeah, it's clearly not here. So at the very least, kill first boss to get the 15-minute timer, but that's like the fucking 20th time I've had to do that this run. Not literally, but you know what I mean. I've had to do this multiple times, and it's a little bit annoying. Because that's... What do I still need? Right? I did Halls. I did Neltharis. It's literally just Azure Vault and Ruby Life Pools, right? Yeah, because Knockhood, Brackenhide... Yeah, oh, I forgot about Brackenhide. That one wasn't working either. So, Knockhood, Brackenhide, Algathar Academy, those three don't work. And then we know for a fact that Neltharis, Ultimon, and Halls of Infusion work. So then it's just the last two. People were saying earlier that Ruby Life Pools is working. I don't know about Azure Vault, but I guess we have 2 more potential dungeons that I could hit. That would work. It's still annoying though, man. Alright, let me scroll back up again. Catch up on chat. Let's see. Wonder why Khadgar hasn't had a major appearance this expansion? Yeah, he has. I mean, I guess, I don't know what you define major appearance. Khadgar is like... He's a key part of the Azure Span campaign, right? So, he's there. He also appears in Fire Assaults. And he makes, like, small appearances here and there. He also... Oh, yeah, Khadgar was in Vault of the Incarnates. Khadgar's, like, one of the NPCs that you go through Vault of the Incarnates with, along with Calicos. So, yeah. No, Khadgar definitely has had a few pretty significant appearances so far. What's my most fun tank that also has an amazing off-spec? Mine is Warrior. For me, I mean, I would say maybe both Monk and, Demon Hunter. Like, obviously, I like Demon Hunter the most. I've said that before. I also like Brewmaster. I played Windwalker a bunch. I've played Havoc enough, right? Fucking trees, man. So, I don't dislike Havoc. So, I would say both for me. But, I mean, Warrior's good, right? Obviously, Prot Warrior's fine. I am not, like, the biggest fan of Arms and Fury. I don't hate it, right? But it's like, if I'm talking about my favorite DPS specs, Arms and Fury don't make the top 5. Not a bad playstyle, just not made for me. Just not really my cup of tea, you know? Oh, fuck, I'm stuck in combat. I'm just gonna use a Goblin Glider here, right? Oh, okay, out of combat. We just cancel, so we can bounce up again. Defucker the Japanese sounds, that is, it's an add-on. It is, where is it? JoJo Interface, or JoJo Monk SFX, I think is what it's actually called. So the Japanese sounds are JoJo's Bizarre Adventures noises that are tied to my abilities. Well, one of the funny things is, at this point, I've gotten so far into the questline that I now actually have the Brackenhide Hollow quest. So, worst case scenario, if I am unable to get, like, any of the other dungeons, and the Brackenhide Hollow quest isn't working correctly, at the very least, now I have the thing picked up normally. So, cool. It's been a hot minute since I've actually had to do this quest. I need to go into the inn over here. And it's only been a few months and I've already forgotten how to do this stuff. Fuck. Ah. Then just click, 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 click. Alright. Funerary offering. And I always need to zoom in on this map because I forget the exact locations of these things. It's this. Could I not click on that? Click on you. Oh. And then it's by Big Canuck, the last one. Yeah, that one. Right there. What's my timer? on the dungeon. Let me see. Shit. Random dungeon, 5 minutes. That's not too bad. Offerings placed in the boat, and then I turn this in. And then I can start this little bit of RP. Have I gotten all of the other quests? I think I've gotten all the major ones. What else? There's one over here that I can get. Yeah, I don't think I need to walk along with them to get that to go. I think I can go, like, kind of slightly out to sea, and then I just need to be back in time to get the other stuff going. I'm gonna find Krojek. What the Oh, there's, like, multiple alliance over there. Count me the fuck out. I don't want to have anything to do with that. Oh, no, I do need to stay kind of close by. I'm gonna just skip this quest. It takes way too long for the amount of time it takes. We're gonna do the rally quest. I will try to do Krojek eventually, but there's like 4 alliance right there. So, really don't want to die. Also gonna refresh my buffs before I forget. Brandish my weapon, and there's I think a thing that you can do, a setting. I forget exactly what keybind it is, but for quests like that, I need to figure out what the ideal setting is in Leatrix Plus that lets you auto-skip those, like, dialogue options. Makes it slightly faster. I just always forget. Okay. Where is... The rally quest turn-in is right here. Right here. There we go. I'm low on vigor, so I'm going to use my final Radinax gem to just zip out this way. We'll start this little RP. Just get that. Alright. Then I'll head out here. Let me catch up. My route in Azure Span looks exactly the same as WoW Guide. I don't know what WoW Guide is. Unless you're just saying a WoW Guide, which... What the fuck is going on? Oh, no, did somebody start the RP here, and I can't turn in the quest while somebody else is doing the RP? That's actually really fucking annoying. I've never had that happen. Where the NPCs were blocked by somebody else's RP. I'm getting a few slightly annoying delays here. I really want to get into a dungeon, an actual dungeon. Because at this rate, we're burning time. Alright, Krojek. Taunt him, and then go in. Okay, Fort Brew. And any second now, Touch of Death. There we go. Should be able to go finish those quests. If you talk to Chromie and ask questions about the timeline, there's an option that should allow you... the XP for random dungeons isn't scaling for, like, any expansion. I completely forgot that they were doing that. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Another leveling-related thing not working properly. Go figure. Okay, so this quest is just bugged. Because this definitely is not... Yeah, this quest is just not working. Nook news. Fuck me, I'm blind. I don't know. I didn't fucking see the question mark. Look. It's I'm gonna blame it on the fact that I was sick for like 4 days. It's just the latent, like, sickness fucking up my, my eyeballs. I don't know how I missed that entirely. Well, fuck. At least we know now that it was not, in fact, bad RP, and it was just me being fucking stupid. So, we're chilling. Also, let me check Discord real quick. Just gonna respond to one of my friends real quick. Yeah, like, would work. What I'll probably do, by the way, after the speedrun, is I'm planning on streaming my third, at least on live servers, Dawn of the Infinite run. So, I've done Dawn of the Infinite on my main, my Demon Hunter. I did it the other day on my Guardian Druid. And I've yet to do it on my Brewmaster monk. So, I'm going to try to do that, and I'm asking my friend Milk Supply if he wants to heal it, and he said he probably should be able to in a little bit, so, or at least in an hour, right? So, roughly when I'm going to be done with this run, so the timing would actually work out really well. Alright. Fingers crossed that we get a dungeon that can actually do. Because I really want to be able to skip a lot of the inefficient stuff, but at this rate, if I keep getting shafted by these dungeons, then it's going to be a bit rough. Are you banned? No, you're not banned, Neo. I don't know what you're talking about. I can see your comment. Unless you were just wondering why I hadn't responded yet, which is just because I'm slowly catching up on chat. Right? But that is par for the course, I would hope. No. Usually catching up on chat for most of the runs. Well, I got Brackenhide, which, yeah, so now Brenna shows up in the dungeon, but she definitely was not here before, or if she was not offering the quest. So, yeah. I mean, at the very least, like, I have the quest now, but I definitely checked that, and it did not have the quest before, so something fucky is going on there. I'm not entirely sure. But all I know is that the quests will be offered in dungeons thing is not working correctly, and Blizzard needs to actually look into that and test it for real, instead of doing lazy, half-assed testing on max-level characters. You know what? Actually, come to think of it, because what are the dungeons that have worked so far? Obviously, Uldaman worked. Neltharis worked, but the thing about Neltharis is the Neltharis quest, technically speaking, has no prereqs. So you know what I think actually is going on? I think they made it so the dungeon quests are offered within the dungeons, but they forgot to actually remove the prereqs. And I'm pretty sure at max level, the prereqs get removed anyway, which is why it would be working on level 70 characters. But think about it, right? Like, the Halls of Infusion quest is offered with 0 prereqs by Watcher Iridius, or, Watcher Coronos in Valdrakken. The Neltharis quest has 0 prereqs offered in Obsidian Citadel. The only problem is it's annoying to actually get there and pick it up. And those are the ones that have worked so far. And in theory, I actually think the Ruby Life Pools one, I don't know if it has prereqs. It might. I can Gunshoes, yeah, non-Mythic Plus dungeons, that's nice. Obviously the Uldaman one was still working. But yeah, so far, all of the quests that have not worked are dungeons that normally it's locked behind the campaign. So, they added the NPCs to the dungeons, they probably added the quests to those NPCs, and then they just didn't bother to actually check to make sure they updated the quest stuff that it isn't blocked by prereqs in the campaign, which is... I'm pretty sure that's what's going on here, and that's, like, really fucking lazy, to be honest, because it kind of defeats the entire purpose. It's like the whole Dalaran Hearthstone thing. Like, wow, you can get Dalaran Hearthstone as a toy, but you still need to do the Dalaran intro quest to actually get access to it, so who cares? It's just weird, man. Bountiful Brew. Alright, there we go. I like how easy Guild Wars 2 makes it to complete zones. It plainly tells you how much of the zone you have left for completion. Yeah. Getting full map completion in Guild Wars 2 is very, very satisfying. I'll give you that. It feels nice seeing, like, the little indicator saying, like, you know, you've completed 100% of the zone. And then you get, like, really good rewards, actually, by doing full map completion in Guild Wars 2. Really like it. Do I have... I assume I have my macro, right? For Bone Dust Brew. Yeah, there we go. Let me scroll up. Let's see. Dungeons should be working next patch. Yeah, fucking well. Is Havoc and Vengeance in a good spot right now? Yeah. Vengeance is in one of the best spots it's been in a very long time, I think. I would actually argue in terms of, like, design, Vengeance right now is better than it has ever been. Now, I personally enjoyed Vengeance more in Legion, but the thing about Legion Vengeance is while it was very fun to play, it was very, very bad in raids. Because it had, like, no real defensive cooldowns, which was a problem. So, fun as fuck playstyle, but very, very, very squishy. But right now, the playstyle of Vengeance is very close. The closest it's been to the Legion playstyle without being a direct copy of it. And it actually has, like, a lot of major defensives. Like, Fail Devastation giving you meta with Demonic, and having, like, multiple charges of Fiery Brand, and, like, the tier bonus giving you proc Fiery Brand, so you have really high uptime on that. Vengeance has amazing cooldown coverage now, and Frailty being able to stack up gives you, like, really consistent mitigation. So right now, Vengeance is, like, playstyle-wise, in my opinion, the most fun it's been since Legion, but viability-wise, it also has really, really good, like, defensive and offensive capabilities. So, yeah, it's in a very, very solid spot. I think the only time it has been better from, like, a meta perspective was Season 1 of Shadowlands, but also, like, it felt like fucking ass to play in Season 1 of Shadowlands, so I didn't actually play it back then. I tried it, and I didn't main it because I was not having fun with it at all, despite how broken it was. So, you know. But yeah, Vengeance is definitely very, very good spot right now. I've been having a lot of fun with it. I can't really speak to Havoc because I don't really play Havoc, right? Like, I will sometimes dabble in Havoc when I am bored, but it is not something I main. Like, I know how to play it. If I absolutely need to, like, if one of my friends is like, hey, come DPS a dungeon, I'll probably say, I don't want to, and then if he says, pretty please, I'll go, fine, and I'll play Havoc, but, like, yeah, I could not tell you whether Havoc is in a good or bad spot right now. It feels fine to me. There have been times where I hate the playstyle of Havoc. Right now, I don't hate it. I don't love it. It just is. But I'm definitely not the person to comment on that. You saw me? Yay, I'm happy. Nice. Let's see. This is exactly... I'm not going to use another add-on that has a similar route. Because, like, saying that some other guide has a similar route for Azurspan is like, okay, Azurspan is one of the most linear zones. It's one of the only zones where I literally just follow the route, the campaign, right? So, sure, I would not be surprised if there is another add-on guide that has some overlap with mine. That doesn't mean I'm gonna just use it, right? Is Winds of Wisdom still up? It is not, unfortunately. It ended with the patch on Tuesday. So, hate to say it, but you did miss out on the 50% buff, unfortunately. I'm assuming Koshviji, if you're talking about the WoW Pro route, there is somebody who literally imported my guide into WoW Pro, which might be the one you're talking about. But yeah, no, I'm not gonna like constantly re-import my thing. Somebody did that. They imported my Dragonflight launch route into WoW Pro. I helped them out with it because they offered to do it, right? But it's not something I'm gonna do. Quite frankly, I don't really think it helps that much, at least not for me, and I get absolutely nothing out of importing my guide into a third-party add-on that is not associated with me at all, right? What I'm working on is making my own add-on that hopefully will be more polished, right? And then I will make my guide work in my own add-on, which, for the record, just to be clear, will be free, right? Just to dispel any of that. I've had some people telling me that they think I should charge for it, and one thing I will never do is I will never charge for the leveling guide. The only thing that I've been debating is I've thought of creating, I've talked about it before, like a challenge run format, where I create like optional fun game modes to like enable on top of like traditional leveling stuff. And since that is not like information based, it is like, you know, just a fun thing. I have thought about doing something with that in terms of like monetizing it. I don't know. Just because, as a lot of people have pointed out, it is not easy to develop an add-on for free, right? It's a lot of effort, and if I'm making literally nothing off it, it's tough. But there is still a line in the sand I will not cross. I will never charge for the guide itself, right? But I'll think about it. Generally speaking, I would like to not monetize my stuff as much as possible. Obviously, I still need to make money somehow, right? But I will figure it out in a way that still lets people at least, you know, access all of the information and not have to, I don't know. I never want to make somebody feel like they're in a position where they need to, like, pay money to be able to access, like, my guides or whatever. I think that would be shitty, right? So, we'll see. I'll figure something out long term, but the guide itself, the add-on, when I make that, will be free. Why don't I do world quests while leveling? They're not good. I do world quests if they directly overlap a quest. World quests, in almost all cases, are slower than a quest, and they will either give exactly a quest worth of experience, or they will give, like, less than a quest worth of experience in some cases. It is almost never worth doing unless they directly overlap it, and it's like, the world quest says, kill 5 mobs of whatever type, and, somebody called. And if the mobs that you're already killing for the quest are exactly the same, then yeah, do the world quest. It's literally free XP. Or if it has, like, one additional objective, just knock that out because of that point. But yeah, doing world quests is not efficient. It unfortunately has never been efficient. Even in Shadowlands, it was very rarely efficient for Threads of Fate leveling. And I pointed this out, and Blizzard never made any changes, so... I mean, even back in, like, Legion and stuff, like, whenever world quests have given experience, there are only sometimes, like, very specific world quests that if it takes, like, 2 seconds to complete, it's worth doing. But especially ever since BFA, when they made world quests longer with the same rewards, I still don't understand why they thought that would ever go down well. But whenever, yeah, was it BFA or Shadowlands? It might have actually been Shadowlands. I don't remember. Whichever expansion, they offered less world quests, made the world quests take longer, and didn't change the rewards whatsoever. That was always a weird move, in my opinion. But at that point, they stopped being efficient at all. I think that actually was Shadowlands. BFA, I think I did like 1 or 2 world quests that were like kill a rare mob. So it's like if you could kill a rare mob and you're getting like the world quest experience plus the rare mob XP, at that point it was worth doing. But yeah, that's like about it. And these days there aren't often world quests that are literally just that, just kill a rare mob. So yeah. You were level 61 doing a BC dungeon and it only offered you 6k experience for dungeon completion? Well, well, yeah. The whole change to the dungeon stuff was only for chromie time leveling. 61 is already, no matter how you slice it, outside of the scope of chromie time leveling. That should give you no experience. So yeah, it does not surprise me that a TBC dungeon was not giving XP. That's not supposed to scale up to 70. That was never a change. Something I think they said is that they are planning on making it so you can queue for any dungeon during Chromie time. I think they said that. Could be wrong though. But yeah, that I never was supposed to work for 60 to 70. Any advice on returning Druid player? What spec to play? I mean, the one you enjoy, right? Druid is definitely the worst one to ask about that, because every spec is completely different. It's like, if you're a healer, Resto. If you're a ranged DPS, Balance. If you want a tank, Guardian. If you're a melee DPS, Feral. None of them have any overlap whatsoever, pretty much. They are all pretty distinct roles. So, like, if you were saying, like, oh, I'm playing a warrior, should I play Fury or Arms? You know, I probably still wouldn't be able to answer that specific question. But I would at least be able to say, oh, you know, there's pros and cons to each one. But Druid, I mean, it's not a question of which spec you want to play. It's which role do you want to play. Alright, so Brackenhide done. Have I done all of the quests in Iskara? I still need to turn in Krojek's quest. Does Story of a Memorable Victory give XP? Not sure. It does! Alright, that's, yeah, full quest worth of XP. Alright, that's actually good to know. Good thing I tested it. Alright, Ruby Life Pools or Azure Vaults? Azure Vault, give me the quest, give me the quest. Come on, come on. Oh no, is the quest for this one not working either? You know what? I don't think it is. I think we're done with dungeons for now. I think that's the last one. Because I, honestly, if Azure Vault is not working, I really do think it is a question of, they just forgot to remove the prereqs. They added it, forgot to remove the prereqs. Unlucky. Who could have seen this coming? Alright, well. Whenever they fix it, we'll do another testing run, and we can actually do that. This run is kind of scuffed because, effectively, this is just a regular 60 to 70 run with no changes, because they forgot to implement any of the changes that would have made this unique. It is not starting at level 61, because they forgot to implement that, and the dungeon quests don't automatically appear, because they also forgot to implement that. So, literally none of the changes that they have made for 60 to 70 are actually working here. Which, yeah. Kind of means that this whole run, unfortunately, has been kind of pointless, which is a little bit depressing, because it means I'm going to need to completely retest all of this, because, yeah. I've gained literally no new info out of this run. The dungeon stuff doesn't really help. And, definitely means I will need to do more testing another day. I guess I'm kind of glad that I didn't get the Guardian Druid run set up in time now, because initially, if you joined late, I kind of mentioned that I was planning on doing 2 speedruns today, and I wasn't able to get the second one set up in time. And thank fuck for that, because I would have felt like a real jackass if I managed to get all of that stuff set up only to find out, wait, they didn't fucking change anything. And at that point, I wouldn't even be doing the second run anyway, because there's no point. So, yeah. I guess we can do it whenever it works properly. What? We'll at least close out the run. Unfortunately, because I didn't realize that that's what was going on, I wasted a lot of time doing, or at least trying to do the dungeons, figuring out whether they, gave it. Because, like, for instance, if I realized that, what is it, like 5 out of 8 of the dungeons just weren't even available, well, A, I would have changed my questing route to account for that, right? We would have done the old route that includes the dungeon quests in there. But I didn't, specifically because, well, I thought I would have access to them. So that's a little bit of a time loss. So this is gonna end up being a pretty fucking slow run, all things considered. But, yeah, you know. Is what it is. I can't change that, unfortunately. Is Fernando my dad? Yes, Fernando is my dad. Scroll up a little bit. Okay, there we go. World Quest XP is not that great. You have a few characters that you only do World Quest pet battle because you can't be asked to level like 25. Yeah, I would say the pet battle ones are the best purely because of the whole like 2 birds 1 stone thing. If you are an avid pet battler and you like leveling pets anyway, then you're leveling your character at the same time you level your pets. So it's like mildly efficient from a, time spending perspective. But for actual leveling, definitely not, would not recommend. Man, that sucks. Yeah, unfortunately, I've also kind of fucked myself here because we're gonna start hitting the point very soon where we're getting, like, relatively inefficient quests. And I was banking on, I mean, in theory, by this point, I should have had, like, 3 or 4 dungeons completed by now. And I've gotten none of those. So I'm well past the point of, like, XP shortage. I hope that Camp Nowhere and stuff is enough to get me the rest of the way. It's, like, these quests should get me almost to 69, I think. And then I think if I do the Furbolg quests, Camp Nowhere, and the other one should probably be enough, but yeah, that's unfortunate. It is very unfortunate. I guess I also, kicking myself now for not testing this before starting the run, but at the same time, I feel like I can be excused for thinking that something that Blizzard puts in their patch notes ends up in the game, right? Like, we would hope... Oh, come on. Lag? We would hope that they do the basic due diligence to make sure if they say they're making a change, they actually test it to see if it works. You would hope that happens. Apparently not. You're planning to switch to Alliance now that both factions can be in your guilds. Trying to decide what tank you want to play first, Druid, Warrior, or Paladin. I would say, like, Druid right now, just because Druid is, like, massively flavor of the month, or I would say at this point, Druid is, like, flavor of the week, right? Druid is really overpowered. I don't know how long it's going to stay that way. So, Guardian specifically. If you want to have a lot of fun with Guardian, now is probably the time. I would imagine it's still going to be really good even after they inevitably nerf it, but yeah, it's gonna get hit with a nerf at some point. The spec is fucking stupid. I mean, I tanked a plus 21 earlier on a 420 item level Guardian Druid. Like, it's fucking ridiculous, dude. You should not be able to live, and I mean, I guess, obviously you can, right? But I'm sitting there, I was sick, right? So I'm like, not even playing at like 100%. On a 420 Guardian Druid with, like, unoptimized gear, I didn't even have 4-piece, and I tanked an entire plus 21 without dying. Like, that is... I don't know. I don't really feel like you should be able to do that. It's a bit of a broken spec at the moment. Fun, don't get me wrong. I had a blast. I pressed buttons, and things died, and I got, like, infinite absorb shields, and I felt good about myself. But yeah, it is a little bit overtuned at the moment. What's the general consensus on dungeon leveling? Depends, right? I have an entire video on that, honestly, that, like, just go watch that, right? But yeah, I clearly explain in my route these days where dungeon leveling is fast, where it's slow. Specifically for Dragonflight, since, that's what this run is about. Dungeon leveling is... It ended up being... Fuck me. I keep slipping off this rock. Come on. There we go. Spamming dungeons is not, like, super efficient. So, the whole idea before, the way that, like, my original route was structured, which, no, I still think was the fastest, right? But obviously now we're trying to test the changes that are not actually changed. But the way that I initially did it, to account for dungeons, is I routed my quests such that I passed through as many dungeon quests as possible, so that when I would queue for a dungeon, I would be likely to hit a dungeon that I had a quest for, and then it made it efficient. Just doing the regular Dragonflight dungeons on their own is not super efficient, but when you get the quests, that makes it pretty good. And if you're spamming dungeons, time walking is faster by a decent amount. The one thing is, there are people who will tell you that spamming time walking dungeons is faster than doing my questing route. And to that, I will say no, but if you are not familiar with the questing route and you've not done it as many times as I have, and you don't have all the quest muscle memory, maybe you'll get faster results. And I guess as a tank queue, right? If you're queuing with a 5-man, or if you're solo queuing as a tank, and you are just holding W, blasting time walking dungeons, compared to like trying to figure out my questing route, which admittedly, the first time you go through it, you know, it's not a completely linear route, so it takes a little bit of adjustment. I could understand that. That might be like a little bit difficult for people to get the hang of. And they would have more, you know, effectiveness doing just time walking spam. But when you actually get the hang of this, and when it's working properly, then it would be better. Weaving dungeons in with quests. That's the TLDR. Let's see. I think it was Broken Shadowlands, because nobody was tanking anything, and Vengeance had the most potential to kite. Kinda. I mean, yeah, Vengeance has always been a good kite tank, right? But no, they were pretty good in Season 1 of Shadowlands, right? Their damage was not insane. I think they were still on the lower end of damage back in Shadowlands. But they did have really good survivability. Like, obviously, being able to kite if you were in danger, that is a plus, for sure. Oh, wait, Hemet's here. That's him, right? Yeah. Alright, what is this quest? Crackle's Trigger Paw. Okay, that's actually not too bad. And is that... That is part of the... No. That's not part of the null area. That's in a separate place. So I'll go ahead and do that, I guess, in a little bit. I think what I'll do is I'll do this quest chain, because it's pretty efficient. Then I will do the Furbolg quests, and on my way back from the Furbolg quest hub, I will go kill that wanted quest. I can do that. It's against TOS to charge money for using an add-on. I mean, yes, right? Like, moot point, right? Because I already said I don't want to charge money for the add-on, but, I mean, it is... There are, like, multiple people that charge money for their add-ons. There are just creative loopholes, right? It's like... I don't want to name the add-ons because I don't want to draw attention to them, but there absolutely are add-ons that specifically use loopholes where they're like, our add-on is free to download, but if you want to actually be able to use it, you have to pay us money. And it's like, it's the dumbest loophole ever, but it technically works. So, yeah. And I mean, yes, obviously, if you're stupid and you violate TOS and you say, like, hey, you pay me money to get the add-on itself, obviously, yes. My entire point, like I said, moot. I don't want people to pay for the add-on. But I think it is a little bit ignorant, I guess, to say that people can't charge for add-ons when there are literally people who do that using fancy loopholes, right? And... you know, whether you think that's ethical or not is, I guess, up to you. Personally, I don't give a shit about, like, the ethics side of it, or from a, like, oh, is it against TOS or not? Like, whatever, right? I think it is more so the case. Some of the advertising things that certain add-ons will do to promote them is a little bit shady in my opinion, but you know, we're not going to get into that. If you want to hear my rants about this subject, you can check my Discord. I've talked about this before. Not really the kind of thing I want to discuss on stream because it's a little bit like tangentially drama related, but you know. You played Vengeance back in Shadowlands and haven't played Dragonflight yet. Vengeance is infinitely better in Dragonflight than it was in Shadowlands from like a fun perspective. If you liked it in Shadowlands, I am glad you were able to enjoy it, but also be happy because you will definitely enjoy it now. Because I could not stomach the playstyle back then. Havoc is sick and does great AoE. Nice. Yeah. Loop Knock basically explained how people get through the loophole. Would there be a leaderboard in the add-on? See, I honestly don't know if I would want to. Because here's the thing, right? If I make a leaderboard, and I've thought about this, right? It was initially something I considered. My current plan is I'm going to make 0 leaderboard. Because the problem with shit like that, right, is there are 2 options. I've said it before, right? A competitive scene is only as good as its moderation. So if I wanted to carefully moderate every single time that somebody submitted to a leaderboard attached to like my leveling guide or whatever, and like the challenge run thing, another thing that I thought about doing is like for the challenge run format, it would have like a leaderboard of, you know, whoever managed to beat it, like how far they got, and then if they did manage to hit max level, you know, what their time was. I thought about this. And the problem is, I think a great example of why leaderboards and shit like that don't work is just go look at hardcore, right? Look at the add-on version of hardcore, and if you haven't seen the latest drama, which is hilarious, I would imagine most of you, if you follow classic hardcore even slightly, or honestly, even if you've just been browsing Reddit and seen the recent drama, the whole, like, Nox Ramus shenanigans, right? Whenever you try to attach some sort of competitive thing to, like, you know, a fun challenge, people will just do dumb, degenerate bullshit just to say that they won, just 'cause, right? Because it makes them feel better, right? So, the problem is, if I were to put a leaderboard on my add-on, there would be a bunch of people just basically breaking the rules, submitting fake runs, right? I'm sure a lot of people would do it for fun, right? But it's like, if you just want to, like, do a run for fun and record your time, like, a bunch of people do that already. And I don't even have a leaderboard. A bunch of people will send me their time and be like, oh, using your guide, I managed to reach max level in, like, whatever time. And I'm like, oh, that's really cool. That's a good time. Like, people, even in streams so far, have jumped in and shared that. And that's great. But the moment you put, like, a competitive leaderboard thing on it, you just get people doing dumb fucking shit, trying to, like, submit fake times, and if it's on my add-on, guess who has to fucking moderate it? Me! And I've said before, I don't want to fucking do that shit, man. That's time, like, any time that I would have to spend moderating, the fucking, like, add-on leaderboards or whatever to make sure people are submitting fake time, that's stuff that I could be using to actually do testing and make guides and do something productive, instead of trying to catch cheaters doing dumb shit, right? So especially for fun challenges like that, I don't know. What I might do for specifically the challenge run format, whenever I do that, I don't think I'll put a leaderboard, but I might put, like, just a kind of little hall of fame of all of the people who successfully managed to do it. And I probably won't vet it super carefully, right? Like, if you send me a video of you doing the challenge, which I haven't really spoiled the entire thing. I've given people bits and pieces, but all I can say is it's going to be fucking hard, right? So I don't really think many people will actually manage to pull it off. But if somebody sends me a video of them doing it, and, like, what I'll probably do is I'll skim through it, I'll check to make sure they got all, like, they didn't die, right, which is going to be part of it, you know, it is effectively retail hardcore, but with a twist, right, to make it actually hard, because, you know, doing retail leveling without dying is, quite frankly, not hard. Like, I think if I look at my statistics, have I died yet on this character? I don't even know if I have. Deaths. I've died, okay, 5 times. I would imagine those are probably in dungeons or something. I don't remember when I died. I don't know, have I died on this run so far? I don't think I have. But honestly, you could basically fall asleep and, you know, do retail leveling without dying. It's really not hard. So the entire point of my challenge run format is it's actually fucking brutally difficult to do all of the things that I have on there without dying, and I think it'll be fun. But the problem is, right, it's like, there's going to be RNG in it, inherently, and it's like, I said before, I want to make it like a mini roguelike. I want to turn the World of Warcraft leveling experience into a roguelike, you know, little format, with like special modifiers and stuff like that. And if I turn that into a competitive thing, I just think it's going to get way too fucking degenerate. So I'm just going to make it so as long as somebody submits video proof that they did all of the actual hard shit, like the main really difficult challenges throughout the run, and I can see they did the entire thing without dying, and they actually successfully did these challenges, you know, without cheating, right? Then I'll be like, okay, and then I'll put their name on like a Hall of Fame, right? These are the people who successfully managed to complete the challenge with this spec, or this class, or whatever. And it'll just be a list. There'll be no ranking, no whatever. It's literally just, did somebody manage to do it successfully? Yes. All right. They go on the list. That's it. And that's like the most I'm willing to do. Because at that point, you know, people still get to, you know, have fun putting their name in the list. But because there's no ranking system or whatever, I think that would discourage people from just trying to cheat to, I don't know, make themselves look cool or whatever. And if they want to try to cheat just to end up on the generic list that I put on there, and they manage to put together a run convincing enough that makes me think it, although some of it honestly can't be cheated. So that is one of the nice things about the challenge run side of things. A few of the challenges I have in mind, it's like, you can't really pretend to do it correctly. You either pull it off or you don't. And like I said, don't want to fully spoil it, right? I've said some of it. The only thing that I have talked about so far is at certain points you'll have to like solo the Fel Reaver or things like that at certain like level ranges. But there's a few pretty cool ones that I have in mind. All right, that quest is done. Yeah, I'm in a bit of a predicament here because I can do this quest line up until the point where it becomes inefficient. I can do that quest line. I can do the one up north. That might be just enough to get me 1 level. I do all the really efficient stuff. But yeah, we're definitely short on XP here, which is tragic. But yeah. I do think it's an interesting topic that you brought up, because that is actually something that I had been considering. And I think the main thing that kind of changed my mind and made me say, fuck that, I'm not ever going to add an actual ranking system, is watching how people interact with Classic Hardcore. Because Classic Hardcore, the entire point of it is it's a fun challenge for yourself. And yet, some people would rather cheat and say they did the entire leveling process hardcore just cuz. Like, I don't get what the point is. It's like, if you don't want to do Classic Hardcore correctly, and you want to die, just go play Classic Era. There are people playing Classic Era, and it's like, you can still have fun playing it. But it's like, if you're cheating in a solo challenge just to impress other people, like, why? Stop it. Get some help. Like, that defeats the entire fucking purpose. So, seeing how people were willing to kind of cheat themselves out of, like, you know, shit like that is just kind of what pushed me into saying, no, I'm not ever going to do something like that myself. Let's see. In Shadowlands, it was harder to do and longer, but the rewards were better too. The rewards weren't really that better, all things considered. I mean, it was marginally higher experience, but like, we're talking some of the world quests in Shadowlands would take like 3 times as long to complete, and they would give at most like 50% additional experience. So it was not proportional. You could maybe argue that it gave slightly more experience per world quest, but when one world quest takes like literally 15 seconds and another takes like 2 minutes of hunting down like random garbage, the one that gives less experience in that case is better because it's much easier to finish. And also, the nice thing is a lot of like the kill a rare world quests, like I said before, you're killing 2 birds with 1 stone, right? You're killing a rare, you're getting the experience from the actual rare, which still gives decent XP, even for like the WoD, BFA type rares, right? But then you're also getting a world quest on top of it. That's what made it good. That's what made it worth doing. Okay, I need to administer the antidote. Is the Suffusion Camp worth it? No. Suffusion Camp is Fire Echo Souls. So that's yeah, this is like endgame stuff. It I don't believe Fire Echo Assaults give like any real experience. I don't know. 68 and 69 are the slowest ones, yeah. I like how he has a Portuguese name and comes at you with Mark. Yeah, I mean, my dad has a Portuguese name because he's Brazilian, right? You know, and they speak Portuguese. That is why. But I mean, I was not born in Brazil, right? Like I was born in the U.S., so I do not have a Portuguese name. Not to say that you can't have like a Brazilian name and be born in the U.S., right? But you know. More so, just because my dad was born in Brazil doesn't mean like he would give me a Brazilian name. I mean, he could have, I suppose, but he didn't. And actually, like, I think my dad explained it to me at one point that, well, maybe I shouldn't like dox all my relatives. So all I'll say is like, basically all of his brothers and sisters got like somewhat American sounding names. Like there's an American counterpart for all of their names. And then, you know, he basically said like, yeah, they got to him and they were just like, fuck it, Fernando. Like, you know, they just gave up. They had their whole like naming scheme of like, oh, we'll give like Portuguese names that somewhat sound like they could be like an American counterpart. And then, you know, he got the short end of the stick there. That's something that he's told me before. It comes to, I think, every single one of my like aunts and uncles at least has like, yes, some sort of counterpart. Fernando, there is no like English counterpart to Fernando. Fernando is, it is Fernando. It's a unique name, that's for sure. Is Monk DPS good? No. I mean, not really. Like, it depends on what you're asking for, right? Like, is Monk bad? No. But is it better? I don't think it's better than Ret Paladin, but of course it's relative, right? Like, play what you enjoy at the end of the day. Like, if you really want to play Windwalker Monk, play Windwalker. You're going to get more mileage out of it. I know people hate hearing that answer, but the thing is, I think a lot of people need to hear that answer because so many people will, like, hear somebody tell them, play what you enjoy, and they'll think it's a bullshit response. But it's like, you have to understand that this is coming from somebody who played Vengeance Demon Hunter for years, when Vengeance Demon Hunter was considered bottom tier. But I still got cutting-edge kills with Vengeance DH, despite it being quote-unquote bottom tier, because I enjoyed it, right? And why the fuck would I play a meta spec that I absolutely hate just cause? There's like a little bit of a wiggle room there, right? Like, obviously, back when I was playing Vengeance DH and I was getting cutting edge with it, I wasn't playing in like a super top end guild, right? So I was raiding in a guild with, you know, friends and stuff like that. And, you know, we would get cutting edge, but it wouldn't be at the, you know, fastest pace possible or whatever. Depending on your environment, there might be different expectations, right? So in recent years, I've been trying to like push, I wouldn't say trying to push world ranking because that's not accurate. I don't really give a shit about the number, but I've been trying to like join more serious environments where people actually care about progression. Because I think the main thing that frustrates me is when I've been in guilds before where it's very clear that like people just don't really give a shit. and, you know, you're sitting there putting in all this effort, and you have, like, Joe Schmo who shows up, like, not even knowing the fight, and, like, gray parsing constantly. That's always a little bit frustrating. So, you know, I don't really care whether I'm in, like, a top 20 guild or, like, a top 100 guild, but after you hit a certain level, it at least becomes an expectation that, like, yeah, you should at least give a shit. You know, show up, do your research, stuff like that. And most of the people you meet, even around this level, they'll give a shit. And, fuck it, I'm gonna take Whirling Dragon Punch. I know you've... Every time I say I like Whirling Dragon Punch, my friend Foe will always, like, yell at me. And he's like, no, Whirling Dragon Punch sucks. It's terrible. But, I don't know. I like it, so... Foe, if you ever watch this, and you're mad at me for taking Whirling Dragon Punch, I'm sorry. I know you hate it, but, like, it's a fun talent, honestly. And then, like, you know, every single time I say that, he's like, but you get animation locked! Ah! And it's like, yeah, but, you know... Whirling Dragon Punch, the little spinny punch thing go burr. It's a neat little button. I think it's neat, you know? Okay, so here's a good example of a really easy to complete world quest. I'm already doing this, right? So we have a bonus objective here. Then the world quest is just free the frozen dudes. So I can just knock this out while I go. Wait, what? The weapon rack requires level 70? Why? What the fuck? Why is there a level 70 interact requirement? Alright. Cool, Blizzard. That's, Thinking about playing Druid, is it any good? Yes. But it depends on what you're talking about, like, spec-wise. Like, if you have to ask, is X class good? There is not a single class in this game where the entire class is bad. Like, I think the most you could argue is maybe, like... I don't even want to say Hunter, right? Because if I say that Hunter is bad, I'm going to get yelled at. People are going to be like, oh, Hunter is perfectly fine. And, like, it is, but I'm trying to think, like, is there any class that you could genuinely maybe make an argument for it is at least a lower tier in general? Because, like, any class that has multiple roles, I think usually is good. Like, when was the last time when Holy Paladin wasn't at least very strong? Demon Hunter, you always want one for the buff. Monk, no matter how bad certain monk specs may be, you always want at least one monk. Usually, I mean, Brewmaster historically has been very good also. But Windwalker has come and gone, but you always want at least one because the, what's it called? Mystic Touch? Yeah, really good. Mage, pretty much one mage spec has always been good. Warlock is always overpowered. Druid, Druid has literally, like, 4 roles. Like, name one fucking patch where one Druid spec wasn't top tier at something. It's usually Balance or Resto, right? Like, maybe there was a patch where Balance was only kind of good and not brokenly overpowered, and Resto was only kind of good and not brokenly overpowered. But Balance is almost always, like, a very useful spec to have. It's, like, a very nice damage profile of, like, spread AoE. Resto is, generally speaking, a really good healer that, like, everybody wants to have one on their raid team. Right now, obviously, Guardian's really good, right? I don't know, I can't think of a time where every single spec for a class is bad. So, you kind of need to, whenever you ask, like, is X good or bad? First off, like, it's always hard to evaluate because it also depends on the content, right? But you gotta specify the spec, right? Because classes, if entire class has ever been completely dumpster tier, it usually gets, like, a Band-Aid emergency fix from Blizzard, because that's, like, really bad. If they somehow manage to fuck up balancing so badly that every single spec is in the gutter, yeah, that's not good. I think the only class that maybe historically has ever been there is Hunter, maybe, just because Hunter doesn't really have any special raid utility, so Hunter is not a class that you need to bring one of. Where do I go? Yeah, right here. Yeah, so you don't need to bring a Hunter, and like it historically hasn't brought like a ton of utility outside of like obviously turtle is kind of good some places. There are situations where what's it called, like the mobility of beast mastery really helps, that kind of thing. And then you look at something like rogue, right, where rogue is a pure DPS spec or pure DPS class. It only has 3 damage specs, and rogue has had times, I'm sure, where certain specs are underperforming. I don't know what's causing this, but there's like a little heart icon, and like in the chat, there is like a barrage of hearts, and it's just spewing out like fucking machine gunning little heart emojis on my chat, and it is just distracting me. I'm trying to like talk, and I'm just out of the corner of my eye seeing just an endless barrage of heart emojis. I don't know what causes it, but yeah, that is very distracting. Anyways, if somebody is causing that, like, thank you, right? Because I assume it means well. But I've never, I don't know what triggers that. It clearly is something that people can do. There's apparently a 100 thing that you can press. Yeah, so it definitely seems like something that people can manually do, because now that I called attention to it, I am seeing an endless stream of emojis. Maybe I should have just shut up and not said anything. Anyways, yeah, shit, let me fix this. It's not the end of the world, but yeah, I'm sitting there trying to talk, and I'm like, rogues, you know, they, and I just see heart, and I said before, I have ADD, okay? When I'm seeing, like, a barrage of, like, things floating across my screen, I'm just like, internal screaming. Anyways, like, yeah, so Rogue, for instance, is kind of in a similar spot to Hunter, where, you know, it's a pure DPS spec class, but Rogue, I think, has always been viable because it has, like, really powerful utility. First off, I don't remember the last time one Rogue spec has not been really good, but you can name multiple raid tiers where something like Cloak of Shadows has been absolutely massive for cheesing multiple mechanics in a way that I don't really think has ever necessarily been true for Aspect of the Turtle. Like, Aspect of the Turtle has been good for certain abilities, but almost everything that Aspect of the Turtle has worked on, other stuff has worked better. So it's always been a case of, like, you know, if you can afford to bring a Hunter and Turtle is good in a case, in like a specific fight, then yeah, bring it. But I think, like, every other class at least has something that has almost always made them get brought for fights, right? Anyways. Let me scroll up, because I had to scroll down to see what was going on. You haven't enjoyed a class since Legion Mistweaver. Yeah. Legion Mistweaver was very fun. It's one of the few healer specs I played, specifically back in Legion Mistweaver. It's like putting a sticker on your scale that says 30 pounds less, or a sticker on a weight that says you're lifting more. Yeah, exactly. What you don't get about classic hardcore thing is getting 60 and then doing the raids. Like, what's the fun of progressing raids if you can't mess up in small ways? So, personally, I agree with you in a sense, right? Like, one thing that I would never want to do, and some people have asked me to do this, is, like, do retail hardcore dungeons and raids. Like, I've seen a few different comments from, like, different people, right? So it's not, like, the same person asking for it. A few different people have suggested the idea of, like, an endgame retail speedrun, where after leveling to max level, I speedrun gearing up to, like, a certain item level. I speedrun Keystone Master without dying, or something like that. And I mean, it sounds cool until you think about it for, like, more than 2 seconds and realize how awful and miserable that would be. That would just be horrible. Absolutely horrible. And, I mean, it's kind of like you said, one of the entire points of raiding in dungeons at, like, high levels is specifically the whole improvement aspect of it. It's like, okay, let's, you know, keep trying this to see if we can get better at doing something well. And failure is kind of necessary to learn the mechanics and improve. And a lot of retail things are very pass-fail. whatchamacallit, a lot of retail things are very pass-fail, right? Like, you fuck up a mechanic, and you die. Oh, fuck, it's this fucking... Every time I do this quest, I forget about the shit where they fuck the tuning on this thing, and it just, like, one-shots you. Should have been paying more attention, but yeah, fuck this quest. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna queue for a dungeon for the last bit. So. I cannot queue because my party members are dead. Yeah, but there's a lot of shit in retail that just fucking kills you, and it just wouldn't be fun. The thing about Classic Hardcore, right, is with the raiding in dungeons, if you're doing it for the first time, I agree, that sounds miserable. I don't know why you would try the raids the very first time ever in a hardcore setting. But if you've done it a million times and you're trying to speedrun it with an additional challenge, not dying is kind of cool. It makes you approach a lot of the fights in a different way. Because a lot of strategies kind of require you to do death skips and stuff like that. And not being able to sacrifice one of your group members to handle a mechanic is actually, in my opinion, really interesting. And I think that adds like an additional challenge to those fights. So I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing, to be completely honest. But like, yeah, I understand why people don't like the idea of, oh, Azurvault. Actually, this is probably one of the best ones I could have gotten, so, you know. I understand why people don't like classic hardcore raiding. It's personally, like I said, not something I would really be interested in, but I can also understand why people would be interested in that. The one thing I don't understand, though, is cheating it, right? Is it, like, if you're gonna do that, cheating it kind of defeats the entire purpose. Now, the one area where I think it is a little bit sketchy, right? Sketchy isn't the right word, where I can understand the logic of wanting to appeal your death and go again, but it is kind of one of those things where unless Blizzard does it themselves, I don't know, it's like you create your own rule set, right? Is in order to kind of learn a lot of those strategies, you kind of do need maybe a little bit of trial and error, because it is a new strat, you know, there is some wiggle room there. And I could understand how it would be overly punishing is if by like fucking up a strategy once, you lost your entire raid. Now they do have the whole like flask of petrification thing, so technically speaking, you know, most people can survive a wipe, and that is like one way to learn. You only lose like a few players, like days worth of time. But something that I think would be cool if Blizzard were to do like a modified classic hardcore, something that would get me to try it, is think something like Trial of the Grand Crusader that we have in Wrath right now, where you have like 50 attempts. And in this case, it would be 1 attempt per week. So the moment you hit 60, and I'm like partially stealing this from like a Reddit comment that I read, which I actually thought was pretty good. It basically, the moment you hit 60, your character is like partially immortal. And you can do raids, and you can die once per week in raids, and then the moment you die, you can't continue the raid again. But then, you know, on Tuesday, your character comes back to life or something like that. Specifically after you hit level 60. Well, that would mean that you can feel comfortable actually tackling those challenges after reaching the end game, which, you know, reaching level 60 is the main goal, right? But instead of wanting to basically not risk your hardcore character ever again, well, now once per week you can take the risk and you can go and try the hardcore raids and stuff like that. And I feel like that would give you like a fun way to approach it, where it's still hardcore. You still have to approach it from the perspective of I can't die, but you're not punished for experimenting and stuff like that. I think that would be cool. Obviously, there's the whole argument of, well, that wouldn't be real hardcore. And at this point, the definition of real hardcore, I keep seeing that thrown around, it has no fucking meaning anymore, right? Because the whole idea of real hardcore of, oh, you really only do get one life, well, the add-on people clearly aren't doing that, as you can see with the whole Naxxramas appeal drama, right? So, if they're not even following their own rules, then who fucking cares? You might as well at least establish a rule set that allows for some trial and error, instead of just claiming that you're doing it all in one life, and then whenever you die, you just appeal your death. Because at that point, you're not doing it all in one life. At that point, it's not only just one attempt per week, it's just extra attempts whenever the moderators feel like it, which kind of loses all of its meaning. Let me type in chat, follow, and then the way to do the skip on a monk, you chi torpedo over here, and then the hop down this way is not enough to kill you. You could also just get a slow fall or something, but there's no priest or mage in here, so I wouldn't be able to do it myself. And obviously, you know, if you're playing Shaman or whatever, run Gust of Wind. But, I guess if he's not running Gust of Wind, I don't know if there's a way for Shaman to get down, outside of just going splat and then using Ankh, which is exactly what he did. So, you know, credit to him for that. Yeah. Oop, almost fucking died there. Let's see. H-Pal is always strong? Yeah. H-Pal is always, like, at least has some niche. Like, H-Pal's niche has changed over the years, but H-Pal has almost always filled a very specific niche. And that niche has sometimes changed. Like, sometimes it's been tank healing, sometimes it's been raid healing, sometimes it's been the damage healer. H-Pal has been all over the place. But generally speaking, H-Pal is always very good at something. Thank you for making my workday go by faster. No problem. Glad I could help. Let's see. Venthyr H-Pal flashbacks. Am I dead? Fuck. Slipped off the edge there. That's what I get for reading chat while walking along a fucking ledge like that. Fucking... This is why every time I go up the Thunderbluff elevator in Classic Hardcore, I just stop. And I stop reading chat, and I just focus. Because, like, it's the most embarrassing way to die, hands down. Alright. Those guys are playing with fire, walking right along the ledge. Okay, I've almost caught up with chat. We're close. You're very, very close. Hello, Maddie Price War. Hunter needs a rework mostly for utility, but it's not terrible to play casually. Yeah. I don't know, it's... Hunter's definitely weird, right? Because it's like... It has, like, decent baseline utility when its damage is good, but it is still nowhere near, like, the level of Mage. And the main problem with Hunter is it doesn't offer any, like, specialized utility. Like, Cloak of Shadows level shit. Or, like, Warlock Gateway, right? It's like, you can't bring anything else to do the job of a Warlock in 90% of fights. That's the main issue. Whereas, like, Hunter doesn't have anything that it does that only Hunters can do. Hunters can just do the same jobs as a few other people, sometimes the same level of performance, sometimes slightly worse, but it doesn't matter because of raw damage. So yeah, it's a little bit weird how Hunter works out. What if you put Arcane Intellect but Agi for Hunters? That's Druid. I mean, that's stats, right? Is that still not enough? Oh, fuck off. that's still not enough. I guess because I didn't get, like, any mob kill XP. But I can just go turn in this quest. And that should be enough. 9,000 XP. I can't do math. Is this 9,000 XP? No, it's not. It's not even close to... Maybe there's a follow-up quest. I don't fucking know. Nope, that's it. Are there any rare mobs I missed? Fucking hell. Maybe I'll do the dragon riding race, I guess. I don't know, I'm out of options here. The dungeon stuff really fucked me over, unfortunately. My entire route was effectively completely flawed from the start because of the dungeon stuff. Alright. I'll do this, I guess. Racing should be about 9k, yeah. Limping towards the finish line. Yeah, like, see, here's the thing. Because this is on stream, you know, I feel like I at least need to finish it. But if this was one of those, like, offline speedruns, the reason why you almost never see speedruns go this poorly if it's, like, a video, is because the moment that I realized that the dungeons were not working correctly, if this had just been an offline recording, I would have just fucking stopped the recording. And I wouldn't have finished it, right? Like, why spend another hour doing another test run when it's just fucked anyways, you know? That's... that would not be worth my time if it was just a video. But it's a stream, so, like, at least I can talk to people, ramble about random bullshit, you know? It has that advantage going for it. But unfortunately, the reality of this, like, the speedrun itself... There we go, level 70. The reality of the speedrun itself is that this is completely wasted testing. I got literally zero information out of this. I guess at the very least, you can maybe say this is, like, close to a baseline for what leveling was like before, but we kind of already got that, right? This is, like, fairly close to my Guardian Druid time, which this is kind of effectively a slightly more scuffed version of my, well, yeah, so, Kashri, I did miss a quest chain here and there, but the entire point was I skipped a few quest chains because the entire idea is that with the dungeons working correctly, that would make up for the experience. But the dungeons were not working correctly, so the end result is that I'm just missing quest chains, right? But ideally, the entire point of doing it this way is that I would never have reached this point. Like, in theory, I should have hit max level somewhere around here, right? With all the dungeon experience. And then I wouldn't have even needed to go here to Camp Nowhere and do all of this stuff. This was all fuck, I'm out of ideas, fuck. And I also probably would have done less of the campaign. And actually, maybe I wouldn't have dinged here. I just would have skipped the campaign, done this, gone over here, dinged here, give or take, right? Because that's more efficient than the campaign. But yeah, obviously that was the issue, right? The issue was that I didn't plan ahead accordingly. Let me just... So, what I said before... okay, milk is mostly ready, it looks like. Okay, cool. So, I will be... Now that this run's done, I'm going to be doing Dawn of the Infinite on my monk. Yeah, look, Kashvi, already talked about this before. But, you know, if you want to message me on Discord... There are, certain things that we've definitely discussed about this before. I don't know, at a certain point, I don't like having to put people in timeout, right? But I am really tired of having to repeat myself for, like, the 50th time. When I say, don't say this, don't say that, like, there's certain topics I don't want to discuss, right? Don't bring it up again, right? Like, it's been, like, the 5th time, both across stream and Discord, so stop, right? I don't want to have to fucking keep doing that. It's not fun. Right? But, here, I'm gonna swap over to my monk, and I'm gonna get ready to do the Dawn of the Infinite. Let me catch up on chat a little bit. I'm sorry about the hearts. I thought it would help your stream. No, it's okay. Like I said, I appreciate it. It was just one of those, like, things where I happened to notice it out of the corner of my eye. And I was just like, what is causing that? But I appreciate it. Don't feel bad about that. Beast Mastery is the same gameplay for the last 4 to 5 years. A little rework would be cool. Yeah. Gearing speedrun would be an RNG fiesta. Yeah, exactly. Reed's comment about hardcore retail dies horribly. Exactly. That's a cool mog. Yeah. I'm happy with my Brewmaster mog. I think it's pretty sick. Let me make sure before I do this dungeon, I want to... Oh, fuck. I need to add dollar on Hearthstone and stuff to my bars. I'm also going to change the stream title real quick, just to reflect this. So I don't have people coming in here saying, "Where's the speed run? What are you thought you were speed running 60 to 70. This doesn't look like 60 to 70 leveling." And it's like, yes, there. You can do multiple things on a stream, right? So unfortunately I can't change the thumbnail, right? But let's see. Dawn of the Infinite. Dawn of the Infinite as a remaster monk. What else did I miss? Classic is cool. You've got 2 level 30s in the PTR and a 60 on Bloodsail, but for you at least, it's a waiting room from Season of Mastery. Yeah, unfortunately, I was gonna, before the servers went down, I mean, they'll be back up, right? But before the servers went down, I was planning on trying to, like, level my Shaman up to 30, or, like, level a Druid on the side to 30. But, whatchamacallit, because I was sick, I basically had to spend all my time actually, doing research for, like, the new guide stuff. And I basically spent half of my time last week in bed, and the other half doing research. Let me message Milk to see when he will be ready. Right. And not really. TBH. You have friends, so guess it and just checking with Milk. Alright. So I'm gonna head to Doll. I'm gonna get all my shit enchanted because I haven't gotten this set up. Isn't Druid for Versa? I'm pretty sure Mark of the Wild is primary stats, right? I could be wrong in primary stats. Am I gonna do a guild run of the Mega Dungeon? Well, kind of. So just to be clear, in case you missed that, I left my guild. So I am currently looking for a new guild. That's not an invitation, right? I've applied for a few places. I have a few interviews, but I'm not in a guild. Or rather, I'm in still in a few channels. But yeah, just to be clear, that is not possible for me to do right now, just by nature of, you know, that fact. So I'm going to be running with some friends of mine, some of whom were from my previous guilds. So you may recognize some of them. But yeah, no, it is what it is, right? All good, yeah. It'll be like, you know, a mini former guild run with like 1 or 2 people. Let me just check. Yeah, and I specifically, because Milk will be here, right? So I'll actually just throw Milk an invite. And I should say, just because I usually don't like to show my B tag, just because I showed my B tag on stream doesn't mean you should add me, right? You can do it. I will decline the request. Add me on Discord if you want to message me. I used to be a little bit open about, like, accepting B tag requests, but I've had some weird fucking people adding me on B tag, and I don't like to say that because whenever I say something like that, I worry that people are going to think they're being weird. Like, to give you an idea of what I mean by when I say weird people adding me on B tag, like, people literally effectively stalking me and basically, like, constantly whispering me whenever they see me do something and, like, asking me about, like, why I'm in X location. And not only is that a little bit annoying, because, like, sometimes when I'm trying to get, like, speedrun testing done, and someone's like, "Oh, why are you in X place? Are you preparing for a speedrun or something like that?" And it's like, yeah. So I can't really talk right now. But then also they'll just keep commenting, like, as if they're just actively watching, you know, everything I'm doing. And it's just a little bit, like, creepy when somebody just keeps basically messaging me like, hey, oh, I noticed you went to some place. Like, what are you doing there? And it's like, dude, boundaries, right? Like, so unfortunately, it's one of those things where, you know, some people, you ruin it for everybody, right? But yeah, I kind of, I've kind of had to stop accepting BTAG requests because of that. So, yeah. It's kind of weird because, you know, I didn't really think I would get those types of people, but I guess it can happen to anyone, really. At least I haven't gotten any really bad ones, like, and I haven't gotten any IRL stalkers yet. You know, fingers crossed it stays that way. But it was still a little bit unsettling, even having it happen, like, in a game, right? So, yeah. I was told there would be some kind of speedrun, yeah. You got a learning group and you did Dawn of the Infinite Blind yesterday. It was one of the most fun experiences you had in WoW in a long time, even with zero loot. Yeah, it's a fun dungeon for sure. Definitely really fun. Let me make sure my talents are correct. I think I have everything here that I want. I'm gonna go light brewing. Yeah, that's all I really feel like changing right now. And then anything else here? Can drop improved touch of death. I should probably take generous pour. And do I really? I don't really think I need profound rebuttal. Eye of the Tiger is probably less important. Just throw 2 into that. Let me see. They'll be outside your window with a boombox in no time, yeah. As a speedrunning streamer, people can 100% try and gank you easier. Yeah, I mean, so that's also why I don't really live stream my world record attempts, just because of that. But, I mean, also, the thing is, though, if you had me added on BTAG, the amount of times that I'm just, like, randomly in Silverpine Forest or Hillsbred Foothills testing something, it would be kind of hard to really ever tell when I'm doing a world record attempt or not, because it would probably be at, like, 4 in the morning, and it would be kind of impossible to say, am I just testing something for a leveling guide update, or am I actually doing a full speedrun? You'll never know. Classic say anything reference. Yeah, of course I fucking know the boombox reference. Jesus. My dad thinks I'm a fucking idiot. Ugh. I'm somewhat cultured, alright? How we ever find out all the latest strats without asking? Gotta get the scoop before everyone else? I mean, hey, that's what my Discord's for. Silverpine Forest and Hillspread is very, very fast and very simple, yes. Alright. I'm gonna really quick check my friends to see if anyone... Let me just message... Because I know Milk... I think Milk said he was going to look for pugs. But I think he was checking to see if we had any friends. Do you want to do the Mega Dungeon? Not sure if you have any characters left. Who else? Let me just tell Milk, hold on real quick. Seconds. Yeah, I think at this point it's late in the week. Most of my friends have already done this on all their characters. Yeah. So we'll probably end up mostly pugging it, which should still be, interesting. Okay. And then, oh, before I forget... Okay, so yeah, before I forget, I'm gonna go and grab enchants for whatever the fuck I'm missing. I still don't have a rank 3 gem. Guess I completely forgot to do that. Uh, Watcher's Loam. I kind of want the move speed. Is it, what are the boot enchants? I always forget the name. It is, yeah, Plains Runner's Breeze. That's the one. And then Frozen Devotion on this. The auction house is really slow right now. Is it just the AH being garbage? Hello? No, my entire game is lagging. Okay, great. Can you still hear me? Is my stream affected? Doesn't look like it is. My Discord's working, everything else is working, it's just World of Warcraft lagging out. Yeah. Unfortunate. No lag. Alright, yeah, so the stream is fine. So World of Warcraft is just crashed, frozen. Don't know, but none of my abilities are working. I can see people moving though, so like what the fuck is going on? This guy, like, I just saw him move. Okay, something is like seriously fucked here. I'm gonna just restart my game. Okay, I can't restart my game. I have to force close World of Warcraft? Jesus, this game is fucking broken. Okay. Alright. My game didn't crash. I force closed it. I literally went into Task Manager and X'd it out because nothing was happening. I could see people moving, but none of my things were working, and pressing exit game didn't close the game, so something was just seriously broken. Jesus Christ. Am I actually going to get this bug right now? I don't remember the last time I've gotten that a character with this name already exists shit. And now I'm going to get this thing, which usually takes like 30 minutes to fix itself. So now my character's stuck in purgatory. That is really, really, really annoying. Alright. No. Milk advertised it as no death attempt. Yeah, I don't know if we're really gonna accomplish that one, Milk. Let's show Larice. Okay. If I add myself to friends list, can I see myself online? No, it looks like I'm offline. Okay. I think I can probably log back into my monk now. That's the normal thing that happens when your game disconnects? Yeah. Alright. Oh, yeah, I'm joining voice with Milk. Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I think I have Discord audio working on my thing. I also just disconnected, or rather had to restart my game, and I got the whole character with that name already existing, so I'm trying to get back on.
Are you streaming right now?
Yeah.
Let me
I
check.
said I was streaming.
Watch. Oh, you stream on YouTube.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I always stream on YouTube.
Yeah, I know.
What do I need for consumables? If you want to just put us in queue, and then we'll just YOLO it for DPS at this point. As long as, if they're, like, reasonably geared, right?
Yeah.
Am I using OBS to stream?
I want to try no
Yes.
depth, but obviously that's hard with pugs.
Yeah, with no coordination, that is unlikely. Especially, what's your evoker at?
438.
Jesus Christ. Okay,
Mhm.
yeah, I'm still behind on gear then. My monk's still only 422. I haven't really touched it since, whatchamacallit, Vault.
Let's check out this priest. Oh, the main healer. Yeah,
It's a
the
good
main
item level
healer.
for the mega dungeon. Probably, like, I would say at least try to get, like, 420. I did it around 420 on the PTR a bunch of times. I did it on my druid recently. If you want to be really safe and make sure you actually get into a group, like 430, 440, right? Obviously, different pug groups will have different standards, But, I mean, hey, if anyone wants to join, like,
Let me see if I can put some
here's
in
the group. So, you're welcome to apply, assuming you
see
still
if
need
there
it
are
on the character.
any indie.
People most likely want 437 to 440 items. Yeah, I mean, for pugs, definitely. Just because you can do it while under geared doesn't necessarily mean you should all the time. I also wonder if, can I get 4-piece? I don't think I have enough gear to get 4-piece before we do this, but I have 2-piece vaults, 2-piece Aberrus, which, like, I guess is good enough. So you're not running Icon, right?
No.
Okay, good. I'm gonna drop this finally. I don't even know what I'd run in its place, though. Maybe the fucking Paracausal Fragment? Windscar Whetstone. Fuck it, why not? Double on use. It's not the worst thing ever. Isn't this item level that the new dungeon drops typical contradiction like Wrath of the Lich King item level requirements? I mean, yes, but obviously it's not necessarily the case of, like, just because it drops 437 gear doesn't mean that, that's an unreasonable ask for pugs. It's like, technically speaking, plus 20 dungeons drop 431 gear.
No
But
one with gear is queuing.
I mean, I'd imagine it's late in the week, right? Can afford to be a little bit patient, though. I'm not, like, in a huge rush.
Yeah.
You understand pug players are brain dead? Yeah, I mean, it's not... I mean, it's mostly just that, like, for my pugs, right, whenever I do stuff, obviously checking logs and other things is a good indicator, but especially when there's new content, right, and nobody has logs for it, or nobody has ways to prove that they've done it, item level is your only indicator. So the reality is, if I am choosing between somebody who is 420 item level or 440 item level, and neither one of them has done the dungeon, neither one of them has ways to prove that they know the mechanics or anything like that, why would I take the 420 one? Just to make myself feel more alive, right? Now, obviously, the argument then, I think a more reasonable argument is, would you settle for somebody at low item level or wait for somebody at higher item level? I guess it kind of depends on what the threshold is on how long you're willing to wait. Personally, I don't mind waiting a little bit if it means we have a higher chance of getting, a good group, but that limit will be different for everybody. I can upgrade this all the way to 424 with only one Drake Crest. Nice. Then And I can't really upgrade much of this stuff. I guess I can upgrade Doomhammer in case I need it. High Haste Ring is kind of bad for Brewmaster, especially compared to, I mean, the Onyx Amulet. It's honestly not terrible for monks. Even post-nerf. I don't really know if I care enough to replace it. But at the very least, I'll probably sink 3 of my Worm Crests into this, just because I want as much item level as I can get. That's 1 bonus overall. I can glance over Warcraft logs for people, just in case, you know, small indicator.
Yeah. If you want to look at these people.
Some of these names are hard to spell. Okay, well. Yeah.
Like, I have Radar IO and I have... even just to see if they did anything on their main. And it doesn't look like they did.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes it's... I honestly think maybe don't put no death attempt in the title, because that may be, I don't know, scaring people off. Because
You
trying
think
to do
so?
no death in the pugs, I mean, they might assume that, like, if we don't no death it, then we just give up, right? And realistically speaking, what are the odds that we're really going to do no death with a complete pug?
Yeah. Oh, look at... applicants just jumped by removing that.
Also, you could throw the classic, like, CE lead or something in there. That always helps a little bit. That tier helmet is so ugly. Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of the Aberrus monk tier. It's not great. Honestly, outside of Paladin and Priest, I think Paladin's the one that looks cool. I know Priest looks sick. I don't remember the other ones. I'm not a huge fan of a lot of the tier sets in this dungeon, or raid, rather. But the monk one especially is just really not it. Monk one missed the mark. I have absolutely no idea how to spell that mage's name or do that special character.
Oh, I can, here. I can send it to you.
You can take the hunter, 439 guy.
Yeah, let's take a look at him. Yeah. He should be fine. Demon Hunter. Also not bad.
Yeah, Demon Hunter's definitely solid. The Druid set is so good. I haven't looked at the Druid set. I mean, I looked at it briefly when I was in the process of transmogging my gear on my Guardian Druid.
That warrior says he's cleared it 3 times and knows every fight. But he's 422.
Yeah, I mean, I believe him, but also... Ooh. Okay, let me make sure that priest
Seems like a
has at
healer,
least
man.
semi-decent logs, but that's obviously solid. Yeah, oh, he is a healer. Oh, true.
I mean, I could go DPS.
You could.
But I'd rather just wait for somebody. That's a decent warrior. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, warrior's solid. Oh, did we get drops from Q? Unfortunate.
No, I requeued us so that we can
Oh,
go
okay.
up on top of the list.
Alright. I'm gonna start heading there, but I'm gonna take the long way, because I don't want to pass through Valdrakken. Because if I get a memory leak, then I have to restart my game, and it slows down the stream, and that's just, like, always a
memory
massive pain in the
leak?
ass. Yeah. Remember the whole thing where it, like, makes my game run extremely slowly? That I've been complaining about, and like a bunch of people called me crazy because they didn't see the same thing happening.
Oh.
Yeah, it happens consistently whenever I pass through Valdrakken. Yeah, unfortunately, the warrior in queue was solid, but I don't think he re-queued. I'm flying there anyway.
Yeah.
That paladin's name is Yellow Paint.
Mm.
I like that name.
Milky Horn.
Ooh. It's your paladin brother. Hold on, I'll check him.
Azzy DK says he's 8-8 on main.
Wait, which DK said that? Oh, Azzy DK?
Oh, there's an augmentation evoker. Should we get him?
Which one?
In Godzilla.
In Godzilla? Oh yeah, definitely take him. I mean, augmentation in general would be really nice to have.
Double evoker.
Yeah.
Double utility.
My damage gets
And he
looked
said
at.
meowdy. Perfect.
Alright, oh, the hunter's here. Perfect. You're already here? Wait, everyone's already here.
I'm inside.
Oh, Thin Godzilla is still flying over. So I'll summon him real quick. Yeah, you could tell them that we can at least try for Immortal, but I don't really trust Pugs to do it, so, you know, if we don't, it's not a huge deal. What's my gearing strategy? So I have a video planned for that either tomorrow or if I run out of time. Ideally, I should be able to do it tomorrow. Because initially I was debating between do I make my gearing video first or the other speedrun I had planned, but at this point I'm not doing the second speedrun because Blizzard forgot to implement the other stuff. So the only thing that I really have to work on at this immediate moment is my gearing video. And I have gearing from scratch, codals, then caverns. I mean, that's an oversimplification, but
Howling
yes.
Rune. Just because of the haste on it. I'm going to buy a Howling Rune just because the haste on it is pretty good.
What does Preservation want for stats?
Last I checked, it was haste and crit, but let me double check.
Gotcha. But yeah, for gearing, I mean...
Yeah. Crit first, haste second, mastery third. Wait. Sorry. Just... It depends on the build. Usually it's mastery first, and then crit. Haste is actually the lowest.
I mean, I guess mastery also, the nice thing about it is if you swap to Dev or Aug, it's especially good there.
Yeah.
That's like, you know, small.
Yeah.
But yeah, TLDR on the gearing. Like I said, I'll make a full guide for it. I've been working on that. If you join my Discord, I've been writing up like a shit ton of info on testing and stuff like that. Basically outlining all the information that's going to be in the guide. But yeah, probably like 10-minute-ish guide. I'll try to condense it down as much as I can. But you can pretty reliably get up to 415 item level on fresh characters without doing anything crazy. Like no Mythic Plus, no raids, just doing world content and basic upgrade stuff. Need to use Glacial Fury. I forgot to buy more potions, but I have 30. Probably enough for this.
Did the intro start already?
No, you need to talk to Nozdormu. I'll start it. Yeah, now we dodge this release. I got everything else. I guess I can use it. Augment Rune can't hurt.
So, assuming we do the no death, when do we pick up the thingy? The
There's
artifacts.
4. All I know is the first one's after Manifested Timeways, and they're kind of like all right along the route, from what I heard. So you just kind of find them. It's more like you do it no death, and then it just appears.
Oh, okay.
Is there any other reward for doing a deathless run other than the upgraded item level? Yeah, you get a transmog set. It's like an infinite transmog thingy-mabobber. Also, hopefully obvious, but I will not be able to respond to chat quite as much during the dungeon because I don't want to die. And if I'm reading chat and I die to something stupid and fail the deathless run, I'm going to feel like a fucking moron. So, you know, obviously, it's a pug group. We're not, like, super concerned about deathless, right? But I at least want to actually give it a good shot. So, in between trash packs, I will... in between trash packs, I will try to respond. For the most part, try to stay focused. It's the max item level right now. Max item level would be like, I guess, around high 440s. Probably like 448, I think. If you had like absolute best gear in every possible slot. Fuck. I'm just gonna dampen that.
I timed that later, dude.
Thank you. Yeah, that crazy fucking burst damage on these guys. That one shot my Demon Hunter the first time I walked in here. Admittedly, that's when I was scaled to 425. Right, I'll get soaks. Dodge stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good explanation.
I mean, it covers it.
It's the most you can do, yeah.
Yeah. Pass lead and I'll do a countdown.
Oh, sorry. I should have given it to you.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, most important thing is just that they know I'm getting soaked, so they don't, like, risk their lives trying to pull a hero play when I'm already getting it.
Yeah. Did I lost here?
Yeah. That was close. I do like that they made it so tanks can just soak everyone now. Makes it much easier.
Yeah.
Okay. Thought it was on the Demon Hunter for a second. I was very confused. I hit the wall. Nice. Boots. You're kidding me. It's the one slot I can't use.
That's so funny.
Oh my fucking god. Okay. Thanks, game.
That's so funny.
And yeah, I can't even really swap off because Slimy Expulsion is like kind of mandatory.
Mm.
What? Yeah. The other item wouldn't have really been that great anyway. I guess it would have been a minor upgrade over my offhand, but the main
Where's
thing
the
that I
other
want, huh?
Oh, sorry, go for it.
I was just gonna say the main thing I want is the final boss loot. But what did you say?
Where's the first artifact?
Right after we kill this first boss, if we do it with no death still. Ooh. Those fucking temporal deviations are on you. I even keg smashed it and it was still just whacking you.
Yeah, I used the... Oh, probably because I used my trinket.
Oh, wait, which trinket?
Boils into a flame breath.
It's actually a crazy threat. Ooh. Yeah, so here, remember, dispel bloom when you can. I'm gonna aim untwist away, and then we just need to kick enervate. I let one go off.
1 second, I'm gonna re-talent really quickly.
Okay, I'm just watching that leech is close, so I think it's probably gonna pull. Yep.
There we go.
The big circle is just for signaling who he's gonna jump on, yes. And then it should light up when he's targeting them. So, like, I got confused just because I didn't see which one was lighter for a moment. Initially thought it was targeting a demon hunter. It was the other guy. But yeah, the big circle basically indicates there's a light one, and that's what he's about to leap to. And then there is a slightly darker circle, and that is the one he's going to leap to next. You can just take this slow, because this trash is pretty fucking deadly if we pull too big. There's no rush. I did leg sweep. Kick to enervate. Dodge frontal. And then dispel bloom when you can. Finally managed to catch a stream. Awesome, Hyreek. Good to have you here. I will not be reading chat quite as much right now, just because you're focused. Or at least giving it a good college try for the no-death run here. There's raid mechanics throughout the dungeon? Yeah. Want to see how you do in this one because your group died and Prot Warrior soloed a big part of the fight? Yeah, this definitely can be soloed by the tank if they know what they're doing.
We have no choice. Champions, you must fight. She cannot bar our path.
I'm going to start on the other side just so I can aim that away. I think the problem that I had the last time I did this is I tried too hard to kind of play around to other people and like aim away from them. I'm just going to stand where I need to stand. And if somebody's standing in my frontal, that's their fucking problem. because I don't want to die again because I'm trying to like juke around someone and then I die for it.
Yeah.
Oh wait, fuck.
One
Stand
second,
at
1 second.
entrance. Going.
Do not pull yet.
Don't worry. I just wanted to make sure they knew. Alright, I'll do ready check. Okay. Yeah, this is where all of my immortal runs have died. Actually, I take it back. My first run, Juggy died to a circle in the first boss.
Oh yeah, you told me that.
Yeah. I felt bad because, like, I confused him. I was like, oh, Juggy, you have to do this, 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 and that. And he just wasn't sure what I was talking about. That he just... Basically, he got so confused by my explanation that he just walked into the giant AoE circle and we failed it. Poor Juggy.
Remind me, do we stay in the dark one or the light one?
Generally dark one. But you can move in and out. You don't need to hug it 100% of the time. It's more important that, like, when you drop off that debuff, drop it off on the dark side. And then just run through the ring. Just be careful, because both evokers, you guys are right in my butt. And I will need to aim this tank frontal somewhere. So if you are still here, when I'm aiming the tank frontal, it is going in your face. That guy ate it. And the fort grew the next buster. Well, you know, on the plus side, I'm getting good grief torch value, so there's that.
Yeah, this is hard to do when everybody is just spread and not in the
Yeah,
same spot.
it's... They're also, like, you know, they didn't hear the callouts. Like, the hunter got clipped by my buster because he was kind of hugging me. Definitely, like, this is kind of a boss where comms helps. It's also... It's kind of weird because you think early on that you need to be in dark the entire time. And as a tank, I kind of do. Because if I get a tank buster, I need to be in here or I'm fucked. But
Yeah.
as a DPS, as long as you're not, like, getting hit by these little swirly things, you can kind of dip in and out the light side. Ooh. Not too bad. Wait,
Easy.
why? I got a fucking... Why am I in Mistweaver loot spec? Oh, god damn it.
That's so good.
Oh,
Can you res me?
no. Yeah. Oh. Fuck. I guess, yeah, the gloves would have been nice to catalyze at least. That's whatever.
The
Do you need this?
for
Oh,
only
you
for
have the fucking-
transmog.
You have the legendary. Okay, never mind.
You should keep it for transmog.
Well, fuck.
The hunter was playing like 80 yards away.
Yeah, and problem is when you're that far out, it also becomes really hard to dodge both the orbs and, like, the tank frontal. Because that's the thing, he ran super far out, and then when my tank frontal came out, you know, he was all the way at the back edge of the room, so he didn't even have time to dodge it. Was the main issue.
And it's impossible to heal somebody that's like out of your range.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, basically, once that fight is figured out, the way that it's probably going to go is tank kites on one side of the black area, and then the rest of the group kind of stacks up on the other side of the black area. And you'll probably, like, stack Mass Dispel the debuffs for the little rings, and that'll make it really easy to manage. But when everybody's running all over the place, it's just like a super chaotic fight. Where do you get legendaries? It's an evoker legendary. It's just very specific legendary. So there's no like Shadowlands legendaries. This is you get like a rare drop off the final boss of the raid specifically for evoker that lets them craft this thing, Nezuro the Unbound Legacy. If you're ever walking around Dragonflight and you see a message in chat that says like a triumphant roar echoes from atop the seat of the aspect, says Nezuro the Unbound Legacy is
Unironically, the
formed.
no death achievement you could probably just do with 5 tanks.
You know that's actually not a bad idea.
Since tank damage is just busted right now.
Yeah. And I mean, it would kind of let you cheese a lot of just the rot damage mechanics here. And then things like, the Blight of Galakron with the hot potato, you don't even really need to worry about it. You just hot potato between 2 tanks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna do conservative pulls here, because I don't know if we have a soothe. I assume, are you running one?
I need to check. It's a good question.
If not, it doesn't matter, because you don't need one. It's just like...
I'm not running it, no.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, because if you had one, I could pull big, but otherwise we just pull small and we're safe. Because these blight chunks, when they die, they give the dragon a stacking melee damage increase, which counts as an enrage effect. So it blasts the tank if he gets too many stacks, but you can soothe it off. It's also, like, really not that spooky, as long as you have defensives. You've never done a dungeon meant only for Mythic Plus? So, is there key levels for this? No, it's just 1 difficulty. The way the Mega Dungeons work is they come out with just the regular M0 difficulty, and it's like tuned to be harder than the standard dungeons. And there's only 1 difficulty, no key levels. You just send it, basically. And they'll add, like, they add an easy mode like Heroic. I think they're adding it sooner rather than later this time. It's coming out in 10.1.7, I believe they said. I could be wrong on that, but I think that's when it is. You need to cross the ring line when you're inside the dark. Yeah. The best way to cross the ring is, as you saw me doing, you wait at the very edge of the dark side, and then the moment you see a gap form, because like, the speed changes, right? You just pass through the gap, and then you kind of loop back around. So when you get a green orb over your head, run to me, touch me, be the orb.
If they don't do it, I'll probably just take it off of them and come to you.
Alright.
I can also rescue them onto you.
Yeah. I mean, it's, as long as they do that, it's the only somewhat challenging mechanic. One down. Next is on.
I'll come to you.
Oh, that's you. Okay, you're the green dragon.
Where are you?
It expired. the thing goes away during phase transitions. I'll probably need to hot potato this. Perfect.
I have time dilation, so you don't need to.
No, it's not nothing to do with damage.
Oh.
You just get straight mind controlled if it lasts too long.
Oh, right, that. Yeah. I forgot about
Remember
it.
when we all got mind controlled and we somehow still didn't
Yeah.
die? Yeah, that was something. Alright, I'm gonna drag Ice Dragon over to Fire Dragon. It's on you. This one will be really delayed, so I'll hot potato it at some point. Ow, ow. Fuck, that hurts.
Should I remove this route?
Oh, fuck. Alright, we're fine. We're fine. Just, you know, yeah. I forgot to hot potato. I was so tunnel visioned on getting... Are they killing me? No, don't fucking kill me! Oh my god, they actually just killed me. Okay, yeah, that's one way to handle the mechanic.
Am I mind controlled?
That's on me, but they also just literally fucking hard swapped to me and killed me. I guess they probably thought it was a permanent mind control.
Did they B-res you?
Yeah, Wait, who B-resed? Must have been an NG B-res, I guess? Evokers can't B-res, right?
Nope.
Yeah, it must have
Only
been an NG
engineers.
B-res.
Yeah.
Huh.
Wait, is this not even a transmog? Oh, my main has it.
And this is where the Deathless Hourglass would have been.
Do you want this offhand for transmog?
Nah. I mean, when am I ever going to transmog an offhand? The one time I play Mistweaver.
True.
The Hunter forgot the Evokers don't have that much healing range, yeah. Seed of the Aspects message also appears outside of Eldraken. Oh yeah, it appears everywhere. The Evoker Legendary message, you cannot escape it. For this one, our strat was
Are you
similar. We
logging
hot
this?
potatoed. No. I didn't think to do that. I also probably wouldn't have because it would have slowed down my computer, which I don't really want to do.
I wanted to see how much the evoker helped.
Yeah, it
The
sucks that
augmentation.
can't actually view it. My whetstone did more than my grief torch. I must have canceled my grief torch early. And yeah, well, you don't need an augmentation evoker. And yeah, like, I was supposed to hot potato there, but I honestly, I have no excuse for that one. I was literally just tunnel visioned. I was killing the Necrofrost that was on Milk, and I just kind of forgot that I had the debuff on me, and I just let it expire. That's, yeah. That is not my finest moment, for sure. Hey, Infinic, good to see you. You don't need to worry about being late. It's been a long stream, and also my streaming schedule lately has not exactly been consistent, so you know I wouldn't fault anyone for not knowing exactly when I am starting and stopping. I started about like 30 minutes late today, and that was after already not being able to stream yesterday because I was sick. So it's yeah. Eventually, I'll have an actual consistent streaming schedule. I've been saying that for years, and never happens. But one of these days, we'll finally get there. All right. This one people actually need to know mechanics. Let me buff up too because I lost. I'll believe you when I see it. Yeah. Fair enough. I think that covers everything. Honestly, it's mostly just people need to stack and crummy. As long as people do that, we are pretty fine. Ooh. Okay. I probably should have gotten Shuffle Up before channeling my Grief Torch, but... Ooh. Spin Godzilla almost got clapped there. This is the moon one. That guy is all the way out in Africa. Hope they start shifting over to Chromie. Okay,
Wrong way.
Okay, we're good. %.
That evoker survived.
Yeah, you can... Oh,
Oh,
that evoker didn't survive.
I went to heal him, and I guess what did I die to?
I guess we don't have
Rending
another
Earth.
NGB res. Or maybe okay? This hurts, but like... you can kind of live.
Oh, the augmentation used his cheat death. That's why.
Oh, I see.
I dashed to heal him and I died, but he survived. Why is he permacasting?
Oh, that's the hardened rage. We
Wow.
just barely beat that. Holy shit! That is the closest I've ever seen a Murdercron. That's gonna be tough on M plus too, because it's literally just a hard pass fail check. It's just you either do 5% of his health in that window, or you wipe and have to go again.
Yeah. Can I get a res?
We have to do an RP flight. I'm guessing. Did you release right at the end?
Oh, let me release. Maybe that's actually better. Yeah, releasing is better.
Awesome. All right, cheat death trinket. Let's go. Come on, come on, come on. Oh. Well,
You're getting all the loot.
yeah, that's solid. I can catalyze that. Unfortunately, it doesn't keep the leech because it's guaranteed, which is kind of lame, but oh well. How do you get 0 loot on this? I don't know. Dude, every time I've done this dungeon, I get loot off, like, almost every single boss. My luck has been kind of fucking ridiculous. What item level is required? There isn't, like, a required item level, but I would say, ideally, at least be 220. Like, be 220 and know what you're doing, or be, or I say 220. Be 420 and know what you're doing, or be, like, 430, 440, and YOLO it. Like, I've done the dungeon multiple times. I'm 423, right? And you can see here, like, I'm getting my fucking cheeks clapped, right? But, you know, I know how to play Brewmaster, and I know the mechanics, so I can actually plan around it. But if you've never done the dungeon and you don't know how any of it works, you will struggle at this level. One thing I will link is I have, after this whole... I linked it in my Discord, but I made a little, like, TLDR guide. Specifically, like, written guide, so I don't have a video guide. I have a full video walkthrough of the dungeon, which, you know, now you'll have another full video walkthrough. But if you want a written guide, and Donna, the... Here, 1 second. Brute tanks are good, though, so you can get away with being low item level. I mean, kind of. Like, I also did this on the PTR multiple times on a 425 Vengeance DH, because the scaling brings you down to 425. And even then I managed. I did it the other day on a 420 Bear. Obviously, Bear is also very strong right now. I mean, honestly, tank balance overall is very even. I don't really think any tank wouldn't be able to do this at 420. But here, a 1 moment milk. How do I... Oh, I had to pin something on stream. Right. But yeah, so that link, I have like a little mini guide for Dawn of the Infinite, so if you're looking to do the dungeon, you can check that out. There's like written explanations for all the mechanics and stuff like that. I wrote it a few days ago and threw it in my Discord, so... or rather, I wrote it when the dungeon came out, and I had it posted in my Discord literally right as the dungeon went live. So, I initially... Nice, I got the kick. generally speaking, obviously, I turn these things into like actual video guides or publish them on my website or something like that as like full written guides, like the leveling stuff. But in the case of this particular guide, the Dawn of the Infinite one, I had it like mostly done, and I didn't really have time to finish like a full Dawn of the Infinite guide before the dungeon came out, so I just basically took all my notes, took like my in-progress script, and just changed it into like a Spark Notes for the dungeon, threw it in my Discord, right? So if you're not in my Discord already, you're missing out on things like that. Little Google Docs and tidbits of information and research and whatever random shit I managed to find on the PTR that will eventually make its way into one of my guides, right? Speaking of which... Alright. What does this guy drop again? Is Tearstone still good? I don't know if you looked into that.
I think so, but it doesn't really matter.
Gotcha. I mean, I'm just wondering, because I'll go
Yeah,
to your loot spec to trade.
If
Actually,
you can, that would be great. Unless you want something else.
I don't. Actually, I just realized I probably wouldn't be able to trade anyway. Unfortunately, because I have dog shit trinkets, so it wouldn't...
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be too high item level. Dodge stuff. Soak balls.
Yep. Good explanation.
There's a circle around him, stacking it. Stacking it. Fighting strike. We can just rip Lust on pull, because the nice thing about after this boss, you know, all the trash, it's like straight 10 minutes in between this boss and the next one.
Hmm.
I'm gonna face him away. Okay. Dude,
Well, you're
Thin
the only one that-
Godzilla. There was one other person in there. It honestly would have been better if I was in there, because the Demon Hunter helped so, but he almost died for it. Whereas I could have at least popped the defensive and just soloed. Thin Godzilla was literally inches outside of it and just didn't fucking walk in. Like, bruh. Alright. I'm embracing my inner Brazilian. I'm gonna play goalie.
Oh shit, I'm supposed to stop stuff.
Oh, fuck. One went through.
Like
two
3
went
went
through.
through.
Alright. Fuck, I'm a terrible goalie. But also, I'm pretty sure I soaked more than anyone. Yeah, me and the Hunter soaked the most. So, actually, I am a fucking good goalie. And never mind. Dodge. Okay, this time I'll get all of them. Nice. You and the DH stole all of them.
Mm-hmm. Wait, it gives a buff?
Yeah, it gives haste.
Oh. Do you want this for transmog? I already have it.
Monks can't use two-handed maces, I think? Yeah. Well, man, you've gotten that 2 times in a row, goddamn. Going for Tower Ranger because you like tedium? Awesome. Yeah, I do not envy you, but whatever floats your boat. I don't want to set foot in Torghast ever again. I'll get the displaced chrono sequence kick. I'm fucking terrible at this game. Like, I'm gonna blame the other guys, because you know what? They could have kicked it. They didn't hear me call the kick. They just also didn't get it. So
Yeah.
you know, we share responsibility. You are the only one who is excused for missing that kick.
I do have a kick though.
Yeah, well, but see, you heard me call it out, and then I just didn't get it, so...
And I also clicked it. Like, it's on cooldown.
Oh. I see.
I mean, the hunter can still keep it. But, whatever.
I mean, if you can't use it, though.
This
Thanks for the
one.
content, man. We'll be checking out Discord later.
Okay, let's
Appreciate
see
it,
if I can
no
do it this time.
You got this. I want to see if I can one-shot it. You have to wait to the speed boost. Otherwise, you just get instant knocked out. Oh, cycles are off. I don't even know how that fucking shot through the middle. It's a weird angle. Alright.
I made it? I made it!
Nice. Oh yeah, and you were the first one to get there. Shit.
I'm opening the rift.
Oh, I got... Okay. I made it, but I almost got fucked at the ends. There was a really bad bait. Right on top of the exit. Oh, the Demon Hunter made it right at the ends. But the Hunter took the portal. The Hunter took the coward's way out.
Huh.
I just realized Time Lost Battlefield is going to be a pain without proper coordination.
Probably.
Yeah, the main issue is if people don't know about the whole, you know, killing ads gives them stacks mechanic, it can spiral out of control really quickly, and your just entire group is getting blasted by non-stop stacks. Because that's what happened the first few times we tested it. It was just absolute torture. There should be an achievement for, like, cleaning up the entire room.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be cool, right?
Yeah, I agree.
I just keep spawning ads in, get every last little inch of sand. It would also be really satisfying, because it would look all pretty, presumably. portal.
Do you understand?
This demon hunter is playing with fire.
Almost like he doesn't want us to get the achievement for no death.
Yeah, how dare he? Inting our no death run. SMH. Gonna touch of death that guy. The portal's open yet? Now they are. Okay. I guess just walk through the sands. Torghast is fun when you're incredibly OP. Yeah, I'd imagine. Also, not gonna lie, I did not realize just how tired I was. This, turns out when you don't get any sleep and you try
Do you
to...
wanna try no death seriously next week?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, I would love to try that. Like, on my Demon Hunter, on, like, all our mains and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you have people who are interested in that.
Yeah. I can bring back the augmentation we had. He can play Devastation as well.
Cool, cool.
And then the Devastation as well, he has a bunch of mains.
I mean, honestly, that entire run that we did was fairly clean, especially
Yeah,
since
like-
most people went in blinds.
Yeah, we did really well. We only had 5 deaths, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, I was on my 420 bear, so could definitely do a lot better if I'm on my main. But yeah, after this dungeon, I will definitely have to stop the stream. I mean, I guess I was kind of planning that anyway, but it is technically early for me, right? Like, a lot of times I do, like, 8-hour streams and stuff like that, but, whatchamacallit, I am low-key, like, really exhausted. Partially because, you know, like I said, I've been sick all day, but I didn't really get any sleep because I was trying to set up 2 different speedruns, and that, this is, like, kind of a bonus, right? Because otherwise it would have only been, like, a 4-hour stream, and I didn't want to do something
Time
batch.
dilation on Brewmaster is pretty broken.
Oh, yeah, it's fucking crazy. Yeah, I remember that was, like, my go-to external, especially on Diurna. Always loved that. I
'Cause-
wouldn't die.
Because your stagger also works on the time dilation stagger, right?
I actually don't know.
Because, yeah, it does. Because it spreads the damage over 10 seconds. And so your stagger works on any damage you get.
Yeah. Oh, are you saying, like, I can stagger the time dilation damage even further?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. The one thing I'm not sure is if they both count as the same thing. Like, can I purify time dilation stagger? That would be sick.
No.
Yeah, that
But
one I
you
didn't
can-
think so.
You can purify the actual stagger that's occurring from time dilation. Like your own stagger.
Yeah.
I'm gonna lust here.
Yeah, definitely Lust and Pull. This is, like, the hardest boss here. Right. Let's do count on 10. As long as we don't get too many stacks, and like if people kill the archer really quick, it's not that difficult. Need to stand at the edges though, hoping they catch on. I tried to say it. Nice. That was aimed at me. That was perfect. Okay, that's terrible. Oh, he has 8 stacks. Oh no. Okay. All right, we're gonna get the archer. Ooh, they're all clumped up. Oh, was that Bladestorm fixated on me? I feel like I've ever seen it fixate me before. Alright, archer. I'm just gonna taunt it. Ooh. Ooh, that was a good bait. That was not bad. Actually, yeah, it only hit 1. Oh, good baits. And they got 1 stack there. That was ideal. Dude, I'm tab targeting the neutral NPCs. That is...
Yeah,
annoying.
it's so annoying. It's so annoying, dude.
I don't know why that's a thing.
Wonder if it's a bug.
I would hope so. I don't think you're supposed to be able to attack them. Maybe that's why some of them spawn at like half HP. Maybe you can accidentally do damage to them ahead of time. Like, look, that Conjurer is basically already dead, and it didn't even spawn an Archer. I was unsure why that was happening for a while, but I think it may actually be tied to that. Maybe people are doing early damage by accident. Huh. Hello, gamers among us. Ooh, that's a sus name. Alright, we should be able to run through. Okay. Ceasing that just... Oh! Okay, we got him off. We got him off. What is Morchi drop? Morchi drops like fuck all. I'm gonna be so tilted if I get the one item for Monks of Morchi, which is a pair of bracers, that I also don't really need.
Why does she drop fuck all? On my druid, I think she... Oh no, it's Timeless Battlefield. They only drop 1 item.
Yeah. It has a lot of special stuff, like there's the Scourgebane, what's it called? The Quel'Dalar lookalike. And then they have Gorehowl and stuff like that. Yeah, Gorehowl actually looks really fucking sick. And there's, Morchi has that caster trinket. Oh, and there's a time strike gun. Yeah. Yeah, I mostly just want the time strike polearm off the final boss. That would be really, really, really nice. Four out of 6 flawless, 16's done. Nice, nice. EU servers just keep crashing. Yeah. Ah, that sounds like the classic Blizzard polish to me. You know how it goes. Alright, how do we explain Morchi? So Morchi clones herself, and the clones are fake. They have fancy hats. Morchi does not have fancy hat. Find her, stand next to her to dodge breath. You get a clone that chases you, kite it into a trap. Don't step into a trap, or you die. Alright, I think that covers it.
Let's see if the breath does actually kill anyone.
Kicking people out of keys and bricking them. Yeah, I had that issue on NA towards the start of the expansion. Hasn't happened in a while, though, thankfully. Forgot to mention the tank buster. I always forget to mention the tank buster. I assume they know. Don't stand on the tank. Spawned right next to us, alright. Sure. I'm gonna rock. By the entrance, I think. Yeah, it's this one. Oh!
Oh, so it does one shot. Okay.
I think they got comboed by something else. I'm gonna kite mine. We should be fine. This boss honestly gets easier the more people are dead. So there's less damage going out from the traps. Yeah, it's there.
What? I'm stunned.
Oh no.
Oh, it's probably the trap into the breath.
Yeah.
Oh, the...
Oh, your clones will dance on your corpse when they catch you. By the way. Careful. Dropping rock. It's over here, this way. Just dodge to the side. Yeah. Because as long as you're along the edge there, you're safe. Watch tank frontal. I'm gonna aim it this way, yeah. Nice, that was clean. And we're just gonna keep kiting so the guys just move straight into the traps the moment they get reactivated. Where is she? Over here, over here. Just hug the wall. I'm gonna kite mine through this trap. Step down. gonna keep moving so we just with the auto pat through. And I'm gonna dampen this next buster.
Here, where I am.
Yeah, good call. Ooh,
Yeah, I
Careful.
know.
oh my
I know.
god.
I was seeing if it would kill us.
yeah. Look, I respect the scientific method, but goddamn. Ooh, nice. Got it into the trap. Careful, careful. Oh, all the way in the other entrance where he came in from?
Oh, wow.
Nice.
I dodged it from here. It's good to know that it's like a cone.
Yeah, it's like a big fat cone, but you can still kind of hug the wall and avoid it, as long as you know where it's coming from. And who needs DPS?
Right?
Fucking easy. Okay, I didn't get the bracers, so I have good odds. The final boss. Whew. White Rice. Hey, I recognize that name. I'm so happy that augmentation evokers were added. It was pretty much impossible to complete 17s before, but now you're doing 18s like nobody's business. Yeah, you go, White Rice. I believe in you. You maybe
Final
one
boss?
day you can push to a 19. Yeah. There's one more pack of trash. Then we have some RP and then final boss. You're pretty much going to be mostly on your own, I'd imagine, for the orbs. But you know how to do it at this point, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
Yes, I can stand in them.
Okay. That's an actual yes and not just like a I'll figure it out yes?
Yeah, yeah. Because I assume they're gonna move out of there, so I'll go into one to slow it, so that we don't get 2 stacks.
Yep. That sounds good.
We only get one chance at this. Traveling so far into the past takes a lot of power, and I'm no aspect. Here we go!
Alright,
Alright, we have to make sure Murison doesn't...
mark one add with skull. I get that kick.
You know what I mean.
Trash. Someone kick unmarked. Displaced chrono sequence.
We don't
Field.
have time for this. Oh, where's that relic I picked up? Well, there's nothing.
Alright, so I'm getting skull. This time I'll actually get my kick. Okay, well, somebody didn't get non-skull. But you know what? That was not my problem. I got my kick. Alright. Whoa! That tank frontal looks wild. You keep spinning it. Milk, can you get the non-skull kick?
It's on cooldown.
Okay. Yeah, just whenever it's next up. The Demon
We're
Hunter's
also
thing is literally off cooldown. I just okay.
the Demon Hunter said he's gonna be right back.
Oh, I did not notice. Get the Okay. I'm gonna
We
get the
should
next
probably
guy.
wipe, right?
No. Because I can do that. Yeah. Now we're chilling. Hello, Ashley. Good to see you. It's okay. Yeah, you can kind of recover this, even if kicks get missed, but it's mega etch-a-sketch. We're good, though. Where did the DH say? Oh, he said BRB right after the boss died. I missed that.
Yeah.
We don't need him.
Huh?
We face enemies above and below. So we're trapped.
I'd hardly say that.
Everyone, the Infinites are here, and we must stop them. You have to trust me.
You are an odd little dragon, but there is something kind about you.
How do I?
Why, but
Okay.
my instincts tell me we should trust her.
Yes, yes, I know. Now, we have to face the Infinites together this time. They're the black glowy dragons in the ravine.
This time,
It's a long story. Trust me. I know there's a dragon above us on that ledge, but we'll handle him after we defeat Deus.
very well, dragon. My friends, with me, we face them together.
Hello, Naomi. Good to see you. On the last boss of Dawn of the Infinite. And then we are probably done for today. But before I forget, I will be streaming again next weekend, and hopefully Blizzard has actually implemented the changes they said they're going to implement next weekend, so we can do actual 60 to 70 testing runs to update. What a time to enter right at the end. Yeah. But you get to watch both me and my friend loot them out off the same boss kill, right? So, there you go. Milk, we're both going to loot them out here, right?
Yes. And
Yeah.
PTR test it.
Yes. Perfect. Alright. Ideally 61 to 70. The problem is 61 Chromie time still is not working, like even on live servers. And they also haven't even implemented the full like dungeons work in or dungeon quests like pick up when you enter the dungeon thing. They added the dungeon quests to Dragonflight dungeons, and they forgot to remove the prereqs. So nothing has changed. It's I mean I just have to wonder about Blizzard sometimes, like how they actually test this stuff. It's just yeah. So I did an entire testing run today under the assumption that the changes stated in the patch notes actually happened. And they did not. So I basically completely wasted a testing run because none of the changes that I needed to test were actually working, which was lovely. Absolutely wonderful. I'm gonna diffuse magic the next. just taught this? Ooh. Ooh. Oh, was that? Okay,
Yeah, the evoker was all the way in the back and moved out of it.
I see. For a second, I thought it was the infinite or whatever infinite blast that was doing that much damage, and I'm like, wait, since when did these bolts fucking hurt? Blizzard don't even think about stuff, let alone test it. Imagine if Echoing Tearstone was looked at by anyone with 2 brain cells. Exactly. It literally, the same issue happened with the Magma Claw lore, and they just didn't even test it again. It just fucking so dumb. You wouldn't have had several days of Giga broken OP AoE healing? Yep. Yep. I don't know. It's... this one is just baffling to me because it's like, at least Echoing Tearstone, I could see how... I agree if they had 2 brain cells, but like, they probably didn't really think to test that. Why? I don't know. You would think that like after it was already broken once, they would test it, but they didn't. But this is like kind of worse, right? Because it's literally not even working based on the patch notes. Like, they put in the notes that Chromie time will scale up to 61, and it just doesn't. Like, how do you fail to test that? That's not like a, we pressed the trinket and just didn't read the numbers type thing. It's literally, it does not do at all what it is stated to do. Same with the dungeon quests. It's like, how do you just add the quest and then at no point log into a low-level character to see, did this actually do anything? Like, did we remember to remove the prereqs so this actually does what it's supposed to do? It's like literally 0 testing was done. Because it just straight doesn't fucking work. That's just what I don't understand. There's like, there's literally no excuse that can be made for the leveling stuff. They just didn't test it. Plain and simple. The amount of random whispers I've gotten saying, would you like to join our guilds, etc. I need to just start blocking guild invites.
Somebody moved out. Oh.
We're fine. God, I love Expel Harm. I'm gonna dampen... Oh.
What? How?
Yeah, it doesn't help that they're all in melee, which makes it a little bit harder. Like, range should just be, like, kind of clumped up out of range to make the orbs easier.
Could we stack in melee?
No, I mean, I actually don't think it should be in melee, because that way it makes it harder to see the orbs. If you're, like, out-clumped in an open area, it's very easy to see exactly where the orbs are, so you know if it's fucked up there. Because, like, one of the orbs was directly underneath Murazan's butt, or whatever.
It only
Deus's
spawns
butt.
on range, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it can't target melee.
Also, if you can... I don't know if you can, actually. But...
What?
Move the boss a little less across the room. Is that even possible, or do the ads just spawn?
The ads go wherever they want. Yeah.
Oh,
I don't
okay,
control.
okay.
Yeah, the ads go where they go. They will intentionally run all the way to the other side of the room. That much I unfortunately have no control over.
Yeah, okay. Need to work on it ourselves.
I've done it a few times now, and I'm 90% sure it's only unranged. I don't know if you're saying that when you only have one ranged, one spawns a melee, I believe you. But every time I've had multiple ranged, and it usually consistently spawns. I've never had one spawn anywhere near me. Yeah, you can see there, it's like literally double spawned right on top of both range players. It definitely prioritizes them. I'm moving Murazond. I'm just gonna call him Murazond, fuck it. Alright, I'm gonna bait out this next breath, and then I'll move.
The demon hunter was so far away from me, I couldn't heal him.
And if we have NG Beerus.
Your nightmare shall not be.
For the future of Azeroth.
Just a heads up, I'm a little bit far.
Okay, I'm just gonna heal myself. Alright, we're good. Good call, though. I almost stashed away, and then I'm like, wait, those orbs in the back are probably gonna make things hard.
I have some ads up here.
Yeah, I'm ropping. Alright, we're chilling. I'm gonna dampen the next breath. Drag him a little bit out of it. I'm gonna keep him here for a second, and then just, when my breath goes out, move him. Bloodlust. Dodge. This is awkward. We hit 8%, GG's. TD me here if you can. Thank you. Nice.
Easy.
Oh
That
shit.
is not a... What?
No, I was getting rotted out by the breath shot. It doesn't go away after the boss dies, so I almost died to that. Man, no mount.
Well, the hunter still didn't loot.
True. Hunter could have gotten it. Hunter did not get it. I got... Oh, I got a generic TBC green item appearance. Yay. Alright, well, definitely nowhere near as good as the RNG I got on my bear. My bear got so fucking stacked. But I got pants, I guess, which is better than nothing.
Let's see what I get from the sword. Maybe I'll get the loot, whatever it's called. Or is that an axe?
A loot?
Modest Great Blade. What is that?
Oh, that's like a Kyrian world drop, I think.
I think I understand.
No mounts, unfortunate. Let me catch up and read what you said, Naomi, because I missed all those messages during the fight. These things can be tested artificially. They don't need a raid team.
That's a
Oh,
fun one.
absolutely, they don't. Yeah. I think that's mostly what I wanted to get done. Those 3 runs, the obviously DH, but then also Monk and Druid.
Yeah.
Might try more next week just to get more mount chances once I get them gear.
Ooh, Time Rift is probably still up. I should go and try that.
Yeah, as long as you get there before like 08, 09 roughly on the clock.
Yeah.
It's usually up.
Oh wait, okay, that's good to know.
Yeah. But yeah, thank you for the help, Milk. I appreciate it. And
Thank you as
definitely,
well.
if you want to do an Immortal run next week, let me know. I'm not
Yeah.
entirely sure what my schedule will look like, because, you know, the whole guild thing, right? But I'm usually flexible, right? So,
Yeah. We can do no death. And yeah.
yes. That would be cool. I will catch you
Anyway.
later. I'm just
Bye.
gonna finish up the stream stuff and then head off and make coffee and stuff.
Enjoy.
Yeah. See ya. Alright, so let me catch up in chat real quick, and then, like I said, I will end it here, but I do want to make sure I at least, you know, read everything in chat, right? Whatchamacallit? With Chromie Time, they can literally just give it character levels. Yeah, oh no. For sure, I know it's very easy for them to test it. There's no excuse for them. Absolutely. Orb spawn on players, one on range, one on melee. It may be only ranged. Either way, spawns on players, just assign the healer. Yeah. I mean, this was like, I'm only in comms with my friends, the healer, right? And everyone else is a pug. So, when I did this with voice, it was never really an issue. Just difficult when you have pugs and stuff like that. Have you had problems with the aggro and the little ads? Yeah, I had a bunch that were running around. Admittedly, I can't really tell if it was like me, like, having issues with threat or something, or just, you know, my brewmaster not doing enough damage to rip off the little guys, because I am 423. At this point, my brewmaster has less gear than my guardian druid, which is, I'm not sure if it's depressing, or just that my guardian has had insane RNG, kind of both. Brewmasters had bad RNG, guardians had kind of cracked RNG, so at the very least, bear is like blasting right now. Lots of ads like this, or in this game, are badly designed, will aggro reset after they properly spawn. Yeah. You didn't have an issue picking them up. You didn't have to taunt them. Yeah, on my Demon Hunter, I never really noticed it being an issue. The term TD is ruined for me. TD, hit me here if you can. Yeah. So, the problem is, there are 2 ways to call for that external. You can either say, TD me here, or you can ask the healer to dilate you. And asking the healer to dilate you is, in my opinion, a lot worse than saying, "Can you Twilight Devastation me here?" So, you know, lesser of two evils, right? Because every single time I would always like call for the evoker external and say, "Hey, healer, dilate me here." A bunch of people would giggle and be like, "Hee hee, hoo hoo, that has like sex connotations." Hoo hoo hoo. So yeah, it's like, you know, it is, yeah. I'm just gonna play it safe, stick with TD. Worst case scenario, they think I'm calling for Twilight Devastation. Main reason you're doing Dawn of the Infinite at this point is the 3 aspect crests every run on alts. Oh yeah, it's absolutely massive for aspect crests, for sure. I just still need to get some of my alts caught up because I've been slacking on my other tanks this tier. So right now, my Demon Hunter, Monk, and Guardian are the only ones that are even like really equipped to tank it. And if I really, really try hard, I might be able to get my Prop Paladin geared up in time. But I honestly just don't know if I want to put in the effort, especially because I still have to work on the alt catch-up video, and that's going to take like 12 hours probably. And that's 12 hours that, you know, I won't have time to spend gearing an alt. So, you know, priorities and stuff, just don't think I'll have time to do that. But anyways, that's it for today. That ended up being 6 hours, honestly decent stream. Unfortunately, as you can probably hear, my voice is fucking dead. That is like the lingering effects of the sore throat finally kicking in after 6 hours of talking mostly nonstop. So hopefully I will be like fully 100% recovered by next weekend, and we can do actual testing runs with, fingers crossed, everything working. I will still stream next weekend regardless, but if the 60 to 70 stuff is still not working by the time next weekend rolls around, I'll do something else. I will probably stream, I don't know, Classic Hardcore, or maybe I'll do something special, like I'll let viewers pick whatever I do. I don't know. I'd like to do the testing runs, because I need to do that at some point so I can update the guide, because I can't really make an updated guide until I've actually tested all of the changes. And right now, how am I supposed to test the changes if they're not fucking working? So it's, yeah, I don't fucking know. We'll see. I'll figure it out. But I will be streaming regardless. Next weekend, Saturday, Sunday, 11 a.m. EST. Going for however long I feel like I can. Thanks for the stream, even though you joined at the end, no problem. And have a good rest of your day to you too as well, Naomi, and everyone else in chat. Thank you for watching. Catch you later.